I'm brushing up my favorability in Marvel. Chapter 1, Newcomer to SHIELD. Lieutenant Leon Carlson, Deputy Commander of the 3rd Company of the 1st Battalion of the Ranger Regiment, reports to you. A young voice with ups and downs but steady, accompanied by the breeze brought by walking, sounded in the spacious office. Phil Carlson broke away from the heavy documents on the desk and looked up at the young man in military uniform standing upright in front of his desk. He suddenly felt a little relieved. The grey-green army uniform, with a close-fitting design, made the young man's tall figure stand out from the crowd. The slightly raised sword eyebrows, set against the neatly trimmed short brown hair, made the blue eyes particularly deep. However, at this time, the handsome face of the young man was full of astonishment, as if he was very surprised by the situation in front of him. Carlson stood up from his chair, saluted the surprised young man, and smiled, "Long time no see, Leon." The young man in military uniform also saluted subconsciously in confusion, and then, as if waking up from a dream, he asked, "Hi? Uncle Phil?" Carlson just smiled and said nothing, pointed to the seat opposite, and said, "Why are you still standing? Sit down." "Yes, sir." Although he still felt very confused and puzzled, the young man in military uniform still reached out to take off the military cap on his head, held it under his armpit, took a step forward, faced his uncle, or future boss, and sat down. "Welcome to the Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. I am the commander, Phil Carlson." After introducing himself, Phil Carlson did not forget to wink at Leon mischievously. However, Leon was not amused by his uncle's behavior. Instead, he frowned and looked confused. "What's going on? Uncle Phil, don't you work in an accounting firm? How did you suddenly become the commander of this department with a super long name?" Leon knew that Uncle Phil was the commander of S.H.I.E.L.D., but he still pretended to be, "I don't know anything, I'm shocked." If there was an Oscars in this world, Leon Carlson's acting skills could be nominated for Best Actor. Phil Carlson naturally didn't expect that his nephew knew his secret identity 3 years ago. "Haha, sorry for keeping it a secret from you for so long." Phil Carlson smiled proudly, showing his white teeth, and continued to explain, "Due to the special nature of this job, I need to keep it confidential, so I couldn't tell you in advance." Lion continued to put on a surprised expression and said, "Could it be that the person who transferred me to this department was you?" "Yes." Phil Carlson snapped his fingers and continued, "But Director Fury also agreed." "Fury also knew?" Lion's heart trembled, and then let it go. "Yes, as an observer of the whole world, and because of Hydra, Fury will pay attention to everyone who joins SHIELD. What's more, he is Carlson's nephew. By the way, are you used to the new residence arranged for you by the Bureau?" It's okay." After a brief chat about family matters, Carlson crossed his fingers and seemed to have become another person. "I think you should be very curious about what this department does." Although he had long known that this was a special department dedicated to handling strange events, Lion still pretended to be, "I don't know, I'm very curious," and nodded and replied, "Yes." The full name of this department is the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, but I prefer to call it by another name, S.H.I.E.L.D. This is a secret intelligence department established by the World Security Council, and its history can be traced back to World War II. After briefly introducing the history of SHIELD, Carlson looked into Lion's eyes and asked again, "Do you know what this name means?" Lion shook his head. At this time, Carlson stood up from his chair, came to Leon's side, put his right hand on his shoulder, and said earnestly, "This name means that we are a line of defense, a warrior against any unknown enemy, a warrior beyond human imagination, and a guardian who tries his best to keep this world from being destroyed." It must be said that Phil Carlson has his own reasons for being Fury's confidant and being regarded as a friend by the Avengers. Excellent eloquence and humorous personality are important reasons why he can occupy a place in SHIELD. Even Leon, who is familiar with this world, was excited by his words and wanted to immediately devote himself to the arduous task of protecting world peace. After saying some exciting words, Coulson returned to his chair again and continued to explain to his nephew. I have read your report. Based on your mission performance and training results during your time as a ranger, the higher UPS have decided that you do not need to go to the operations department to accumulate experience and can go directly into the mission. Therefore, you will be transferred directly to the Special Operations Department, which is where I work. Also, your clearance level is level 4. This is your agent ID. As he spoke, Coulson took out a black police badge from the drawer and handed it over. Leon took it and saw that in addition to his name and headshot, there was also a level 4 mark on the badge. Level 4? SHIELD is an intelligence agency with a clear hierarchical structure. It was originally established by the US government and is now affiliated with the United Nations. And there is actually a very interesting agent hierarchy system within SHIELD. However, this division of agent levels has little to do with the size of the official title or the strength of the agent. SHIELD will assess the security clearance level of each SHIELD agent based on the work content, work performance, work ability, and file length of service. This also leads to some frontline action agents being at the same level as the leaders of certain branches, or even higher. However, in most cases, the agent security clearance level does not affect the command chain of SHIELD. This agent level is both the intelligence access permission of SHIELD and the security certification level. This means that the higher the level, the more confidential the intelligence you know, and the higher the trust SHIELD has in you. Different numerical levels correspond to different levels of access permissions. There are 10 levels in this classification, with level 1 being the lowest and level 10 being the highest. In short, agents at levels 1 to 6 can only know ordinary secrets, and agents above level 7 can know high-level secrets. There is only one level 10 agent in the entire SHIELD, that is, Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD. Generally, the highest agent level that newcomers who have just entered SHIELD can obtain is no more than level 4. Therefore, when Leon saw the level 4 on his name tag, he was very satisfied. The higher the level, the more confidential intelligence you can see, and the more helpful it is for him to participate in various major events. When thinking of the superheroes who are about to appear, Leon can't wait to upgrade from level 4 to level 7. Okay, let's stop here. You will report to the department first. Agent Barton will help you get familiar with the work. If you have any questions, feel free to ask him. Okay. Leon nodded. Leon just stood up from his chair and was hugged by Coulson before he could react. After letting go, Phil Coulson opened his arms and showed Leon the brightest smile. Then, welcome to join SHIELD. Chapter 2 Favorability System. Ding! SHIELD newcomer mission completed, rewards have been issued, please check. Leon, who had just walked out of Coulson's office, had not had time to recover from the excitement of joining SHIELD when he was stopped by a mechanical voice in his mind. Mission completed? Calming down, Leon walked towards his work department without looking around, while opening his system interface in his mind. A transparent light curtain made by his own imagination suddenly appeared in Leon's mind. He did not feel a bit surprised, but just clicked on one of the panels called Mission. The interface jumped and a lot of words like those often seen in games appeared. Mission name, SHIELD newcomer, 5/5. Mission content, join the Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, i.e. SHIELD, within 3 years. Mission status, completed. Reward, 10,000 experience. After reading the prompt message of the task completion, Leon muttered 3 years, finally. And clicked on another panel called Character on his system interface again. Character name, Leon Coulson. Age, 20 years old. Skills, firearms proficiency, excellent, combat proficiency, excellent, medical proficiency, normal, transportation proficiency, excellent. Experience, 10,350. Looking at the 10,000 experience points that had been credited to the account on the panel, Leon couldn't help but smile on his handsome face. Hey! Now, I can finally learn new skills after a long time. This thing that exists in Leon's mind, like a game system, is actually a survival guide that he brought with him when he traveled through time. He, Leon Carlson, is no longer the original Leon Carlson. At this moment, the soul that exists in his body is a 21st century Chinese youth named Leon from another parallel time and space. Everything started 3 years ago. 3 years ago, 17-year-old Leon Carlson decided to meet with several. A group of friends drove to the New Jersey beach for a wonderful self-driving tour. Who knew that a few young and energetic guys accidentally encountered a car accident during a night drive? Several people in the group were injured. Among them, Leon Carlson's injury was the most serious. Because his head was hit hard on the steering wheel during the collision. He fell into a coma of brain death when he was sent to the hospital. And at the same time, in different timelines and different time and space, another soul who lost his body, somehow, suddenly attached to the body of Leon Carlson, who was lying in the intensive care unit of the hospital. This soul has a name exactly the same as the original owner of the body, Leon. Leon, an ordinary young man who lives in another parallel time and space and is addicted to online novels and stand-alone games. At that time, he was concentrating on sitting in front of the computer, clicking the mouse frantically while struggling with a new martial arts management game, Taiwa Painting Scroll. Who knew that the building suddenly lost power, causing the computer to leak electricity? The huge current directly caused the unlucky young man who was holding the mouse tightly to lose vital signs in an instant, and his soul also escaped. Perhaps it was God's arrangement. By mistake, Leon became Leon. When Leon Carlson, Leon, woke up on the bed in the ICU intensive care unit, even though he had read countless online articles, it took him a full week to accept the cruel reality that he had traveled to another world. After all, watching others travel through time is one thing, and traveling through time yourself is another thing. His situation, to explain it in the words of online novels, is to say that he traveled through time, and it was a soul travel. What surprised him even more was that along with the soul travel came a favorability system in Taiwa Painting Scroll. However, before he could figure out the function of this subsystem, he was attracted by 2 unexpected guests who came to visit him. A bald black man with an eye patch on his left eye and a black windbreaker, and a white man in a black suit with a friendly smile, who looked like an ordinary office worker. When Leon saw the faces of the 2 people clearly, he instantly understood which world he had come to. Because the 2 people standing in front of him and asking him "How do you feel?" were the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury, who played an important role in Marvel movies, and the commander of S.H.I.E.L.D., Phil Coulson. This is the world of Marvel. Not only that, from the memory he inherited, he discovered a surprising fact: he, Leon Coulson, is Phil Coulson's nephew. This is very interesting. Although he is not a die-hard Marvel fan, he has almost seen all Marvel movies. After all, superhero movies have been very popular in recent years. However, no movie mentioned that Phil Coulson has a nephew. Of course, the fact that there is no mention in the movie does not mean that there is no such person in the world of this movie. The movie is just a microcosm of this world. Leon did not resist this identity that was suddenly assigned to him, but was somewhat fortunate. Not to mention that his identity problem was solved, the most important thing was that he had a channel to contact S.H.I.E.L.D. It is easier to get things done if you have someone in the court, isn't it? In fact, from the moment he saw the 2, Leon understood one thing: this is a world full of superheroes and aliens invading from time to time. To survive in this world, you must become stronger. And the 2 people in front of him made him think, S.H.I.E.L.D. might be a good choice. However, even if he was Coulson's nephew, Nick Fury would not let him join SHIELD at the age of 17. Unless he showed the ability to be competent for various dangerous tasks of SHIELD. Just as he was thinking about how to open his mouth and show his ability to the two S.H.I.E.L.D. bosses that he was familiar with the development of the plot, he suddenly saw a blood bar like in a fighting game appear on Nick Fury's head. And below the blood bar, the words "Favorability, Cold" were clearly written. This strange phenomenon shocked Leon. He seemed to have thought of something and immediately turned his eyes to his cheap uncle, Phil Coulson. Sure enough, as he expected, Phil Coulson also had such a blood bar on his head. However, unlike Nick Fury, under Coulson's blood bar, it was written "Favorability, Intimate." Not only that, there were also multiple floating and rotating light balls of various colors around Coulson's body. A closer look revealed that each light ball had its own name. Firearms Proficiency, Excellent. Fighting Proficiency, Excellent. Spanish Proficiency, Normal. When he fixed his eyes on one of the white light balls named Spanish Proficiency, Normal, the light ball changed again, and a few words floated on the light ball. Do you want to learn? Chapter 3 First Encounter with Hawkeye. Please collect and vote. Just as Leon's mind kept flashing through scenes of the past, a tentative shout brought him back to his senses instantly. Are you lost? Hearing the voice, Leon slowly raised his head and looked at the visitor. What came into view was a blonde beauty in a women's suit. A head of smooth blonde hair was tied into a knotty ponytail. The high nose bridge and slightly upturned corners of the mouth made the brown eyes hidden under the willow eyebrows more kind. This is a young woman who is willing to help others. Leon thought so in his heart, but he replied, "Oh. Sorry, did I bother you?" The blonde smiled and waved her hand. "No, I just noticed that you have been standing here for a long time and you seem to need some help, so." "Oh, that's the case." Leon's heart moved and he smiled. "Yes, I need your help." As he said that, Leon seemed to remember something and suddenly stretched out his right hand. "Oh, by the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Leon Coulson. I am a rookie who just joined S.H.I.E.L.D. The blonde smiled and didn't hesitate. She stretched out her hand and shook Leon's hand. "Hello, my name is Sharon Carter, from the Operations Department." Sharon Carter. S.H.I.E.L.D. is indeed an active participant in various Marvel plots. As soon as he joined, he met Captain America's future girlfriend. Lion sighed in his heart and continued to smile. "Hello, Agent Carter, if you don't mind, can you tell me how to get to the Special Operations Department?" "Of course." Sharon Carter turned around and pointed in the direction of the hall. "Go through the hall, in the corner of the southwest wing, take the elevator to the third floor, and you will see the Special Operations Department logo." After silently memorizing the route in his heart, Lion also smiled and thanked. "That's it. Thank you very much." "You're welcome." Staring at the departing figure, Sharon Carter also muttered in a low voice, "Newcomer? I didn't expect him to be so young." Speaking of which, as one of the headquarters of SHIELD, the spaciousness of the hub is simply amazing. The hall alone is enough to build 2 standard football fields. It is conceivable how big the Trident headquarters in Washington is. Following Sharon Carter's instructions, Leon walked through the busy hall, took the elevator, and came to the 3rd floor. As soon as he walked out of the elevator, Leon saw a S.H.I.E.L.D. logo on the wall not far away, and the English terms Special Operations Department were written below. This is it. Taking a deep breath, Leon swiped his agent name tag on the scanner next to the automatic sensing door, and with a beep, the door was opened. As soon as he entered the Special Operations Department, Leon was immediately stared at by all the eyes in the entire office. Among those eyes, some were curious, some were scrutinizing, and some were hostile, which made Leon immediately feel the enthusiasm of his colleagues. Perhaps because the space was too large and the number of people was too small, the entire department looked a little deserted. But there was still a hint of tension in the air. Leon thought about it and felt that it made sense. After all, this is the Special Operations Department with the strictest recruitment standards in S.H.I.E.L.D., and quality is more important than quantity. Is he the new guy? He's a little too young, isn't he? It should be. Didn't you see he's still wearing the army uniform? I heard he's only 20 years old, and he was promoted from second lieutenant to first lieutenant in less than 12 months. Everyone sitting in the office also lowered their voices and discussed this young new guy lively. Even in S.H.I.E.L.D., where elites gather, Leon's resume can be regarded as the most impressive one. At the age of 17, he was admitted to the famous military academy Virginia Military Institute for all-round training. At the age of 19, he graduated from Virginia Military Institute with excellent grades ahead of schedule, and then immediately joined the Ranger Regiment, one of the 4 major special forces in the United States. In less than 12 months, he was promoted to first lieutenant with excellent mission performance and excellent physical fitness, and served as the deputy company commander of the 3rd Company of the 1st Battalion of the Ranger Regiment, becoming the youngest deputy company commander in history. If he had continued to stay in the Rangers, he might have broken more records. Just as everyone was curious about why he came to S.H.I.E.L.D., a burly figure stood up from his position and took 2 steps at a time to block Leon's way. Hello. Looking at the other person's tough face and the name tag on his chest, Leon quickly realized that the burly white man standing in front of him was the person he was looking for. Oh, hello. I think you are the Agent Barton that Chief Carlson mentioned. A neat short hair, a look that is more than 90% similar to Jeremy Renner, a burly figure, and all kinds of details, all exposed the identity of the person in front of Leon. Yes, I am Clint Barton. The man nodded. You are the newcomer who was transferred in this time, Leon Carlson. Yes, sir. Leon saluted. I have heard about your matter from Carlson. Although it is a bit troublesome, I will be your superior in the next 3 months. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Do you understand? Hawkeye's attitude is not very good. This was not unexpected to Leon. From the cold favorability on the other party's head, we can know what Hawkeye's attitude towards his arrival is. He understood that no matter how brilliant his resume in the Rangers was, when he came to S.H.I.E.L.D., he was a rookie who knew nothing. It was obviously a pipe dream to want respect from others before making achievements recognized by colleagues. So, he immediately closed his legs and saluted his boss. Understood. Sir. Patton looked Leon up and down, and after a moment, he retracted his scrutiny and nodded. Well, I'll take you to get familiar with the environment first, and change your military uniform that makes you look like a fool. Just after taking 2 steps, Patton seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly stopped, turned around, and said to the confused Leon. Also, we are not the army here, and we don't like saluting, so. Understood. Leaving the discussion behind, Leon followed Patton, first familiarized himself with the work environment, and then changed into a lighter S.H.I.E.L.D. uniform in the locker room. The navy blue vertical collar jacket has the S.H.I.E.L.D. Eagle logo printed on both arms. The close-fitting design and composite fiber material make the entire agent uniform look even better on Lion's tall figure, highlighting his heroic spirit. However, not long after Lion changed his clothes and sat down, a voice that could not be ignored suddenly rang out in the office. Level 5 alarm! Level 5 alarm! A hostage-taking incident occurred in Osborne Building, and support is requested on site. At the same time, a long-lost voice rang out in Lion's mind. Ding! Chapter 4, First Mission. Mission Skyscraper Rescue is released, please check it out. Before Lion had time to open the system panel in his mind and see the content of the mission clearly, he was pulled up by Clint Barton, who rushed over and shouted in his ear, "The mission is coming, follow me." With the previous instruction, Clint Barton was as excited as if he had received a dose of adrenaline. Without giving him much time to think, Lion was dragged by Clint Barton to the equipment room he had just visited not long ago. This is where combat equipment such as firearms and bulletproof vests are stored. In addition, some personal special weapons can also be found here. For example, the compound bow in Clint Barton's hand and his special arrows. Although Lion was somewhat confused about the emergency mission on his first day at work. However, the good habits he developed from serving in the Rangers for a year still made him quickly enter a state of combat readiness. He first put on a standard bulletproof vest outside the shield uniform, and then took a Glock 17 standard pistol from the wall full of various firearms, inserted it into the holster next to his thigh, and then picked up a signature M4A1 carbine, and began to pull the bolt, check the magazine, and adjust the performance of the firearm. At this moment, Clint Barton, who was standing aside, had already finished his equipment and leaned against the wall. He began to tease, "I have to say, you are really lucky." Lion was a little confused, but his hands did not stop. "Hey? What do you mean?" Hanging the M4A1 on his body, Lion thought about it, and still reached out to take out 2 silencers and put them in his tactical pocket. He had a hunch that the upcoming battle should break out inside the building. Therefore, the smaller the sound after the killing, the less likely it is to be exposed. After finishing these preparations, he heard Clint Barton's teasing. "On the first day of work, I encountered a level 5 mission, and it was the most troublesome hostage-taking. Tisk tisk tisk, I just don't know if you are ready to welcome your first mission." Lion turned around and looked at Clint Barton, and used his deep blue eyes with a strong determination to meet the other party's scrutiny. "Take the agent certificate from Chief Carlson. From the moment I received the news, I was ready." "That's good, I look forward to your performance." After saying that, Clint Barton turned and left. However, the sharp-eyed Leon still saw the inexplicable smile left by the other party when he turned around. "What does that mean?" Without waiting for Leon to figure out the meaning of this smile, he and several agents on the mission quickly came to the apron and boarded a Quinjet. It was not until he fastened his seat belt and sat in the seat of the fighter that Leon had time to check the content of the task just released. Task name: Skyscraper Rescue. Task content: rescue the hostages and kill all enemies. Task status: to be completed. Task reward: 2000 experience. The content of the task is not cumbersome, but very simple. According to the large and small tasks that Leon has taken over in the past few years, this is undoubtedly a side quest that was suddenly triggered. The characteristics of side quests are that they appear anytime and anywhere and are rich in experience. However, there is often a hidden requirement. That is, the time of the task is very short. In other words, if this mission cannot be completed quickly, the mission will fail and the 2000 experience points will disappear. Leon was not worried that his first mission would fail. After all, the leader of this team is Hawkeye, Clint Barton, who is at the peak of human physical strength. Not to mention terrorists, even superpowers or super soldiers, Hawkeye can deal with them. He is more concerned about whether he can get any benefits in this mission. Benefits other than experience. He heard that the hostages this time were held by the famous technology group, Osborne Group. Just as he was thinking about his own little calculations, the jet of the fighter jet also sprayed blue flames, and the entire Quinjet fighter jet gradually took off. From the top of the apron, a small skylight slowly opened, allowing the fighter jet to leave the hub. Through the window of the fighter jet, Leon saw the location of the hub again, a group of mountains. Since the location was kept secret, Leon was not sure where the hub, one of the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., was. However, when he saw the bustling New York in less than half an hour after flying southeast from the fighter plane, he roughly guessed the location of the hub. Maybe it was in a mountain somewhere in the central United States. The level of this sudden mission was level 5, and S.H.I.E.L.D. sent a 6-member agent team, led by Clint Barton, codenamed Hawkeye. During the not-too-short flight, Leon and his teammates exchanged names. Leon unexpectedly discovered that in this team, except for Hawkeye, who was a level 6 agent, his level was the lowest. The levels of the other 4 were all level 5. This made Leon feel a little depressed. There was no way, because he was a newcomer. On the plane, Clint Barton, the team leader of this mission, also briefed his subordinates on the mission through the headset communicator. According to the intelligence sent back by the police at the scene and the FBI, CIA, and other parties, this mission is not simple. The enemy is a group of masked terrorists who suddenly appeared. Well-trained and powerful, they attacked the Osborne Building, one of the most secure group buildings in New York, in a short period of time. Moreover, they blocked the entire building by controlling the internal monitoring system of the building. And there are more than 1,000 Osborne Group employees in the entire building. Even the chairman and president of the Osborne Group, Norman Osborne, and the group's senior executives were blocked in the building and could not escape. Such a bad situation made the police, FBI, and other departments at the scene feel constrained. Finally, they had to send a request for support to the elites of the Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Pray that these agents with special skills have a good way to break the situation. Whoosh whoosh. As the fighter planes circled around the building in mid-air, Lion's SHIELD team also had a more direct view of the current situation. Looking down at the ground of the building from the air, it can be found that the entire Osborne Building, which is towering into the clouds and full of technology, has long been surrounded by police and special police. Not only that, snipers have been arranged on the roofs of several buildings around the building, as if they are waiting for the enemy to show their heads and be hit. When Hawkeye led Lion and his men to the roof of one of the buildings, they also received further intelligence reports from the scene. Pressing the headset communication, Clint Barton, who was carrying a bow and arrow, looked at the Osborne Building in front of him and felt a headache. 20 or so armed enemies, more than 1,000 hostages. This is going to be a bit difficult. Chapter 5: A Bold Plan. Not only Clint Barton, but even Lion, who was very confident at the beginning, felt a dull pain in his temple after listening to the detailed report on the scene. It's not that he is in poor health, he is in very good health. It's just that the bad situation in front of him made his initial optimism disappear all of a sudden. Lion thought it was a novice mission, and he followed Hawkeye out for a while and then earned some experience. He never thought that this group of terrorists would play so big. More than 20 people blocked the entire building, and invisibly held all the people in the building hostage. Moreover, they didn't dare to break in directly and enter to shoot at the bandits. Who knows if they will kill 1 or 2 hostages for fun if they are unhappy. This is also why the police and special police at the scene did not dare to take any action and could only block the surrounding area of the building and wait for support. Otherwise, this kind of thing that is not within the scope of S.H.I.E.L.D's work does not require super agents like Hawkeye to take action. However, there is a good news that makes Clint Barton's frown relax a lot. There are only 20 or so people on the other side. If they are scattered in various areas, there will definitely be unguarded floors. As long as they can enter the building quietly, then quickly attack the monitoring center and take back the monitoring cameras in the entire building, it is equivalent to controlling the vision of the entire building. In this way, according to the monitoring screen, it is not difficult to defeat the enemy layer by layer and rescue the hostages. The difficulty of this kind of rescue hostage task is actually how to ensure the safety of the hostages while killing the enemies inside the building. In this case, the gangsters who hold hostages usually have something to ask for. But this time, Hawkeye didn't expect. What? They didn't make any demands or conditions. The report from the on-site FBI commander made Hawkeye frown again, and he whispered, "Why do they hold hostages?" Lion, who was standing aside, also had a thought in his mind, as if he had thought of something, and said, "Sir, I think we are all wrong." Hearing this, Clint Barton turned his head and looked at Lion, the newcomer who was on his first mission. "What do you mean?" Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, Lion did not show a panic expression. "I think the reason they need hostages is not to use hostages as bargaining chips, but keys." Keys. Everyone looked puzzled, and Hawkeye also looked thoughtful. After a moment, he said a name with a serious face, Norman Osborn. That's right. I think their purpose is very clear, it is the biotechnology of the Osborn Group. As the world's top biotechnology company, the Osborn Building stores the technological achievements of the entire group. The value of these technologies cannot be measured by money at all. And these technologies are naturally kept in a very safe place. A place that only certain people can open. Lion stepped forward, pointed at the skyscraper standing in front of him, and said firmly, "So, I think, while we are discussing how to rescue the hostages from them, they may have already got what they want." At this time, after listening to Lion's analysis, Clint Barton also played the role of captain and summarized the words of his subordinates, in other words, "We can't delay any longer." After saying that, Clint Barton also looked at Leon with an admiring look. This kid has a good brain. After figuring out the enemy's purpose, everyone, feeling that time was limited, looked at the majestic building at the same time. In the building, there was their target. However, the first problem that Clint Barton, Leon, and others had to face was how to enter the building without being discovered by the terrorists in the building. It was almost impossible to enter the building from the main door. The same was true for the roof. The other party must have foreseen that the roof would be a good place for an assault, and the other party would definitely deploy heavy troops to guard the roof. If they chose to attack on the roof, they would only be discovered by the enemy and fall into a frontal attack and defense with the other party. This was not a good choice for them and the hostages in the building. Just as everyone was discussing various ways to enter the building, Leon was attracted by the crane of the building next door. The huge yellow tower crane, with its tower arm like a yellow steel bridge across the sky, is amazing. Looking at the long arm of the tower crane, Leon suddenly thought of a bold plan. With steady steps, he came to Clint Barton's side, pointed at the conspicuous tower crane, and said, "I think we can use this big guy to enter the building." Everyone looked at the tower crane. Tower crane? Just when everyone was confused, Leon told his infiltration plan. Since the enemy has controlled the monitoring of the building, it is impossible for us to enter the building without being discovered. But Leon paused and showed everyone a charming smile. "What if we immediately take back control of the monitoring center the moment we enter the building? Tell me about your plan." Clint Barton looked at Leon, who looked confident, and said again, "It's like this, I just checked the architectural drawings of the Osborn Group building and found a very interesting place." As he said, he held a shield notebook and showed it to everyone. On the computer screen, there was a three-dimensional architectural drawing of the Osborn Group. Lion pointed to one of the floors in the building and introduced, "The 18th floor is where the monitoring center is located. According to the structure of the building and the length of the tower crane boom, if we can use the tower crane boom to move to the surface of the building, that is, the location of the monitoring center, and then break the outer wall of the monitoring center in one fell swoop, enter the building, and eliminate the enemies in the monitoring center. In this way, we can implement the rescue plan we have formulated before without anyone noticing. Control the monitoring and break it down layer by layer." After listening to Lion's plan, everyone felt that it was very feasible. However, the problem is, that is the 18th floor. If you are not careful and fall from the tower arm, you will be smashed into a meat paste. Moreover, in order not to attract attention, the number of people who will execute this mid-air infiltration plan should be small rather than large. Therefore, after everyone's discussion, the burden of executing the plan was placed on the shoulders of Clint Barton, who has the best skills, and Lion, who proposed this plan. Chapter 6: Infiltration in the Air. Whoosh whoosh. Standing on the tower boom about 200 feet above the ground, he let the whistling wind constantly invade his ears. His hair blown by the wind constantly touched the tense nerve in his heart. If he hadn't put on goggles in advance and had a heavy parachute bag on his back, Leon's heart might not be as calm as it seemed. He suddenly felt that he was just courting death by proposing this bold plan. While holding the handles on both sides tightly with both hands, Leon lowered his head to pay attention to the landing point under his feet, fearing that he would miss a step and experience the taste of free fall from more than 200 feet in the air. However, what made him feel gratified was that proposing this plan and personally doing it made Clint Barton look at him with a new eye, and his favorability also rose from cold at the beginning to harmonious. In this way, it seemed that his requirement to learn the skills of this super agent became within reach. In the past 3 years, Leon's biggest gain was not that he successfully integrated into this MCU world and truly became a member of the whole world, but that he found out what functions the favorability system that came with his travel through time and space actually had. The greatest use of this system is that it allows Leon to see other people's favorability towards him and learn various skills from others. Just like the setting of the martial arts game Tai Wu Hui Wan that he played before traveling through time and space, favorability also has levels. By making friends with various people, he roughly guessed that the favorability level of the favorability system is divided into 7 levels, from low to high: stranger, cold, harmonious, enthusiastic, like, intimate, and unswerving. When the favorability reaches the enthusiasm level, Leon can not only see the skills held by the other party, but also spend experience to learn the skills of the other party. Of course, since favorability has levels, it is impossible that skills have no high and low differences. However, the level of skills is not as easy to test as favorability. So far, he has only seen 2 levels of skills, ordinary and excellent. Among them, the ordinary level skills can be learned without any experience. This is why he was able to jump from an ordinary student with an average B score to an excellent student with an average A score on the eve of the SAT college entrance examination. Who made his friends have both poor students and academic masters. And according to his tests over the years, there must be a more powerful level above the excellent level. So, he joined SHIELD, on the one hand, to better participate in the various plots of this MCU world, and on the other hand, to use the S.H.I.E.L.D.S signboard to contact superheroes and find opportunities to learn their skills. However, he never thought that he would be classified as a subordinate of Hawkeye, one of the Avengers, as soon as he joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Speaking of Hawkeye, it is well known that he is a sharpshooter. If Leon can learn his sharpshooting skills, it will be very helpful to improve his combat power. After all, this is the man who is the best at shooting in the entire Marvel world. At this time, just when Leon was a little distracted, a naughty strong wind suddenly hit the 2 people in the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sudden strong wind made his body tremble slightly, and his feet almost missed a step. Even a good-tempered Leon couldn't help but curse, "Shit!" Hearing Leon's curse, Clint Barton, who was walking in front, stopped moving forward and asked loudly, "Leon, are you okay?" Holding the handrails on both sides tightly, in order to prevent his voice from being drowned out by the whistling wind, Leon shouted, "I'm fine, I was just scared by the damn wind." "Well, we're almost there, hold on a little longer." "Okay." Clint Barton was right. Looking forward from the boom, the outer wall of the Osborn Group building was almost within reach. However, the biting cold temperature and the whistling wind reminded the 2 people at all times that they were more than 200 feet in the air. All actions must be cautious. Taking the great risk of falling from a high altitude, it took Clint Barton and Leon about half an hour to finally reach the front end of the boom of the tower crane, which was the 18th floor outer wall of the Osborn building. Touching the outer wall of the building with his hand, Clint Barton once again gave a thumbs up to Leon's bold plan in his heart. Unexpectedly, they really succeeded. If the architectural drawings did not lie to them, the other side of this wall was the room of the monitoring center. At this time, Leon penetrated the outer wall through the thermal glasses on his head and saw the situation on the other side of the wall. 1, 2. From the feedback of thermal energy, the enemies in the monitoring center are relatively scattered, 2 on the left and 3 on the right. Lion reported to Clint Barton beside him, while taking out a disc-shaped microbomb device from the pocket of his bulletproof vest and sticking it on the outer wall. "Sir, please give orders." Clint Barton took out his compound bow from behind, and with his other hand, he tightly grasped the armrest of the tower arm and said to Lion, "The right one is mine, the left one is yours, okay?" "Understood. Then let's start." As soon as the voice fell, Lion pressed the remote control in his hand. Bang! With a muffled sound, a big hole was blown out of the outer wall of the building. The smoke caused by the explosion instantly filled the entire monitoring center. What happened? The terrorists in the room were deprived of a short reaction time by the sudden explosion. At that moment, two sturdy figures jumped in from the cave entrance. Leon rolled forward, knelt on one knee, and fired 2 shots instantly. Bang! At the same time, there were 3 subtle sounds: whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When Leon turned his head and looked to the right, he found that the 3 gun-wielding enemies on the right were lying on the floor. What they had in common was that they all had a black and sharp arrow stuck in their throats. Needless to say, this was obviously the masterpiece of the sharpshooter next to him. Seeing that all the enemies in the room were dealt with, Clint Barton patted Lion on the shoulder and smiled, "Good shooting skills. You are not bad either." Lion's answer made Clint Barton stunned for a moment, and then he laughed, "Haha, you are really an interesting guy." Lion shrugged, spread his hands, pretending to be, "I can't help it, I am so funny and humorous, many people say so." Chapter 7 Rescue Osborn. Entering the building is just the first step of this rescue mission. Lion and Barton both know that time waits for no one. The longer the time is delayed, the worse it is for them and the hostages. Therefore, after dealing with the enemies in the monitoring center, the two came to the monitoring computer and tried to lift the blockade of the entire Osborn building. Looking at the various unknown codes on the computer screen, Clint Barton was somewhat helpless. Damn it! Computers are not my strong point. At this time, Leon, who was standing aside, stretched out his hands and quickly tapped on the keyboard. A few seconds later, with his operation, a reminder message, "The blockade status has been lifted," popped up on the screen. Looking at everything happening in front of him, Clint Barton couldn't help but show a hint of surprise, looking at Leon, and asked curiously, "You also know computers?" Leon smiled back, "Well, I know a little bit." Of course, he would not tell Hawkeye that computers were just one of his strengths that were not worth mentioning. The blockade of the building has been lifted, so the backup waiting on the ground can also enter the building. Without pausing, Clint Barton immediately communicated through the headset, asking the other members of the team who had been waiting at the door of the building to enter the building together with other departments on the scene. "Lucius, you go up to the monitoring center first. The others will cooperate with the on-site departments to evacuate the crowds on each floor. When encountering the enemy, try to keep the movement to a minimum, and don't let the enemies on other floors find that we have entered the building." "Yes, sir." After giving the order through the headset, Clint Barton turned his head and saw Leon looking at one of the monitoring screens with a serious face, frowning. "What's wrong?" "I think we have to move faster." Leon pointed to the monitoring screen and said in a heavy tone, "The enemy has got the key." Clint Barton looked at the monitoring screen. In the corridor on the 38th floor, 6 masked bandits with guns were escorting a middle-aged man in a suit to the elevator. The middle-aged man was obviously the important rescue target of this mission, Norman Osborn, the founder and chairman of the Osborn Group. From this point of view, Lion's previous inference was undoubtedly correct. These masked bandits were not terrorists who simply worked for money. What they wanted was the technology of the Osborn Group. As they spoke, the terrorists took Norman Osborn into the elevator. Seeing this scene, Clint Barton immediately patted Lion on the shoulder and said, "Turn to the elevator camera. I want to know which floor they are going to." Lion controlled the monitoring panel and jumped the screen to the elevator that the group was riding. Under the surveillance of the camera, both of them clearly saw that the terrorists' destination was the 27th floor. Without waiting for Clint Barton to ask, Lion said in advance, "That is the Biotechnology Research and Development Center of the Osborne Group. It seems that we can't wait any longer." Without letting the two wait too long, Lucius, a computer expert in the special agent team, quickly rushed to the monitoring center. The moment he saw Lucius, Clint Barton immediately ordered, "You are here just in time. The enemy is taking Norman Osborn to the Biotechnology Research and Development Center on the 27th floor. Agent Lion and I are going to rescue him. You stay here to monitor and report the enemy's position to us at any time." "Yes, sir." After speaking, Clint Barton looked at Lion, who was taking out a silencer and loading a pistol, and said, "Let's go." Lion did not answer, but nodded heavily. The two walked out of the monitoring center and did not use the convenient elevator, but plunged into the fire escape. They knew that if they wanted to catch the other party off guard, they had to catch them by surprise. Running from the 18th floor to the 27th floor was nothing for Lion. Not to mention Hawkeye, a super agent who reached the limit of human physical fitness. The two sprinted and arrived at the 27th floor in just 20 seconds. However, no matter how fast, it was not as fast as the elevator. Fortunately, the corridor was a bit long, and Norman Osborn's reluctant pace made the enemy slow. "Lucius, report the enemy's position." "Sir, the enemy brought Mr. Osborn to the door of the R&D center and was about to enter the R&D center." "Okay, how is Duncan doing?" Duncan was another member of the special agent team. At this time, he was leading the FBI and special police to clear the enemy from the hall layer by layer. "We have advanced to the 12th floor, killed 8 enemies, and no hostages were injured or killed." Clint Barton was relieved to hear the good news and smiled at Leon. "Then, it's our turn next." Leon pulled the bolt and replied coolly, "It's show time." "Haha, the mission is over, we must go for a drink." After that, Clint Barton stretched out his fist and signaled to Leon, "Deal." Leon stretched out his fist and bumped fists with Hawkeye, "Deal." Looking at the actions of the two, Lucius, who was standing in the monitoring center, couldn't help but sigh, "These two people are really big-hearted." The two people who had agreed to drink pushed open the door of the fire escape and entered the 27th floor. Due to the location of the fire escape, it was right at the corner of the corridor. In addition, the change of ownership of the monitoring caused the enemies standing in the R&D center to only see the elevator without moving, but did not notice that the god of death had come to them. In front of the R&D center. "Hurry up!" the masked gangster urged Norman Osborn, who was standing in front of the password door. "Again, if you don't want your head to explode, enter the password." Norman Osborn, who was dawdling along the way, felt the cold muzzle of the gun against the back of his head, and his heart trembled, and he hurriedly quickly moved your hands. Ding! As the 8-digit login password was entered, the bulletproof door of the R&D center slowly opened. The door was opened, and seeing the various high-tech equipment in the R&D center, the masked bandits couldn't help but pause, and the muzzles of their guns aimed at Norman Osborn also shifted a lot. At this moment, "Go!" With a low roar, 2 swift figures rushed out from the corner of the corridor. That was Leon Carlson and Clint Barton. The timing of the two people's raid was perfect. The 6 armed enemies were about to enter the R&D center. So they relaxed their vigilance and all turned their backs to the 2 people who suddenly jumped out. Such a good opportunity, how could the 2 people with excellent shooting, archery, skills waste it? Bang bang bang! Swish swish swish! The sound of low gunshots and arrows breaking through the wind instantly filled the entire space. Chapter 8 Mission completed. When the gunshots rang out, Norman Osborn had not yet reacted, and several masked bandits around him fell one after another like dominoes. But he was unharmed. At this moment, Norman Osborn knew that his rescue had come. Turning around slowly, he saw the appearance of the reinforcements, a man holding a compound bow with eyes as sharp as a hawk, and a young man holding a silenced pistol with squinting eyes. From the two people's obviously different attire from the masked bandits, and the eagle-shaped badge on their arms, Norman Osborn quickly guessed the identities of the two people. They were friends, not enemies. The other party's words also verified his guess. Putting the pistol back into the holster on his thigh, Leon asked, "Mr. Osborn, we are agents of the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. You are safe now." Although he didn't know why the people from the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency came to save him. However, Norman Osborn was still very happy that he could get out of the state of being held hostage. More importantly, in this way, the confidential technology of his company was not taken away by these gangsters. Such good news made Norman Osborn, who was a little dusty, patted the dust on his suit with a relaxed look and walked towards Leon and Barton. "Thank you very much. If it weren't for you two, I might have handed over my life's work to these thugs." As he said, Norman Osborn stretched out his hand to the two. After shaking hands with the famous villain in Marvel, Leon saw that his boss Hawkeye had no intention of speaking, so he immediately said, "Mr. Osborn, you are too polite. This is just our duty." It must be said that Norman Osborn is worthy of being the helmsman of one of the major technology groups in Marvel. Even when he was held hostage by the gangsters, he did not show any panic at all. Moreover, his elegant demeanor after being rescued made people sigh, "This is a real big shot." His calm attitude in the face of danger made Leon, who knew that he would become the Green Goblin in the future, feel good about him. On the other hand, Norman Osborn was also very grateful to Leon, the young man who saved his life. He did not care about Clint Barton's cold attitude, but looked Leon up and down with his eyes. As far as he knew, the Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency was a very mysterious intelligence department. Those who could enter this department were the elite among the elites. However, the young man in front of him definitely looked no older than 23. He was able to enter this department at such a young age, and judging from his shooting skills just now, he was so skilled. This made Norman Osborn extremely curious about Leon, his lifesaver. He was very curious, were all the agents of the Strategic National Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau so powerful, or was Leon, a young man, a special case? At this time, perhaps because of the protection of Leon and Barton, two SHIELD agents, Norman Osborn had the leisure to think about the safety of other people in the company, and asked, "Excuse me, what is the situation in the building now? Have all the bandits been eliminated?" "Don't worry, we have taken back the monitoring center and lifted the blockade of the building. Moreover, the FBI, SWAT and other forces have also entered the building, and the bandits should be eliminated soon." Hearing Leon's answer, Norman Osborn seemed to put down his worries all at once. After helping the somewhat embarrassed Norman Osborn into the Biological Research Center and finding a chair to sit down, Leon returned to Clint Barton's side. Hawkeye was giving orders to other SHIELD agents through the headset. "Duncan, where are you?" "Sir, we have reached the 20th floor. Agent Leon and I have taken Osborn to the 20th floor. Ben was saved. You continue to search upwards and wipe out all the enemies on each floor as soon as possible." "Yes, Commander." "Lucius, cooperate with Duncan and don't let the enemy have the opportunity to hurt the hostages or escape, understand?" "Understood." Just after giving the order, Clint Barton heard Leon's voice beside him, "What should we do now?" Turning around and glancing at Leon, Clint Barton smiled and said, "Our mission has been completed, and the rest of the finishing work will be left to them. After all, they also have to perform in front of the taxpayers, right?" Leon nodded thoughtfully, "Oh, I understand. In fact, saving Norman Osborn, the group president, is more than half the mission of the SHIELD team led by Clint Barton. Therefore, while other hungry troops rushed to other floors of the building and pounced on the few bandits, Leon and Clint Barton also leaned against the wall of the corridor and began to rest. You are very good. Hey! Leon looked at Clint Barton with a confused look, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Are you praising me? Yet. Clint Barton nodded very straightforwardly and continued, I thought you were just a young, self-righteous kid. But I didn't expect that your performance today really impressed me. Phil is right. Hearing this, Lion seemed to realize something and then showed a surprised expression. Hey! Sir, you know that I and Clint Barton interrupted him directly, nonsense. Phil and I have been colleagues for 10 years. How could I not know that his nephew joined the bureau? Lion scratched the back of his head and showed an embarrassed expression. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hide it. It's okay, I understand. Phil told me. Clint Barton waved his hand, put it on Lion's shoulder, and said in a serious tone, this is why Phil put you under my command. Well, I understand. Lion suddenly figured out all his previous doubts. Why did Coulson transfer him to the Special Operations Department and let him follow Clint Barton? And Hawkeye's temptation to him during the mission, and the inexplicable smile when he turned and left. All this is because Hawkeye has long known that he is Coulson's nephew. Not only that, Coulson must have privately asked Clint Barton, his longtime friend, to take good care of him. Thinking of this, Lion felt warm in his heart. When he was about to speak, he was suddenly interrupted by the voice from the headset, report to the commander. The enemy has been completely wiped out, and no hostages were injured or killed. Okay, got it. Leave the scene and we will meet on the tarmac. Got it. This conversation means that the mission has been successfully completed. At this time, Leon also received a prompt in his mind that the mission was completed in time. Ding! The skyscraper rescue mission is completed, and the reward has been issued. Please check it. Chapter 9 A Rich Harvest. In order not to arouse suspicion from others, Leon did not show the joy or excitement he should have after receiving the mission prompt. However, what he did not expect was that seeing Leon so calm, Clint Barton, who was standing next to him, also gave him a higher evaluation. Since the mission is completed, it's time to say goodbye to Osborn. Leon walked into Osborn's Biological Research Center and came to Norman Osborn. Mr. Osborn, the gangsters in the building have been wiped out, and it's time for us to leave. Please take care of yourself. This country still needs people like you to defend it. After the hostage incident was settled, Norman Osborn also turned back into the person who held the power of a huge group with a market value of $200 billion. His courteous appearance and friendly smile made Lion feel like spring breeze. Especially when he reached out and held Lion's hand, and said sincerely, I don't know how to thank you. Lion wanted to shout, brother, I will follow you in the future. Judging from the bright favorability, harmony on Osborn's head, the owner of the Osborn Group was very sincere in his gratitude to Lion for saving his life and important scientific research technology. Then, we'll say goodbye first. At this time, Norman Osborn seemed to suddenly remember something, and hurriedly stopped Lion, who turned and left. Oh! By the way, I don't know your names yet. Hearing this question, Leon almost blurted out, You're welcome, my name is Red Scarf. Fortunately, he finally held back. Like I said just now, this is just our duty. Meaning, you're welcome, I'm. Leon waved his sleeves after leaving such an extremely pretentious remark, leaving no gratitude behind. Looking at the back of someone leaving, Norman Osborn's eyes were like torches, and he muttered to himself, National Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. Sometimes, the less he knows what's in the box, the more curious he is about what's in the box. The group returned by the same route in the Quinjet. Perhaps it was the joy after the mission was completed that made this journey home much faster invisibly. Not long after, everyone returned to the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., the hub. As soon as they entered the tactical hall, Leon and his group were harassed by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who kept coming to say hello, and they were at a loss. Especially Leon, a newcomer who had just joined for less than 5 hours, received the most attention in the entire team. "Is this the new guy who completed the level 5 mission on his first mission?" This was the reaction of most people when they saw Leon. Surprise, envy, recognition. All kinds of eyes were focused on him, which made him a little uncomfortable. Some people even walked up to him, patted him on the shoulder, and said something old-fashioned, "Young man, work hard, you have a bright future," and walked away. In fact, before Leon's team returned to the hub, the content of this mission was spread throughout the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. under the promotion of some people. Obviously, even S.H.I.E.L.D., which has excellent confidentiality work, cannot stop the rapid spread of internal gossip. This mission, for the rest of the team, may be just an ordinary rescue mission. However, for Leon, who was on a mission for the first time, this mission was very fruitful. Through this mission, he, who had just joined S.H.I.E.L.D., showed his superior ability as a warrior and his leaps in tactical thinking to his colleagues and superiors. A teammate who can come up with various solutions is naturally much better than a teammate who only obeys orders. Therefore, it is expected that he will be recognized and praised by everyone. Not only that, in this mission, he also personally rescued the president of the Osborn Group and unexpectedly gained the friendship from the Green Goblin Norman Osborn. This is what Leon cares more about. As early as a few years ago, he understood that the capital for his survival in this Marvel world was the favorability system with the same fate as himself. For him, favorability is equal to knowledge, equal to skills, equal to everything. Therefore, no matter who it is, as long as there is a chance to improve the other party's favorability, Leon will try his best to do anything. In a word, favorability? Just brush it. Ahem, of course, compared to the goodwill of superheroes like Thor and Captain America, the boss of the Osborn Group will not be of much help to the improvement of Leon's combat power. After all, Norman Osborn does not have any superpowers. However, it is better to have one more friend than one more enemy, isn't it? Moreover, sometimes, money is also a manifestation of strength. Take a lesson from a playboy wearing a tin can and a buddy next door who hides in a cave and plays with bats. Recognition and friendship are all relatively illusory things. What can benefit Leon immediately is naturally the reward after the task is completed: experience. Speaking of experience, Leon, who got rid of the congratulations of other colleagues in the department and returned to his seat, only then had time to check the 2,000 experience points he had received. Looking at the more than 12,000 experience points on his system panel, even Leon, who didn't like to show his emotions, couldn't help but smile like a kind old father. More than 12,000 experience points. This is enough for him to learn 12 excellent level skills, or directly learn one extraordinary level skill. For example, Hawkeye Clint Barton's sharpshooting and eye sensing. That's right, when seeing Hawkeye's favorability towards him rise from harmony to enthusiasm, Leon finally saw the skill light balls floating around Hawkeye Clint Barton's body. Russian proficiency, normal. Combat proficiency, excellent. Among them, 2 skills attracted all his attention. Those were 2 light balls shining with purple light, with the names of the skills marked on them: sharpshooting, extraordinary, and eye sensing, extraordinary. At this moment, Leon finally knew that the next level of excellence was extraordinary. Not only that, he also drew a conclusion from the colors of the light balls. Different colored light balls represent different levels of skills. The white light ball represents the normal level skills, the blue light ball represents the excellent level skills, and the purple light ball represents the super level skills. This made Leon have many questions in his mind. How strong are the super level skills? What will come after a super? Thinking of this, Leon suddenly became full of confidence in whether he could survive freely in this Marvel world. Chapter 10, Martial Arts Competition at the Slightest Disagreement. Cheers! Accompanied by the collision of 2 glasses, a clang sound was made. In the noisy bar, Leon and Barton, sitting in a corner, were enjoying their leisure time after get-off work. The dim light reflected on Leon's young and handsome face, adding a bit of confusion to him. If it weren't for Patton, a serious man, sitting opposite him, many hot girls in the bar would definitely hold their glasses, twist their seductive waists, and sit next to Leon. However, the teasing glances from a distance from time to time still made the eagle eye who was watching all directions notice the charm of his subordinate. Seeing Leon drink the whiskey in the glass in one gulp, Patton's eyes lit up. "It seems that you can drink well." "It's okay. When I was in the military academy, I drank more beer. Since I joined the Rangers, my taste has changed." After saying that, Leon also picked up the bottle and poured wine into the empty glasses of the two. Looking at the young man in front of him, Clint Barton felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Although the two had known each other for less than 24 hours, because of Coulson's relationship, as well as the calm attitude and combat skills shown in the mission, Clint Barton wanted to get to know Leon in depth. Especially when he saw the other person drinking, Clint Barton, a reserved man who didn't like to show his emotions, felt like he had met a confidant. "I've read your file. With your SAT scores, you can get into any higher education institution in the United States, but why did you choose to go to military school?" Clint Barton asked casually while touching the rim of the cup. Hearing this question, Leon was somewhat alert. This question is not easy to answer. He couldn't say that he was a soul that traveled from another world, and he also knew that this was a dangerous world full of superheroes and aliens invading at any time. In order to protect himself, he had to do everything he could to enhance his combat power. Fortunately, he knew that once he entered the huge intelligence agency of S.H.I.E.L.D., he would definitely be targeted by Hydra and the bald one-eyed dragon of S.H.I.E.L.D. Therefore, he had prepared a set of excuses for various questions that might be asked. "Oh, come to think of it, it's because of Uncle Philosophy." "Phil?" Clint Barton was a little curious. "Did Phil ask you to go to military school?" "No." Lion waved his hand and explained, "You know, Uncle Phil is a super fan of Captain America. The walls of his house are covered with posters of Captain America. And he is the only family member of mine. Under the influence of him, I naturally became interested in the army he talked about." "So that's how it is." Clint Barton nodded to show his understanding. "However, I didn't expect that I still have some talent in military operations." Lion smiled and boasted, picked up the wine glass and drank it all. "Yes, it's more than just a little talent," Clint Barton muttered in his heart. At the age of 17, he was admitted to the famous military academy Virginia Military Institute. In just 2 years, he graduated early and became the first graduate in the history of Virginia Military Institute with excellent grades in all subjects. At the age of 19, he was specially recruited into the Ranger Regiment, and broke the promotion record at the fastest speed, becoming the youngest deputy company commander. Now, on the first day of joining S.H.I.E.L.D., he planned and participated in a Level 5 rescue mission. Such an achievement is unique even in the entire elite S.H.I.E.L.D. Clint Barton was a little surprised that Leon was neither arrogant in victory nor discouraged in defeat. Few young people are so calm when they achieve eye-catching results. In this way, Coulson's task of taking care of Leon can be much easier. Thinking of this, Clint Barton suddenly thought of something and asked Leon, "By the way, I heard from Phil that when you were in the Rangers, you also won the first place in the combat special in the joint competition of the 4 major forces." After saying that, he suddenly looked up at Leon with a sleazy look like seeing a beautiful woman. Leon felt a little uneasy when he was staring at him. What's wrong?" I am familiar with the boxing room. Let me see your skills." "Hey!" Before Leon could react, Clint Barton took out a $20 bill, slapped it on the table, and then pulled Leon out of the bar. The two walked out of the bar, and under the cover of the night, they got into a black Chevrolet Suburban and drove to Queens, New York. The location of the boxing room is not far from the bar. The car drove for less than 10 minutes and stopped in front of a building that didn't look very conspicuous. Outside the door of the building, there was an old lead sign. Looking at the words on the sign, Leon couldn't help but read out loud, "Meyer Boxing Club. This is a boxing club opened by a friend of mine." After a brief explanation, Clint Barton walked into the building alone. Lion looked at Hawkeye's back, shrugged his shoulders, and followed him into the building. Following Hawkeye, who was familiar with the place, the two came to the third floor, where the boxing club was located. Interestingly, the door of the club was locked. Moreover, it was pitch black inside, and it didn't look like it was open for business as usual. "Hey? Not open today?" Lion turned around and asked Clint Barton. However, Clint Barton did not answer him, but bent down, lifted the carpet in front of the door, and took out a key. "Hey!" Looking at all this in front of him, Lion was a little confused. "How did you know there was a key there?" Clint Barton took the key to open the door and explained, "When this place is closed, it is my private time. So that's it." Entering the club and turning on the lights, the entire boxing room was in full view under the light. 3 boxing rings were arranged in a triangle and distributed throughout the space. Lion took a quick look and found that the area of the entire club was at least more than 200 square meters. Before he could figure out the entire terrain and the escape route as usual, Clint Barton took off his coat and only wore a grey vest, and could not wait to climb onto one of the largest rings. "What are you still standing there for? Come on stage." Chapter 11, Choose one of 2 extraordinary skills. Looking at Hawkeye standing on the ring without any protective equipment, Lion was helpless. "Just go on stage and fight? Don't you need to wear bandages or gloves or other protective measures?" "No, without any protective measures, your true strength can be seen." Hawkeye expressed great confidence. "You are the boss, you have the final say." Lion naturally did not comment. He took off his coat, wearing only a white t-shirt, and pulled the rope and stepped into the ring. The two stood face to face in the center of the ring, less than 1 meter apart. "What do you know? Karate, Wing Chun, Krav Maga, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Muay Thai, mixed martial arts." Hearing such an answer, Clint Barton couldn't help but frowned. "So many? You have to know that fighting is not the more styles you learn, the better." Lion smiled awkwardly. "No way, I am a person who is more studious." He couldn't just say that these are fighting skills learned from various friends and he didn't need to spend time on classes or practice. Besides, more skills are better. "Okay, then let me see your strength to win the first place in the joint fighting special of the 4 major forces." As soon as the words fell, Hawkeye took a step forward, and a punch with a whistling sound came towards him. The sudden attack made Leon's pores open instantly. When he watched the fist that had grown from small to large and was about to have an intimate contact with his handsome face, Leon reacted, his head tilted to the left. Whoosh! A gust of fist wind blew past his ears, and before Leon had time to feel it carefully, he was forced to take 2 steps back by Hawkeye's second attack. It was a powerful roundhouse kick. Leon didn't expect that Hawkeye's fighting ability was so outstanding. Just from these 2 attacks, it can be judged that even if he lost the most powerful bow and arrow, his fighting level was enough for him to crush the elites of various special forces. Of course, that does not include Leon. It really deserves to be the famous Hawkeye. After praising him in his heart, Lion's eyes condensed and he began to concentrate. The 2 attacks did not hit Lion, but aroused Hawkeye's fighting spirit. After shouting "continue," he took 2 steps at a time and attacked Lion again at a very fast pace. Facing the aggressive Hawkeye, Lion did not avoid it, but faced it directly. He first used his left arm to push away Hawkeye's attack, and then his right hand followed with a punch to the face. However, how could such a simple routine pose a threat to Hawkeye, who had a quick reaction? With just a slight dodge, Hawkeye took control of the initiative again. Pulling Leon's fist into his arms, A hidden knee strike whizzed towards Leon's lower abdomen. Leon felt that if he took this move, he would definitely be seriously injured, and it would be difficult to fight next. So, he struggled with both hands, and his left hand overlapped his right hand, turning it into a guardrail, barely blocking this powerful knee strike. Thump, thump, thump. The huge impact force forced him to take 2 steps back before he could remove it. After pulling away, Leon also frowned, gently shook his numb palms, and whispered, "What a great power!" After a few rounds of fighting, both of them began to heat up slightly, and they seemed to have entered a state of fighting. Especially Hawkeye, it has been a long time since he met such a good opponent, which made him more and more excited and hit harder and harder. However, this made Leon, a man with many skills, suffer. After a period of mutual counterattacks, he quickly realized his difficult situation. In this competition, he was at an absolute disadvantage. It was not that his fighting skills were worse than Hawkeye's, but his reaction was difficult to keep up with Hawkeye's attack frequency. Hawkeye's attack could hit him, but it was difficult for him to hit Hawkeye. In addition, Hawkeye's strength was close to the critical point of the human body, which made every attack of his full of threats. If he was hit in the abdomen or face by accident, Leon felt that he would definitely be knocked out. Therefore, facing the opponent's swift attack, he would dodge if he could, and if he couldn't dodge, he would try to use his arms to resist, so as not to be hit in the torso and lose his fighting power. Even so, he was beaten passively, and he finally lost after 10 minutes. It's so refreshing. I haven't had such a good fight in a long time. Ho ha! Ho ha! Lion, with sweat all over his face, lay on the ring without any image, panting and criticizing someone who didn't know the seriousness of the matter. "You are refreshed, but I am so tired that I can't even move my fingers." Ha ha ha! Someone laughed again. As the saying goes, you can't get to know each other without fighting. The competition between Lion and Clint Barton made the relationship between the two more harmonious. Although Clint Barton's favorability is still enthusiasm, Lion has a hunch that there is only a layer of window paper between him and the next favorability level like. After the exercise, the two leaned on the ropes of the ring and started chatting. "Your fighting skills are very proficient. Even I can't guess your next move sometimes. But I still lost. Do you know why you lost?" Hearing this, Leon raised his head and looked at Hawkeye, his eyes full of inquiry. "Why?" "Because your reaction is not fast enough. Even if I don't know what your next move is, I still predict your attack trajectory with my senses and react one step ahead." Hearing this answer, Leon rolled his eyes and complained in his heart, "Of course. If I had your skills, it's not certain who will win or lose." Hey? Thinking of this, Leon suddenly remembered that he still had more than 12,000 experience points in his pocket. Originally, he didn't use the experience to learn Hawkeye's skills immediately, and he was worried about which extraordinary skill to learn with these experiences. Because the experience requirement for extraordinary skills is 10,000 experience points. Therefore, Hawkeye can only choose one of the two extraordinary skills, sharpshooter and eye sensing, with his current experience. However, after this sparring match, Leon felt that he didn't need to worry anymore. Sharpshooter? Pass. Eye sensing is yours. Chapter 12 Trident Headquarters. The next day, Leon got up from the soft bed early. After a simple wash, he bit a homemade sandwich and hurried out. His residence is a single-room apartment in Queens, New York. This is the residence arranged for him by S.H.I.E.L.D. Although it is not big, it has everything it needs. Especially the private garage on the first floor of the apartment, so that Leon, a young man with a special profession, can put his equipment and transportation properly. As the second day of joining S.H.I.E.L.D., Leon plans to drive to Washington today. There are two reasons why we have to go to Washington, which is more than 300 kilometers away. First, we have to go to the Trident headquarters to hand in the task we completed yesterday. Report. Second, Find a place to test the extraordinary skills he just learned. That's right, before parting with Hawkeye last night, Leon gritted his teeth and learned Hawkeye's extraordinary skill-sensitive senses. At that time, as the 10,000 experience points dissipated, the purple light ball on Hawkeye's body, like a supernova explosion, turned into particles of starlight, and then slowly entered Leon's body. At that moment, Leon immediately felt the huge changes in his senses. His hearing was better, and he could hear the whispers of the tenants upstairs through the ceiling. His dynamic vision was stronger, and he could even capture the rapid flapping of a fly's wings. His sense of smell was more sensitive, and he could even smell the smell of Mexican tortillas sold a block away. The whole world seemed to suddenly become clear. Leon felt that if he had another fight with Hawkeye, he might be able to defeat him by relying on the fighting skills of various schools in his body. Of course, it is still necessary to hide his strength appropriately. Otherwise, it is hard to explain why his reaction suddenly became so sensitive. However, Leon, who had just acquired extraordinary skills, could not resist the urge in his heart and wanted to find a place to test his extraordinary skills. Coincidentally, the Trident headquarters sent a message to Clint Barton, asking him to send someone to the Trident headquarters to submit a task report. In Leon's view, this was just like someone delivering a pillow immediately when he was sleepy. Going to Trident for sightseeing and testing his extraordinary skills, by the way, is simply killing two birds with one stone. Therefore, this task was taken up by Leon, who volunteered. In this way, he drove Uncle Phil's 20th birthday gift, a newly launched silver Yamaha FZ6N, and drove all the way to the capital of the United States, Washington. A few hours later, when Leon took his agent badge, passed through layers of checkpoints, and parked his motorcycle in the open-air parking lot, what came into view was a uniquely designed yet majestic conjoined building. Is this the Trident building? Triskelion is the largest headquarters of SHIELD and the heart of SHIELD. The entire Trident building is located on a small island in the middle of the Potomac River in Washington, D.C. The island covers an area of about 1 square kilometer, all of which belongs to S.H.I.E.L.D's territory. I don't know if it's because it's the first time I came to the Trident headquarters, but Leon always feels that everything here looks very fresh. However, the well-arranged plants and the road surveillance full of technology seem to say to every guy who wants to make trouble here, hey! Be careful! This is S.H.I.E.L.D's territory. Of course, Leon, a newcomer to SHIELD, didn't care too much, but just silently observed the surrounding environment. Although it was the first time to come to the Trident headquarters, I didn't know where to go. However, Leon is not a fool. If you don't know, just ask. After asking a few passers-by from S.H.I.E.L.D. on the road, Leon soon arrived at the main entrance of the Trident headquarters building. He took out his agent badge and swiped it on the detector of the gate, and the automatic door was immediately opened. As soon as he stepped into the building, Leon found that his dress seemed to be out of tune with the people here. It was the season of spring and blooming flowers. He just put on a thin windbreaker over his white t-shirt, looking like a tourist who came to play around. It formed a sharp contrast with the staff around him, who were dressed in formal clothes and had a hurried face. As the public headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the headquarters with the strongest defense, the number of people working in the Trident headquarters accounts for almost 1/3 of the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. However, this does not mean that all the people working in S.H.I.E.L.D. are agents like Leon and Hawkeye. Researchers, logistics personnel, and even ordinary electricians and cleaners are all contributing their own strength in this huge building. With the support of hundreds of thousands of people and decades of development, S.H.I.E.L.D. has truly become the shadow of the world, the most mysterious but most powerful intelligence agency. And now, Leon has also become one of them. However, Leon was not too excited. He was now thinking about submitting the report quickly and then finding a shooting range to test the extraordinary skills he learned from Hawkeye. Can his sensitive senses make his shooting skills reach 100% accuracy? He was looking forward to it. Facing several eyes mixed with various meanings, Leon leisurely came to the consultation office and showed a charming smile to the front desk lady. "Hello, I am Agent Leon, how do I get to the intelligence department?" The black-haired lady was intoxicated by his smile, and pointed to the 2 o'clock direction in a daze, and subconsciously answered, Go over there, take the elevator, it's on the 8th floor." "Okay, thank you." After that, with a beautiful turn, Leon stepped forward. Opening his long legs, he walked towards the elevator. And all this was seen by a brown-haired beauty standing on the 2nd floor corridor, leaning on the glass guardrail. After Leon came to the intelligence department and handed in the detailed report of yesterday's mission, he immediately turned around and left under the curious eyes of the intelligence department. The brisk steps and the faint smile on his face all told Leon's inner feelings at the moment. He couldn't wait to go to the shooting range to see how fast his reaction speed and shooting accuracy could be improved by the skill of sensitive senses. After pressing the elevator button, he came to the shooting range in the basement soon. There were not many people in the shooting range. There were more than a dozen shooting windows, and only 5 or 6 people were practicing. After showing his ID, Leon picked up a Glock 17, found the nearest shooting window, put on goggles and earmuffs, and started shooting. Bang 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 bang. The gunshots continued without a pause. In just a few seconds, Leon directly poured out all 18 bullets in a magazine. Taking off the earmuffs and putting down the pistol, Leon looked at the target moving towards him, and a curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. 18 shots, all within the 10 rings. Just as Leon was intoxicated with his accurate shooting skills, a slightly cold female voice sounded behind him. "You are worthy of being the strongest newcomer." Chapter 13. Do you have a boyfriend? Top 10 on the new book list. Please vote. The strongest newcomer? In fact, the moment he took off the earmuffs, Leon noticed that there was a person standing behind him. A woman with a faint scent of perfume. However, he didn't care and just treated the other party as an ordinary bystander. However, turning around, Leon, who wanted to be modest, never expected that the person who came was actually the current director of SHIELD, Nick Fury's adjutant, Maria Hill. The close-fitting combat uniform showed the graceful figure of this young lady. The pair of light blue eyes, set off by the coldness on her face, were like an endless starry sky, which made people fascinated, and at the same time, they could not help but feel an unapproachable sacredness in their hearts. Taking off the goggles, Leon used his blue eyes that fascinated thousands of girls to look into Maria Hill's eyes and smiled softly. "You are too kind, Miss Maria. People often say that eyes are windows to the soul. You can see what kind of person this is from a person's eyes. Kind or evil, or with ulterior motives." And what Maria Hill saw in the eyes of the man in front of her was a frank sense of self-confidence. Obviously, even though they met for the first time, they both knew each other. Maria Hill didn't feel anything wrong because Leon called out her name. She crossed her arms and said in a businesslike tone, "Nice to meet you, Agent Leon." Leon didn't care about the other party's alienation at all. Instead, he extended his right hand enthusiastically and smiled with 8 teeth. "Hello, Agent Maria, very happy to meet you." Hearing that Leon didn't call her Hill like others, but called her Maria, which was more intimate, Maria Hill's brows couldn't help but frown slightly, and she immediately labeled Leon in her heart, "Playboy." Even though she didn't feel a little cold in her heart, Hill still extended her little hand and shook hands with Leon. "Oh, by the way, Agent Maria, why are you here? Are you here to practice shooting as well?" Leon completely ignored the age difference between himself and Maria Hill, as well as the different levels of authority, and just treated the other party as a colleague of the same level in S.H.I.E.L.D. Hill did not answer Leon's question, but talked to himself. "I heard that Coulson recruited a very powerful newcomer, and I happened to see you in the hall, so I came to see you." "Oh, so." Although Leon said this, he muttered in his heart, "Tisk. Who are you fooling? Do you think I don't know that you are sent by the one-eyed egg to test me? As soon as he stepped into the hall, Leon noticed a worrying look on the second floor. Although he didn't pay much attention to it, it seems that the surveillance-like sight came from the cold and arrogant lady in front of him. As Fury's adjutant, Maria Hill came to talk to him in person, naturally to a large extent because of Fury's order. Thinking of this, Leon smiled slightly. It seems that yesterday's mission made him the center of attention, and also made the boss of S.H.I.E.L.D. notice him. The attention from his boss is naturally good news for Leon, who wants to go further in S.H.I.E.L.D. However, seeing Maria Hill's face, Lion suddenly wanted to tease this sharp-minded beauty. "By the way, Agent Maria, are you free now?" Lion suddenly asked. "Well..." Hill pondered for a moment, thinking of his mission, and replied, "It's lunch time now." Hearing Hill's answer, Lion's eyes turned and suggested, "Oh, that's great. It's boring for me to shoot at targets alone, how about we have a shooting competition?" "No." Seeing Lion's shooting level, Maria Hill didn't even think about it and directly rejected his proposal. What the hell, she is not a masochist, why should she accept such a losing competition invitation? Thinking of this, Hill put a label on Lion in the little notebook in his heart, likes to show off. "Oh, okay." Lion, who failed to tease, saw Hill's helpless expression and laughed secretly in his heart. "The second wave of offensive, continue. Speaking of which, this is my first time at Trident headquarters today, and I don't know much about it. If possible, can you take me around and get familiar with the environment?" Hill naturally agreed. After all, collecting personal information about Leon also requires a certain amount of time together. Getting familiar with the environment is a good opportunity to get along. After returning the gun to the manager, Leon followed Hill and began a tour of the Trident headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Operations Department, Command Center, Equipment Warehouse, Underground Airport. After taking Leon to visit the main building, Hill also had a general understanding of the personality and style of this new agent. When talking, he likes to stare at the other person with his blue eyes, full of affinity. He talks a lot, but he is well organized and has clear ideas. He behaves like a gentleman, is sincere to women, likes to show himself in front of women, and is suspected to be a veteran in the flower field. After going around in circles, the two returned to the lobby of the main building again. At this time, Hill, who thought he had collected enough information, was also planning to end the tour. "It's getting late, then." However, Leon, who enjoyed the beauty by his side, was not willing to let her leave so soon. "Oh, I'm really sorry. It's all because of me, you didn't have lunch." "Hey? Lunch?" Before Hill could react, Leon interrupted her, "To thank you, I'll treat you to lunch." After that, Leon walked towards the cafeteria on his own. Looking at Leon's back, Hill also rolled his eyes rarely, and whispered, "Really, this guy is not finished yet." After that, Hill also followed with his long legs. The welfare of S.H.I.E.L.D. is very good, and the cafeteria is open 24 hours a day. Even after lunchtime, there are still professional chefs serving them. The two ordered some food they wanted to eat, carried the plates, and came to the seats in the corner of the cafeteria. As soon as he sat down, Leon said, "By the way, Maria, I have a question, I don't know if I should ask." "You go ahead." It has to be said that this society still looks at appearance. What's more, Leon is a standard handsome guy, and he is so enthusiastic. Even the somewhat cool Hill was touched by Leon's attitude during the conversation, and his attitude was much better than the coldness at the beginning. Even when Leon called her Maria, she didn't reject it too much. However, what she didn't expect was that Leon would be so aggressive. "Do you have a boyfriend?" Chapter 14 Nick Fury's Observation. "Hey? What did you say?" Hill thought he had heard it wrong, and looked at Leon with surprise. However, a certain guy was not shaken at all and continued, Oh, maybe I was too quiet, I mean, do you have a boyfriend? Yes, she did not hear it wrong, the question Leon asked was, does she have a boyfriend? At this moment, Maria Hill had only one thought in her mind, what the hell? She did not expect that this man with a very gentle smile would ask her about her personal feelings so directly when they first met. It seems that they have known each other for less than 2 hours. This straight ball question was like a heavy punch, directly knocking out the cold beauty Maria Hill. For a moment, she seemed to have great doubts about the information she had just learned. Who is this guy? Looking at Hill, who was in a state of brain freeze, Leon couldn't help but smile with a successful trick. He also stretched out his hand in front of Hill and shook it, concerned. Hello? Hi? Maria, are you still there? However, Hill's psychological quality is still very good. In the short after a brief shock, she quickly regained her composure and immediately asked back, Agent Leon, why do you ask such a question? Oh. I just think you are so beautiful, there must be many people chasing you, I asked out of curiosity, nothing special. Leon answered in a casual tone. In front of Maria Hill, who is 5 years older than him, Leon did not behave like a young man at all, but more like a veteran who took the initiative. Yes, although he was an ordinary young man addicted to games before crossing. But he also has a girlfriend. What's more, after crossing to this open country, he immediately won the arms of many American girls with his handsome appearance and deep blue eyes, and accumulated a lot of experience in picking girls for himself. It is not an exaggeration to call him a veteran in the flowers. Even the cold Maria Hill was a little flustered by him and didn't know how to answer. Just as the atmosphere was gradually developing in an inexplicable direction, Hill's mobile phone suddenly rang. Ring, ring, ring. The sudden ring of the cell phone was like a life-saving straw, appearing in front of Hill. She stood up suddenly, took out her cell phone, and gestured to Leon. Excuse me, I have to answer the phone. As soon as the voice fell, she ran away from this situation that made her at a loss. After finding an empty corner, Hill calmed down and then answered the phone. Hello? Sir, it's me. How is it going? The only person who can be called Sir by Hill, an 8th level agent, is naturally the one-eyed egg Nick Fury, who has 10th level authority and knows everything about SHIELD. Hill was promoted to level 9 when he served as captain during the Battle of New York. It's basically done. I'll go over and report to you now. Then, she hung up the phone, returned to her seat, and immediately said goodbye to Leon. I have something to deal with. I'm leaving first. Goodbye. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and left, leaving Leon with a confused look on his face. Half an hour later, the director's office. Nick Fury sat on a chair, looking at the information on the table, and asked his subordinate standing in front of him, do you mean that this is a dangerous factor, which may pose a threat to SHIELD because of women's problems? Hill stood straight, hesitated for a moment, and answered, maybe. Maybe, it's not a word I like. Nick Fury put down the information in his hand, propped his elbow on the table, crossed his fingers, and stared at Hill with his only remaining eye. I think you should get to know him more deeply, instead of just judging what kind of person he is based on his words. Hill remained silent. I received your report, go out first. Yes, sir. After Hill left the office, Nick Fury sighed slightly and picked up the information on the table again. If Leon saw this information, he would definitely say with a smug look on his face, I knew it. The name on the information was Leon Carlson. This is a document about Leon Carlson. It records all the experiences and details about Leon from being admitted to the Virginia Military Academy, joining the Rangers, to joining SHIELD. It can be said that this information is equivalent to every bit of Leon's past 3 years. Not only that, in addition to this life resume, there are also several evaluation reports about Leon on the desk. Clear-minded, calm, and measured. Kind to others, good relationships with the opposite sex. Outstanding combat skills, varied command skills. Personality, way of doing things, combat capabilities, and intelligence collected from all aspects are telling Nick Fury a fact: this is an outstanding agent who is very worthy of training. However, Nick Fury's heart is still somewhat unpredictable. He doesn't know whether his decision is correct. Leon was not wrong. Hill's temptation came from Nick Fury's order. This is one of Nick Fury's observations of him. And such observations began as early as 3 years ago. In fact, the reason why Leon was transferred to S.H.I.E.L.D. is because the current internal situation of S.H.I.E.L.D. is somewhat delicate. The world situation is gradually getting worse, and the price paid for protecting peace is getting higher and higher. Casualties are inevitable in wars hidden in the shadows. Even S.H.I.E.L.D., which has the support of the World Security Council, cannot guarantee that every agent who goes on a mission can return safely. Especially the consumption of elite agents makes them feel extremely heartbroken. With the retirement of the previous generation of elite agents, the new generation of elite agents seems to be a bit lacking. There are very few elite agents who can stand on their own in S.H.I.E.L.D. today. Apart from Phil Coulson and Maria Hill, who are more tactically significant, Barbara Morse, Mockingbird, Clint Barton, Hawkeye, and Melinda May, Iron Knight, are the few good cards that Fury has in his hand. Talent is always the most valuable asset in a protracted war. For Fury, who has his own plans for the future, such a talent reserve is far from enough. Because of this, a young man named Leon came into his sight. Chapter 15 Key Training Targets. The first time Fury saw Leon was in the hospital. At that time, Leon, who had just crossed over, had just digested the shocking news of crossing over, and was startled by Coulson and Fury, who suddenly came to visit him. Fortunately, after accepting the most shocking news of crossing, Leon's psychological endurance has also been greatly enhanced. Leon's calmness surprised Fury, who met him for the first time. He had never seen a teenager who could be so calm after a car accident. It was this quick meeting that made Fury interested in Coulson's nephew. And this interest made him start to send people to pay attention to this young man named Leon. Unknowingly, 3 years have passed. Fury was very glad that he did not make a mistake at the beginning. Leon's growth rate is simply jaw-dropping. This is why Fury transferred him from the Rangers. To put it nicely, it's a transfer; to put it bluntly, it's a robbery. After all, how could the Rangers give up such an excellent warrior so easily? And Leon, who just joined S.H.I.E.L.D., did not disappoint him. On the first day of reporting, he perfectly solved a difficult level 5 mission. Although Hawkeye deserves some credit, his outstanding performance cannot be overshadowed. Fantastic tactics, excellent combat and execution, calm mind, and ease in dealing with people. He has all the qualifications to be independent. All he lacks is an opportunity for him to perform. However, Fury is still a little hesitant about whether to give this opportunity. Fury thought about it and still felt that if he couldn't make a decision alone, he could listen to the opinions of his subordinates. One person's plan is short, 2 people's plan is long. He did it as soon as he thought of it. He immediately pressed a button on the desktop, and with a beep, a virtual projection video screen appeared in front of him. Encrypted channel, authorized person, Nicholas J. Fury. With a mechanical female voice saying confirm, the channel is encrypted, Fury connected to the first person to listen to opinions. Clint Barton. As Leon's direct superior and a companion who has been through life and death together, Clint Barton is naturally the person who is most familiar with Leon in the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. Clint Barton was well prepared for the questions from his superiors. I think with his ability, as long as he trains well, he will soon be able to take charge of his own affairs, and even surpass me, which is not a problem. Moreover, I have a feeling that I always feel that his potential is more than that. If you trust him, he may give all of us a big surprise. Hawkeye's words are somewhat biased in his evaluation of Leon. From this, it can be seen that in just one day, Leon's relationship with him has become much closer. Hearing these words, Fury also gave a thumbs up in his heart for Leon's strong affinity. Well, I understand. After hanging up the video call, Fury connected with another person who had a closer relationship with Leon, Phil Coulson. What do you think of what I told you before? Hearing the question from his own director, Coulson naturally understood it. Coulson in the video projection frowned, thought for a moment, and then answered. I think, is this too fast? I know you think highly of Leon, and I understand that our current situation is a bit stretched. However, he has just joined the Bureau not long ago. If he is asked to perform a solo mission so soon, isn't it too risky? From Coulson's words, it can be heard that he cares about his nephew very much. Although he has excellent combat skills, he is more like a frontal charge than an agent lurking behind the enemy. He has not yet mastered a lot of professional knowledge. Whether he can do it is also a question. Well. Fury pondered for a moment, and finally replied, I know. Ding. After hanging up the call, Fury supported his chin with his right hand and started thinking again. After listening to the opinions of several people, Fury had a deeper understanding of Leon and made his own choice. He thought that he should wait and see for a while to see how Leon performed. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Forcing the growth of seedlings is not a good thing for a young man with great potential. However, one thing is certain, Leon Coulson has been listed as a key training target by the boss of S.H.I.E.L.D., One-Eyed Peel Egg. This is both a good thing and a bad thing for Leon. On the other hand, Leon didn't know that he had become a future star in Fury's eyes. After finishing his meal in the cafeteria, he did not leave the Trident headquarters immediately, but recalled Hill's guidance and walked slowly towards a certain area of S.H.I.E.L.D. After walking through the passages between the buildings for a few hundred meters and seeing how neat the surrounding green environment was, Leon came to a place that he was very interested in. Looking at the low-rise buildings that looked a bit historic, the nerds, the men and women with glasses coming and going, and even the strong academic atmosphere in the air, Leon couldn't help but smile. This is it. The most difficult department to enter S.H.I.E.L.D., the Science and Technology Department of S.H.I.E.L.D. Looking at everything in front of him, Leon suddenly remembered a joke, took out his agent badge from his pocket, and muttered to himself, although I don't have a doctorate, but I have this, the security guard should let me in to take a look, right? It turns out that his idea was right. After seeing the photo on his badge and the metal detector, the security guard waved his hand and let him in directly. Walking into the Ministry of Science and Technology, Leon seemed to be back on the university campus again. Unlike Leon, who was wearing a leather jacket, a t-shirt and a pair of sunglasses, the people here all devoted their time to the research projects at hand. The students who looked down at the report, held several thick books in their hands, and discussed quantum mechanics and magnetic field research and other advanced knowledge in groups of 3 or 2 undoubtedly made Leon feel again that he did not belong here. However, he did not care about his incompatibility, but just sighed in his heart and began to wander around aimlessly. It must be said that as a gathering place for the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. technology talents, there are still many familiar faces. Leon, who had just passed by Agent Weaver, the head of the Ministry of Science and Technology, immediately saw a man and a woman arguing not far away. Wow! Looks like today is my lucky day. Chapter 16 Fitzsimmons. Your crystal nucleation process is just a theory, and it's still a long way from being put into practice. I know, but I'm sure it will be put into use faster than your delivery mechanism. A&D. Nonsense. My delivery mechanism has entered the late testing stage, and it will be ready soon. Yes, it's been a week since you said that last time. In the busy corridor, a thin boy with short curly hair was arguing fiercely with a brown-haired girl. As for the content of the argument, Leon didn't understand it at all. Judging from the reactions of the people around, the argument between the two seemed to be a daily routine here. This did not prevent Leon from seeing these two familiar and slightly immature faces, with a slight nostalgia in his eyes and a slight upward turn of the corners of his mouth. Leo Fitz. And Gemma Simmons. Sometimes, fate is really wonderful. Coming to the Ministry of Science and Technology was just a temporary idea of Leon. However, he did not expect to meet the strongest technology duo of S.H.I.E.L.D. so soon. Fitzsimmons. It seems that during this period of time, the two who were studying at the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy have already become good friends. Looking at the two people whose quarrels were very interesting, he suddenly had an idea: why not go up and say hello? Just do it when you think of it. Without thinking too much, Leon lightly straightened his clothes and walked towards the two people. Do you understand physics? Haven't you heard of Archimedes' principle? I just want you to pay more attention and don't let these useless things occupy our laboratory. Just as the two were arguing, an abrupt voice interrupted. Hey! Guys, are you okay? The interruption of an outsider made Leo Fitz and Gemma Simmons come back to their senses from the academic discussion. The two looked at the person who disturbed them at the same time, a man who obviously did not belong to the Ministry of Science and Technology. Looking at the puzzled eyes of the two, Leon Mahay smiled kindly. Hi. My name is Leon Carlson, from the Special Operations Division. Although it was a bit confusing, the two of them greeted each other very politely. Hello, I'm Leo Fitz. Oh, hello, my name is Gemma Simmons. What can I do for you? Compared to Fitz's shyness and introversion, Simmons is more outgoing. When the two are together, it is obvious that Simmons has the dominant right to speak. I'm sorry to bother you. I just saw that you seemed to be arguing, as if you were about to fight, so. Leon explained his purpose. Hey! Hearing Leon's words, the two looked at each other first, and then laughed at the same time. It was Leon's turn to feel confused. Hee, I'm really sorry, we are not laughing at you, but we think you are really funny. Simmons covered his mouth, chuckled, and waved his hand to explain. Hey? Interesting. Lion was confused. Yes, you may not know that we were not arguing just now. That was just our normal state when discussing various research. Even the somewhat dull Fitz smiled and spread his hands helplessly, although, it looked like a quarrel. Everyone in the entire college, whether teachers or students, knows that the two of us have some special ways of communicating, so no one will think that we are going to fight and come up to stop us like you do. That's why we are laughing. The two of them explained the matter quickly after talking to each other. Oh, that's how it is. Lion was not embarrassed for expressing his wrong feelings. He just shrugged and said self-deprecatingly, it seems that I still need to study to keep up with your genius way of thinking. Perhaps it was Lion's attempt to stop the quarrel that won the favor of the two, or maybe it was Lion's smile that made the two feel that he was a very easy-to-get-along person. Fitz, who never liked to joke in front of strangers, immediately followed up with a sentence, oh, maybe you will never catch up. Ha ha ha. This somewhat cold joke made Leon laugh from the bottom of his heart. That's right, after a short conversation, he was sure that the two people standing in front of him were the smartest scientific duo of S.H.I.E.L.D. Being able to have in-depth contact with these characters who once only existed on the screen was a completely different feeling for Leon, an alien. This made him feel happy all of a sudden. By the way, Leon, you just said that you are from the Special Operations Department, so are you a field agent now? Yes. Then do you have any mission to come to the Science and Technology Department today? Simmons asked. Well, to be honest with you, today is my second day in the bureau. What? Really? Obviously, Leon's words surprised both of them. Yes, I came to Trident headquarters today mainly to submit yesterday's mission report, and to visit the headquarters and get familiar with the environment. Yesterday's mission report. Fitz keenly caught the key words, and then asked curiously, in other words, you participated in a field mission on the first day you joined. Yet. Lion imitated Fitz's spreading his hands just now, with a helpless look on his face. No way, lucky guy, that's me. Seeing Lion's arrogant look, Fitz and Simmons couldn't help laughing again. Ha 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 ha. The smile made the distance between each other closer without knowing it. At this moment, Fitz slapped his head and suddenly suggested, by the way, didn't you say this is your first time to Trident? It happens that we don't have classes later, how about the two of us as your guides, take you to visit the academy? Oh! This is a good idea. I agree. Simmons on the side also smiled and agreed. Faced with the enthusiasm of the two, Leon was not polite. Then I'll trouble you. Then, let us take you to see our laboratory first. After that, the scientific duo took a happy step and began to tour the academy with Leon, the guest. Seeing Fitz and Simmons, who have always been inseparable, taking Leon, an outsider, around, many students were very surprised. Even Agent Weaver, the director of the academy, couldn't help muttering when he saw this rare and fresh scene. Who is this young man? Chapter 17 How to Make a Caring Uncle. Boom boom. Under the night, the sound of the speeding motorcycle was particularly harsh. Accompanied by the restless sound of the engine came to an abrupt end. Leon finally ended his long journey of several hours and returned from Washington to New York and to his apartment building. He pushed his silver Yamaha FZ6N into the garage, threw it, and hung the car key accurately on the hook on the wall. His shoes squeaked on the wooden steps. The sound of neighbors enjoying a delicious dinner came to his ears. However, these noises did not interrupt Leon's thoughts of recollection. This trip to the Trident headquarters was very rewarding for him. Not only did he meet the cold and elegant Maria Hill, but he also got familiar with the environment of the Trident headquarters while teasing her. Moreover, while strolling around, he unexpectedly met Fitzsimmons, the scientific duo of S.H.I.E.L.D. For Leon, this day is undoubtedly a day worth celebrating. Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly frowned and stopped. Looking up, he was standing in front of his apartment without realizing it. However, the faint heartbeat coming from the apartment and the light coming through the crack in the door were telling a fact: there was someone in the apartment. At this moment, Leon's mind was working frantically, trying to find out the identity of the person from various clues. Soon, after eliminating all the impossibilities, he came to the most likely conclusion: a Hydra person. When he thought of this, he subconsciously touched his waist, but found nothing. At this time, he realized that he didn't seem to have a gun on him. Damn it! After cursing in a low voice, Leon immediately gave up the idea of running to the garage to get a gun, and slowly squatted down and took out a thin flying knife from under the carpet in front of the apartment door. As a new agent, you always have to prepare one or two plans B. Standing in front of the door, Leon, with a serious face, held the flying knife tightly in his right hand, but slowly twisted the door handle with his left hand, trying not to make any sound and alarm the enemy inside. As he expected, the door that was originally locked had already been opened. With a gentle push, he immediately saw the enemy standing in the living room. At the same time, the other party also saw Leon sneaking in with his butt sticking out. With the help of the light, both of them could see each other clearly. Leon. Uncle Phil. 5 minutes later. Ha ha ha. Sitting on a chair in the restaurant, Leon bit his pizza while looking at Carlson, who was laughing non-stop, with a helpless look on his face. Okay, you've been laughing for a few minutes, and the pizza is almost cold. After saying that, he directly picked up a piece of pizza and stuffed it into Carlson's mouth. Carlson, who was stuffed with pizza by his nephew, was not angry. Instead, he happily took the pizza and started to bite it. I didn't expect that you were so vigilant. It was really a wise choice to transfer you to the bureau. Carlson said with emotion while eating pizza. How dare you say that? Lion, who looked indignant, seized the opportunity and complained, "Who told you to come to my house without contacting me in advance?" I almost threw the flying knife in my hand. After scolding Carlson for a few words, Lion remembered to ask the other party's purpose. "By the way, why did you come to me without even notifying me, and brought my favorite bacon pizza? Did something happen?" It's not Lion's fault for being suspicious, but Carlson's sudden appearance in his own home was a little unusual. However, it turned out that he thought too much. Carlson looked at Leon, who was puzzled, and then smiled. "What's the matter?" "I came to see my nephew. Do I need approval?" That's true." Leon was speechless. "Just when I passed by the pizza shop just now, I suddenly remembered that you had just joined S.H.I.E.L.D. and I hadn't had time to celebrate with you. So I brought your favorite bacon pizza and had a pizza party with you. Besides, I promised your parents that I would take good care of you." The last sentence was full of determination. When talking about Leon's parents, Carlson's face obviously showed a sad look. And Leon, who was sitting next to him, patted Carlson's hand gently at the right time and comforted him. "I know, my dear uncle." Before crossing over, Leon's parents lost their precious lives in a major car accident. As a result, Leon, who was young, became an orphan. Fortunately, at that time, he had his uncle Carlson by his side, so he did not become a child with character defects. After Leon replaced Leon, the first person he came into contact with was Carlson. 3 years of getting along made him. He had long regarded Carlson as the only relative he could rely on in the world. Therefore, seeing Carlson reminiscing about the past and falling into sadness, Lion also felt the same. Under Lion's comfort, Carlson quickly recovered and turned into a caring uncle at lightning speed. "Is work going well? How is your relationship with your colleagues?" All kinds of trivial questions, like a string of cannons, sprayed out of his mouth, making Lion unable to resist. Lion was stunned. He really wanted to ask Carlson, "Uncle, have you been to the Celestial Empire?" He changed his face so quickly. There was no way. He regarded Carlson as his only relative, and so did Carlson. So, even though he knew he shouldn't ask so many questions, the sense of responsibility deep in his heart drove Carlson from a good old man to a nagging old woman. However, it was still good to feel that someone cared about him. At least, for Leon, who felt that he did not belong to this world, Carlson's concern made him feel more at home. However, what Leon never expected was that in addition to caring about his daily life, Carlson also revealed some work information to him between the lines. For example, "You must work hard to perform, Director Fury has high expectations of you. Follow Agent Barton recently, study hard, learn more Russian, learn one more language, it will be very useful for your future missions. The situation is really not stable recently. In Brazil, the military has sent a helicopter squadron to hunt down a doctor. In the Middle East, the warlords have been fighting fiercely recently, and several agents lurking there in the bureau have been killed in the war." These intelligences allow Leon to better understand the changes in the current situation and the movements of certain people. For example, a doctor who was chased by the military. Poor Comrade Banner. Chapter 18 Osborn's Invitation. Having just joined S.H.I.E.L.D., Leon, a rookie, naturally did not have the power to act alone like Hawkeye. However, even so, his days were extremely fulfilling. I don't know if it was Fury's arrangement, in order to make him familiar with the special job of an agent as soon as possible. In the next 2 months, Leon basically did not stop for a moment, flying around the world with Hawkeye all day, performing various tasks. Infiltrating, collecting intelligence, seizing documents, killing terrorists, etc., all kinds of things within the scope of an agent's work, he did it all. Various tasks brought him not only an understanding of the work of an agent and mission experience, but also the considerable experience points that made him smile. In 2 months, Leon gained up to 12,000 experience points by completing several tasks issued by the system, Without even thinking about it, he used 10,000 of the experience points to learn another extraordinary skill, marksmanship, from Hawkeye Clint Barton. In this way, the combat power brought to him by his skills is enough to make him the second Hawkeye. However, the improvement in combat power did not cover up the burden and pressure brought to him by the continuous tasks. Especially when he came back from the warlords' melee in the Middle East, that heavy feeling has been with him for a long time. Those crying faces under the flames of war made him ask himself, is everything he did helpful to the world? He didn't know. He only knew that he needed some time to stop and adjust his mentality. Look, Leon, who had just returned from a mission on the other side of the world, was sitting in the driver's seat, driving a Quinjet, while complaining to Hawkeye, who was sitting in the fighter and wiping various arrows. Boss, do we have holidays in this job? Clint Barton did not even raise his head when he heard Leon's 13th question. He continued with his work and replied to him with the same answer for the 13th time, yes and no. Leon rolled his eyes and said helplessly, so is there or not? Your answer is equivalent to no answer. Clint Barton continued to explain to him without paying attention to Leon's little emotions. You know, this is not up to us, but a question that our superiors have to weigh. As long as they say that we can take a vacation, then we have a vacation. But once they say that the world still needs us and the country still needs us, we must not leave even a step. If the world needs us, we must be free. This is the responsibility of this job. Bala bala. The two of them had been through thick and thin together for 2 months, and Leon had learned a lot about Clint Barton. He liked black, he liked to drink tequila, likes to take out family photos from his pocket and stare at them before going to bed. You ask how Leon knew this? When the two were performing undercover missions in the wild, they had already slept together countless times. Even Clint Barton revealed some information to Leon about his family, which he had never mentioned to outsiders. It is conceivable how close the relationship between Leon and him was. After getting along with each other, Leon unexpectedly discovered that this buddy who didn't talk much was a good friend of his Uncle Phil, and there was a reason for it. Different from Coulson's idealism and the lofty beliefs in his heart, everything Clint Barton did was driven by a strong sense of responsibility. Whether it was for the country or for his family, he was willing to give everything for them. This may be another important reason why Fury and Coulson arranged Leon under his command. During a long flight, only chatting can make time pass faster. After setting the Quinjet to autopilot mode, Leon stood up from the driver's seat, stretched his body, and came to Clint Barton, who was concentrating on wiping the arrow. By the way, there is something I want to tell you. Go ahead. 2 days ago, I suddenly received a call. Guess who called? Leon did not give the answer immediately, but kept it a secret. I'll give you a hint. You and I both know him. Before Lion finished his hint, Clint Barton interrupted him, it's Norman Osborn. Hey! The correct answer made Lion stunned, and then he asked in confusion, how do you know it's him? Then, he suddenly hugged himself with both hands and looked at Hawkeye in horror, did you eavesdrop on my phone call? Clint Barton smiled and ignored Lion's dramatic performance. He continued in a calm tone, not only that, I also know that he called you to invite you to his big house to attend his birthday party. Lion frowned, feeling that things were not that simple. However, Clint Barton's next answer eased his frown a lot, he also called to invite me, but I refused. In other words, this is just a small reward for us saving his life last time. It should be. Clint Barton nodded in agreement. But I remember that I didn't tell him what our names were. How did he know that the people who saved him were the two of us? Lion raised his doubts again. Don't forget, he is the president of the Osborn Group. A very meaningful sentence made Lion suddenly realize. Also, as the head of the Osborn Group, Norman Osborn's intelligence sources are all over the world, and he has contacts with the military and the government. It's not too easy to check 1 or 2 people. At this time, Lion seemed to suddenly remember something, and looked at Clint Barton in confusion. Hey, no. Why did you refuse? This is a very good opportunity to relax. I have something to do. Besides, I have no interest in this kind of capitalist pretentious party. Clint Barton's tone seemed to be a little disdainful. However, such an answer made Lion even more curious, and he continued to ask, "What can you do? Or did Director Fury give you another task in private?" Seeing the deep inquiry in Lion's eyes, Clint Barton's face suddenly showed a trace of unnaturalness, and he put down the arrow he was wiping casually. "No, it's mainly. Lola is about to give birth, so I want to take a leave and go back to accompany her for a while." "Ah? Really? Lola is about to give birth?" The unexpected answer made Lion excited and danced with joy. Only he knew that this news was like a flawless light, shining directly on his heart covered with dust from killing, crying, and death. Some negative energy disappeared instantly. "Is it a boy or a girl? What's his name? Can I see his photo then?" Leon asked hurriedly. "It's a boy, his name is Callum." In the Cold Fighter, two elite agents who had just completed their missions talked about children. Chapter 19 Mission and Party, please recommend. With the landing of the Quinjet, the two-person team of Leon and Clint Barton returned to the hub again. "Give my regards to Lola." "I will." After saying goodbye to Clint Barton in the tactical hall, Leon was about to take the elevator to the intelligence department to submit the report on this mission. Who knew that as soon as he turned around, he saw Coulson was walking towards him. Judging from his straight walking route, Leon was sure that he was coming to find him. Sure enough. "Leon, come with me." Coulson, who passed by Leon, did not stop, but continued to walk somewhere. And Leon followed him in confusion. What kind of plane? So mysterious. While muttering in his heart, Leon followed his uncle to an empty meeting room of SHIELD. After the two entered, Coulson closed the door casually. Seeing Coulson's behavior, Leon's expression suddenly became serious. What happened? Coulson noticed his face, smiled immediately, waved his hand and said, "Don't be so nervous, it's just a small task, I want to tell you about it." "Well, go ahead." Leon's expression eased a little, and then asked, "Did you receive a party invitation from Norman Osborn?" After 2 months at S.H.I.E.L.D., the more Leon learned about this intelligence organization, the more he lamented how huge and unfathomable this organization was. Everything he saw might be just the tip of the iceberg of this mysterious and huge organization. Especially Director Fury, he gradually changed the first impression he got from the movie in his previous life. This one-eyed egg is definitely not as insignificant as in the movie. His intelligence ability alone is enough to make him the person who knows the most secrets on Earth, no one else. Therefore, when Leon heard Coulson talking about the party invitation, he was not surprised at all, and just nodded. "That's right, do you remember your first mission?" "Of course. Based on our previous investigation and the mission report you submitted at that time, we are sure that this hostage incident is not simple." "Oh." Leon looked at Coulson with interest. "Why?" Although he felt that there were many doubts at the time, due to too little intelligence, all the terrorists were wiped out. Therefore, Lion's desire to learn more about the matter ended up in vain. After hearing Coulson's story, Lion recalled the events of that time. "According to our investigation, what these terrorists want is a research project that the Osborn Group is developing, called cross-racial inheritance. And only 2 people have all the research data for this project. One of them is Dr. Curtis Connors, the head of research and development. He happened to go to Zurich to attend a medical conference when the hostage incident occurred, so he escaped the attack this time. And the remaining person is Norman Osborn, the president of the Osborn Group. Therefore, we have reason to believe that there must be someone behind these terrorists." After listening to Coulson's explanation, Lion roughly understood the situation, touched his smooth chin, and pondered, "Well, then you want me to go to the party and collect intelligence to see if I can find out who is behind this? Yes. Take this opportunity to contact Osborne and see if he knows who wants this research. Coulson patted Lion on the shoulder and smiled, I'll leave this matter to you. Okay, I'll be careful and try not to have so much fun. A few days later, Lion wore a well-dressed suit, combed his messy brown hair into a slicked-back style, and drove the black Chevrolet Suburban provided by Shield all the way to Long Island, New York. As one of the wealthy areas in New York, Long Island has a beautiful environment and a pleasant climate. It is considered one of the most habitable areas in the world. Therefore, many wealthy people like to buy properties here. The Osborne family's mansion is also located here. Driving to a huge manor in Suffolk County, Long Island, Lion took out the invitation letter and quickly passed the security check outside and entered the manor. Driving through a straight avenue, Lion finally came to the parking lot outside the Osborne family's mansion. After parking the car and turning off the engine, Lion got out of the car and ignored the numerous high-end sports cars and luxury cars parked around him. He straightened his tie and looked at the mansion that was just around the corner. Typical capitalist style, but I like it. Lion muttered in a low voice, and then took a step and walked towards the mansion. When he arrived at the gate, a middle-aged man who looked like a butler was very sharp-eyed. Before Lion walked to the stairs, he left the guests he was greeting and greeted him, "Oh, Mr. Coulson, it's a great honor for you to come, please come in." "Oh, thank you." After politely returning a smile, Lion stepped into the Osborne family's villa. From the outside, this is a typical French retro villa. Fresh and bright, with a sense of order, it is elegant and romantic. The decoration style inside is closer to the European style. Gorgeous decoration, strong colors, and exquisite shapes make the whole space elegant and luxurious. The hall is already crowded with people from all walks of life. Rich businessmen, Wall Street elites, and government officials can all be found here. As the one with the least bank deposit among these people, Leon has perfectly integrated into these people. Perhaps it is the change of time travel, or the benefits brought to him by the favorability system, that has made Leon, a young man who was not very sociable in his previous life, become a master of actively integrating into social activities. After coming to the bar and taking a glass of martini, Leon admired the structure of the whole house while walking through the crowded hall and came to the second floor. According to his observation, the second floor is the best view position to observe the entire space. Gently sip the wine in the glass. The light spiciness immediately occupied his taste buds. However, the mellow taste after the spiciness is endless aftertaste. Just as Lion was quietly enjoying his leisure time, suddenly, his ears moved slightly and he heard a slight sound of footsteps. His keen perception told him that someone seemed to be approaching him from behind. Judging from the strength of the footsteps, the amplitude of the steps, and the frequency of breathing, this was a boy between a child and a teenager. Before Lion turned around, a young boy's voice came from behind him. "Are you the one who saved my father?" Chapter 20 Good Friends Who Love and Hate Each Other. The party has not started yet. And as the protagonist of tonight, Norman Osborne, has not appeared yet. However, Lion met another owner of this mansion. Turning around, standing in front of him was a blond boy who was as tall as his waist and combed his short hair shiny. From the address just now and the custom-made small suit he was wearing, Lion quickly guessed the identity of the blond boy in front of him, Harry Osborne. The future heir of the Osborne Group, the only son of Norman Osborne. These heavy titles may still be unbearable for a 10-year-old boy. From the boy's efforts to pretend to be a little adult, we can know that the various gazes he receives in daily life have made him understand his identity and status early. However, this look is somewhat cute in Lion's eyes. Half squatting, with his eyes parallel to the other party, Lion looked into the other party's eyes and asked with interest, "You are Mr. Osborne's son, little Harry?" However, the boy's answer was a bit arrogant. "You haven't answered my question yet." To deal with this naughty child who has not received much love from his father since childhood, Lion has his own way. He first reached out and patted the other person's head as if in a prank, then imitated the other person's previous behavior and said, "You haven't answered my question yet, little guy." Harry Osborn seemed to be frightened by Leon's bold move, and his tense little face suddenly became a little uneasy. He vaguely felt that the young man in front of him was not like those people who had a false smile on their faces and flattered their mouths just to leave a good impression in front of his father. This made him feel fresh and a little at a loss. Looking at the hesitant little Harry, Leon took the initiative to stretch out his right hand and smiled. "My name is Leon Carlson, you can call me Leon, what about you?" Harry Osborn looked at the big hand handed over, then raised his head slightly and looked into Leon's eyes. There seemed to be nothing but friendliness in those blue eyes, which made little Harry reach out his little hand and hold it with that warm big hand. "Well, my name is Harry Osborn." After shaking hands, little Harry seemed to become more introverted, and even spoke a lot softer. "You haven't answered my question just now." Lion slapped his head. "Oh, yes, I am the one who saved your father." "But how did you know? Did you hear it from your father?" Little Harry was silent for a moment before answering. "Alfred told me." "Hey!" Hearing this familiar name, Lion raised his eyebrows and asked tentatively, "Alfred, isn't he your butler?" He knew very well that a certain old man named Alfred was the most popular butler, no one else. Little Harry stared at him with a puzzled look. "Hey! How do you know Alfred is my housekeeper?" This answer made Leon speechless, and he complained in his heart, "My God, how come all housekeepers are called Alfred these days? Nice name, grab a big one, can't you just call him anything? Charles, John, etc. Even if he is called Jarvis, it's not impossible." If he hadn't lived in this world for more than 3 years and had never heard of the Wayne family in Gotham, Leon would have thought he had come to the wrong DC studio. Adjusting his mindset, Leon looked at Harry Osborn again. "What do you want to see me for?" "Well, nothing, I just want to see what kind of person the person who saved my father is." Leon smiled and spread his hands. "Now that you have seen it, how do you feel? Do you think I am awesome? After all, no matter how precocious he is, Harry Osborn is just a 10-year-old child with a strong curiosity." After hearing about Leon's deeds from the butler, he was driven by curiosity to come and see what the young man with excellent skills looks like. However, even though he had a good impression of Leon, whom he had just met for the first time, he still couldn't let his character of a proud young master collapse. Little Harry rolled his eyes at him, saying with disdain, "Tisk, it's nothing special." "Ha ha ha!" Just as Leon laughed heartily, a childish shout rang out not far from the two of them. "Harry!" The big and the small turned their heads at the same time and looked in the direction of the shout. A thin, malnourished little boy was trotting towards the two of them. "Peter!" Before Leon could react, Harry Osborn's answer made his pupils shrink suddenly. "Peter! Could it be the person I thought of?" Little Peter, who came to the two of them, did not notice the shock in Leon's eyes, but patted his friend's shoulder and asked with concern, "Where have you been? I've been looking for you everywhere." When facing his good friend, Harry Osborn's attitude was obviously much better. "Oh, I just met the man who saved my father, so I chatted with him." Hearing his friend's introduction, little Peter looked at Leon on the side with great surprise. "Ah! Is he the one who saved Uncle Osborn?" "Yeah." Little Harry nodded. Compared with little Harry's arrogance and introversion, little Peter's personality is much more lively. He raised his head slightly and showed Leon a lovely smile. "Hello, my name is Peter Parker, and I'm Harry's good friend." "It's you. The future Spider-Man, Peter Parker." The calm lake in Leon's heart was like a stone thrown into it, and waves were rising. He looked up and down at the little spider in front of him, and then showed a kind smile. "Hello, Peter. My name is Leon Carlson, you can call me Leon." Leon never thought that he just came to attend Osborne's birthday party to escape the busy life of an agent, but he actually met the young version of the Green Goblin and Spider, a pair of good friends who love and hate each other. Sometimes, fate is really wonderful. Chapter 21 No Clue. No matter which world it is, the generation gap is always a major social problem. Even Leon, whose charm is almost full, cannot integrate into the wonderful world of little Harry and little Peter, these two little boys. Therefore, after a brief chat with the two, Leon was left behind by the two and returned to the state of drinking alone again. Fortunately, the party started at the right time. Ladies and gentlemen, let's applaud to welcome the host of the night, Mr. Osborne. Under the introduction of a middle-aged man, Norman Osborne, with a high-spirited smile, slowly walked down from the second floor holding the handrail of the stairs. Deafening applause began to sound in the wide hall. Many guests cast their eyes on the owner of the Osborne Group. Jealousy, envy, admiration, longing. Standing by the bar, Leon saw the purpose and motivation of everyone coming here from the eyes of these people. Some people came here to seek cooperation with the Osborne Group, some people came here to please Osborne, and some people came here by invitation. Leon is the third type of person. However, he did not just come to attend the party and drink 2 glasses and leave. You know, he still has a mission to do. Thinking of this, Leon suddenly felt that he could not immerse himself in the relaxed party atmosphere like this. It was time to find a place where no one was around and have a private chat with Norman Osborne. That being said, when he saw the crowd surrounding Norman Osborne, he felt that it was not the right time yet. So he shrugged and turned around. Sitting at the bar, he continued to enjoy his third martini. However, before he could find Osborne, Osborne found him first. Mr. Cowlson! A shout from behind woke Lion up from the splendor in the glass. Turning around, Lion saw a wise face looking at him with a smile. Oh, Mr. Osborne, just call me Lion. Norman Osborne was stunned and immediately changed his words. Lion, I'm glad you can come. I thought you, a busy man, would not be able to attend because of work. The two reached out and shook hands. You're kidding. No matter how busy I am, I can't be busier than you, the president of the group. Lion smiled and picked up the wine glass in his hand. Besides, if I knew that there were so many good wines in your wine cellar, I would definitely come as promised even if I lost my job. Ha ha ha, if you like, can we go to the wine cellar to see my collection? Lion raised his eyebrows and then smiled charmingly, with pleasure. This way, please. I didn't expect the opportunity to chat so soon. Leaving the luxurious hall of the villa, away from the hustle and bustle of the party, Lion followed Norman Osborne, walked through a dim corridor, turned left and right, and came to the underground wine cellar in Osborne's house. As soon as he entered the wine cellar, waves of rich wine aroma seemed to have entered Lion's nose. Although he is not a wine-tasting master. However, judging from the scale and decoration of the wine cellar, every bottle of wine here is a fine wine that is enough to make drunkards intoxicated. However, at this time, what Leon cared more about was not the wine in the wine cellar, but the opportunity to be alone with Norman Osborne. Leon glanced at the bodyguards guarding not far away, and then said, I have a question that I want to ask Mr. Osborne. I wonder if you can tell me the truth. Oh? Go ahead. Norman Osborne seemed to have noticed that Leon followed him to the wine cellar not for the wine here, but because he had something to tell him. Lion took out a bottle of wine from Domaine Romani Conti from the wine rack nearby. While admiring the color of the bottle under the light of the wine cellar, he whispered, You must be very clear about my identity. I came here this time to congratulate you on your birthday, and I also want to ask you about the details of the last hostage incident. Hearing Lion's words, Norman Osborne's brows gradually frowned, and the smile on his face also dissipated. Isn't that thing over? Yes. However, according to our investigation, that thing is not as simple as it seems. Putting the wine in his hand back to the wine rack, Lion turned his back to Osborne and continued, obviously, the other party's goal in this hostage incident was not money from the beginning, but a scientific research project that the Osborne Group is developing. Cross-racial inheritance, am I right? As soon as the voice fell, his whole body turned around. Norman Osborne just looked into Lion's eyes quietly, smiling as usual, as if he had already acquiesced. When their eyes met, Lion saw only calmness in the other's eyes. Of course. Your group is free and right to research any technology, and we will never interfere. Lion spread his hands, and walked to Osborne's side while speaking, and said in a low voice, however, I think that besides you, there seems to be someone who sees the preciousness of this technology. So, I wonder if you know anyone who is as interested in this technology as you. Any clues will be very helpful to our investigation. As the hostage, Norman Osborne is more anxious than Lion's agency to find out who is behind it. However, he has no clue. Since the other party wants to help him investigate and provide some help, it is 100 benefits for him. Sorry, I don't know much either. This project called Transracial Inheritance is a new research project that Dr. Curtis has just proposed. Moreover, the research content has never been made public. The only people who know the progress of the entire project are me and Dr. Curtis. In my opinion, Dr. Curtis doesn't need to do this. So, I can't figure out who wants this technology that hasn't had many research results yet. During the conversation, Lion didn't get too many clues from Osborne. In order not to arouse the other party's disgust, he quickly gave up the idea of continuing to ask, well, okay, I'm sorry to bother you. No, let's continue to enjoy the party. Leon left the wine cellar and said goodbye to Osborne. Goodbye Osborne. He did not return to the party immediately, but walked along the corridor to the garden of the mansion. He took a deep breath, and the fresh air entered his lungs through his nasal cavity. Looking at the stars in the night sky, Lion felt that this attempt was not successful. He did not get any information about the suspect. At this moment, Lion, who was standing on the balcony and holding the railing, suddenly focused his eyes and shot his sight to a certain place in the garden. That's Chapter 22, The Trace of Hydra. The dim night could not prevent him from seeing everything in the garden. A familiar figure was walking out of the side door of the garden. It was a tall young man in a black suit. Especially that face, that was the reason why Lion couldn't help but exclaim. Grant Ward. That's right, he actually saw Grant Ward at Osborne's birthday party. Why is he here? Although he has only been in S.H.I.E.L.D. for a short time, he doesn't know many people. Most of them are honest S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, such as Carter, Hill, Fitz, Simmons, and others. However, Leon knows that there are countless Hydra hidden inside the huge shield. There are also many people in high positions: Alexander Pierce, John Garrett, Jasper Sitwell, Brock Rumlow, Grant Ward. These few people alone are enough for Hydra to steal immeasurable intelligence and resources from S.H.I.E.L.D. However, as a newcomer, he has not had many opportunities to meet these people. However, he was very lucky. When he passed by the hub in a hurry, he met Grant Ward. And that face was no different from the Grant Ward he remembered. That's why, at a quick glance, he recognized Ward. There was no time for Leon to think too long. Seeing that Grant Ward was about to leave the manor, Leon supported himself with both hands, jumped over the guardrail, took a step, and followed in the direction where Grant Ward left. Perhaps it was because of the cover of the night, or because the distance between the two was a little far, so that Grant Ward, who was walking in front, did not notice that there was someone following him behind him. He looked around and hurried to the open-air parking lot of the manor. Suddenly, he seemed to feel a little strange behind him and turned his head suddenly. However, Leon had already guarded against his move. The moment he twisted his neck, he hid in the bushes on the side. Therefore, Grant Ward did not find his trace. Am I overthinking? Grant Ward frowned, muttered to himself, got into a black BMW sedan, started the engine, and the car roared away. It was really dangerous. Leon came out of the bushes, but did not drive after him rashly, but stood there and watched Ward leave. Needless to say, Grant Ward was definitely not like himself, who came to the party after being invited by the host. Then what did he come here for? The answer is self-evident. Collect intelligence. Who is he collecting intelligence for? That is naturally his adoptive father, John Garrett, codenamed Clairvoyance, who is hidden in the Hydra of S.H.I.E.L.D. From this, Leon easily guessed the truth hidden in the dark. As far as he knew, John Garrett was the first test subject of the Hydra Death Warrior plan. Because his transformed body organs have gradually failed over the past decade, he began to frantically look for various ways to treat himself around the world. If Leon guessed correctly, the hostage incident of Osborn should be John Garrett's doing behind the scenes. The reason is also very simple: in order to obtain the cross-species genetic technology that Osborn is researching, in order to save his failing body, and even to improve Hydra's super soldier plan. During World War II, the appearance of Captain America marked the feasibility of the super soldier plan. For so many years, Hydra will definitely not give up this very tempting plan. In Leon's view, John Garrett, who infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D., should be a successor or an executor of Hydra's super soldier plan. As for the question of why Grant Ward, who is loyal to John Garrett, came to Osborn's mansion, it is also very easy to explain. The purpose is very obvious. After the failure of the last hostage incident, John Garrett did not give up, so he sent Ward, his confidant, to personally collect relevant information. However, what they never expected was that all this was seen clearly by a time traveler. Every sip and every bite has its destiny. If Leon had not saved Osborn during the hostage incident, if he didn't come to the party, he wouldn't have received Osborn's invitation. If he didn't come to the party, he wouldn't have seen Grant Ward. If he didn't see Grant Ward, he wouldn't have seen the truth behind the whole thing. Perhaps, from the moment Leon joined S.H.I.E.L.D., he was involved with the evil organization Hydra. Leon didn't stay in the parking lot for too long. Now that he knew that John Garrett was the mastermind behind the hostage-taking incident, his mission to collect intelligence was, to some extent, accomplished. After all, it's more direct to find out the real murderer than to name a few suspects. Back at the party again, Leon scratched the back of his head, a little distressed. By the way, how should this report be written? Knowing the truth is one thing, and making the truth public is another. After all, apart from Hydra, perhaps only Leon in the world knows that Hydra is not dead, but has been hiding inside S.H.I.E.L.D., constantly absorbing nutrients, seeking to one day, with a reborn attitude, blow the horn of ruling the world again. Leon feels that even if he knows that Hydra has been rooted in S.H.I.E.L.D. for many years, he can't tell Coulson directly, or even Fury, the destroyed Hydra has actually been lurking in S.H.I.E.L.D. Even if he tells Fury now, he may not believe it. Besides, before he has a strong self-protection ability, he thinks it is better not to attack Hydra in advance. That will only put himself in a dangerous situation and alarm the enemy. Moreover, for Leon, the enemy is in the dark, and he is in a darker place. It is not a good strategy to go out in the light and expose his trump card. As long as Hydra does not target him, he can hide in the dark, slowly accumulate enough power, and then report to Fury. Thinking of this, Leon's worries about how to report to Coulson were also reduced a lot. However, John Garrett's move sounded a warning bell in his heart. It reminded him again that this is a dangerous world. In addition to the evil organization Hydra, which has been eyeing the world's hegemony and wants to swallow up the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. at any time, there are many powerful enemies waiting for him in the near future. Chapter 23 Confidential Mission, please recommend votes. The breath of spring seemed to gradually fade away under the breeze with a slight heat. The summer of 2007 came earlier than in previous years. Queens, New York. In the apartment, Leon, who had just taken a cold shower, just put a bath towel on his lower body and walked out of the bathroom in a swagger. He came to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, took out milk, mayonnaise and other things, and started to tinker with today's breakfast. Sizzle! The eggs on the frying pan kept making tempting sounds, and the aroma of breakfast filled the entire apartment. Just as Leon put the poached eggs in the frying pan on the plate, a hot blonde beauty wearing only a white shirt leaned against the wall and looked at him with a smile. "It smells so good." Leon smiled back and asked, "Are you awake yet?" The blonde beauty didn't care about the faint curves on her body, how tempting she was. She just walked barefoot with a brisk pace, came behind Leon, and hugged him. Looking at the two neatly arranged breakfasts on the table, the woman smiled, "Wow! Are these all for me?" Leon patted the woman's white buttocks with his hand, and then replied, "No, there are also mine." The woman did not care about Leon's actions, but leaned her whole body on Leon, rubbing her 340 breasts up and down, looking at Leon with seductive eyes, and said, "I want you to feed me with your mouth." After that, she touched Leon's lips with her slender fingertips. This little goblin! Even though he had experienced the other party's skills last night, Leon was still teased by the other party, making his body a little hot. However, just when he picked up the other party and wanted to have a morning exercise, the mobile phone placed in the living room rang at a very inappropriate time. Ring, ring, ring. Don't worry about it. Even if the woman was hanging on Leon and using a very seductive voice to dissuade him in his ear, she couldn't stop Leon from stopping everything and answering the call. "Wait for me." After raising his finger and signaling to the woman, Leon came to the living room, picked up the phone, and pressed the call button. "Hello. Leon, good morning." Carlson's familiar voice came from the phone. Leon took the phone and went to the balcony. "You called me so early, what's the matter?" "My report seems to bite has been handed in, right?" "It's not about the report, it's that Fury wants to see you." Hearing Carlson's words, Leon couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. "Oh. Where is it?" "Trident." No XX Street, XX Street. Carlson on the opposite side reported an address, paused, and continued, "You only have 10 minutes. "I know, I'll be there soon." After hanging up the phone, Leon turned around and returned to the living room. The woman was about to greet him and give him a hug, but was dodged by the agile Leon. "Hey!" The woman looked confused. Leon's footsteps did not stop, but walked directly into the bedroom and began to change clothes. While putting on clothes, he told the woman, "Well, Sally, I have something to do and I have to go out to deal with it soon. I can't accompany you. When you finish breakfast and leave, just help me close the door." In less than 20 seconds, Leon changed into a white shirt and a pair of washed jeans and walked out of the bedroom. But the woman felt very absurd about everything in front of her. Just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by a kiss from Leon. A wet French kiss made the woman infatuated. "That's it, we'll contact each other another day." After that, Leon put on a pair of canvas shoes, took the garage key, and walked out of the house. The whole process took less than a minute. In the whole apartment, only a confused blonde beauty was left, standing blankly on the carpet in the living room, muttering to herself. "But I don't have your contact information yet." Put on sunglasses, step on the pedal, and the sound of the engine immediately covers the surrounding noise. Rumble. As soon as the handbrake was released, the silver Yamaha FZ6N sped away like a silver flash. It took a full 8 minutes and 40 seconds for Leon to arrive at the address Carlson said. Looking up at the low building in front of him that seemed to be an office building, Leon curled his lips and walked in. Another secret base. Arriving at the lobby, Leon took out his agent ID and waved it to the front desk lady, who immediately smiled and said, "Agent Leon, Agent Carlson is waiting for you on the 4th floor." okay. After that, Leon hurriedly walked towards the elevator. With a ding sound, the moment the elevator door opened, Leon saw Carlson standing in front of the elevator, looking at him with a smile. Carlson looked down at his watch, then looked up. The time is just right. Of course, I'm the strongest newcomer in S.H.I.E.L.D. After a little boasting, Leon followed his uncle and walked somewhere. Director Fury is looking for me. Is there any confidential mission that he wants to give to me? Carlson did not answer, but showed a rather mysterious smile. You will know in a moment. Soon, the two came to the outside of an office. Carlson did not push the door directly, but knocked on the door 3 times. Until a thick bass voice came from inside, he turned the door handle and motioned Leon to go in. Seeing Carlson without moving, Leon was a little confused. Hey? Aren't you going in? This is your mission, not mine. After speaking, Carlson gently pushed Leon into the room. This is a meeting room of neither size. And the one-eyed director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury, was sitting in the main seat of the meeting room with his fingers crossed, and quietly looked at someone who came in with his only remaining eye. Sit. At the signal of one-eyed peel egg, Leon pulled out the chair next to him and sat down. Just as Leon was guessing the purpose of Fury's visit, Fury spoke again. How is your Russian? Hey. Leon was stunned for a moment, and then immediately reacted, very good. From Hawkeye, he not only learned 2 extraordinary combat skills, but also learned some other miscellaneous skills. For example, Russian proficiency, anti-tracking technology. Leon's answer made Fury nod. At this time, before Leon asked, Fury directly stated the purpose of meeting him this time. I have a confidential mission for you to complete. Chapter 24 Red House and Black Widow. Confidential mission. Looking at Fury's eyes that contained endless secrets, Leon suddenly had an inexplicable feeling. This mission doesn't seem to be that simple. Have you heard of the name Red House? Red House? Isn't that the intelligence agency that trained the Black Widow Natasha? Leon muttered to himself, and answered no. That's a Russian secret intelligence agency that aims to train female spies. Lion listened quietly to the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., who explained the mission content to him personally. According to reliable intelligence, the internal situation of the Red House is on the verge of breaking out, and the factional struggle has reached the most critical moment. In order to ensure that this internal struggle will not pose a threat to S.H.I.E.L.D. and world peace, I want you to go to Russia to collect relevant intelligence. Lion noticed the subtext between Fury's words and immediately asked, is it just me? Yes, it's just you. Hearing Fury's words, Lion was surprised and happy. On the one hand, because this is a single-person confidential mission, and it is to sneak into the enemy's hinterland, the risk factor is very high. If you are not careful, you may be killed by the beautiful female agents of the Red House. On the other hand, Fury gave him such an important task, which shows that Fury attaches great importance to him. This mission has both advantages and disadvantages for Lion. However, he has no room for refusal. After careful consideration, he looked up and looked at Fury. I understand. When should I leave? Fury crossed his arms and looked at Leon calmly. This afternoon. Hill will arrange a flight for you in a new identity. Understood, sir. Just as Leon finished the task and was about to turn around and leave, he was suddenly stopped by Fury. By the way, when you arrive in Russia, be careful of a Russian agent named Black Widow. This is a very dangerous person. Once you meet her, don't hesitate, don't show mercy, just kill her directly. Hearing this, Leon's body trembled slightly, and his brows frowned slightly. Do you mean to execute the kill order directly? That's right. Fury's calm tone carried a hint of cold murderous intent. After a long time, Leon replied, okay, I understand. With a click, Leon closed the door when he left the room. How is it? As soon as he came out, Leon saw Carlson coming up to him and asked with concern. Lion smiled back and explained, Director Fury asked me to go to Russia, drink vodka with the beautiful women in Siberia, and huddle together for warmth. When are you leaving? The afternoon flight. I want to go back to Trident headquarters first to get some equipment. Lion patted his uncle's shoulder and said with regret on his face, It's a pity that I can't accompany you for lunch. Seeing the little expression of sadness on Lion's face, Carlson immediately laughed and scolded, Go away, I'm not an old widower, I don't need you to accompany me. After saying that, Carlson seemed to remember something and suddenly reminded, By the way, the director and I have something to do in New York. There is a Quinjet on the roof that is ready to return to the headquarters. We can take you along the way. Lion didn't expect that there was a ride on the plane, and his face was full of joy. That's great. Also, be safe. Lion looked at the worry on Carlson's face and smiled gently, I will. An hour later, Lion, who flew from New York to Washington, D.C. on a Quinjet, soon appeared at the Trident headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. If you want to do your job well, you must first sharpen your tools. Since you have accepted the mission, it is very necessary to make preparations for all the tasks in advance. From Fury's explanation, Lion grasped two key points, mission content and precautions. For this mission, what he has to do is to sneak into Russia with a new identity and collect relevant information about the Red House. In addition, what he has to pay attention to is to pay attention to a Russian female agent named Black Widow. Once encountered, execute the kill order and kill the other party. Fury did not say when he would come back. From another perspective, the subtext is stay in Russia until the mission is completed. In other words, this is a latent mission with an unknown period of time. For this reason, taking some small toys that help cover up the identity and collect intelligence will be of great help to him in completing the mission as soon as possible. That's why, as soon as he got off the plane, he ran to the Science and Technology Department of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. He came to a laboratory with ease, knocked on the sealed glass at the door, and waved to someone who was doing an experiment inside. The thin boy who heard the voice turned around and smiled after seeing Leon. That childish smiling face was obviously a well-known person in the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, Leo Fitz. Leo Fitz asked in surprise after walking out of the laboratory, Hey! Leon, why are you here? However, Leon looked at him seriously and said, Fitz, I need your help. 10 minutes later. In the laboratory, there was an open briefcase on Leo Fitz's desk. He introduced the little cuties in the briefcase to Leon one by one. This is a micro-eavesdropper. After my modification, the monitoring range can be doubled. This is a micro-tracker. It is small and not easy to be found. It can be placed anywhere. This is. After Leo Fitz's tireless introduction, Leon finally figured out the functions of all the tools in the briefcase. By the way, I just finished the things you asked me to make 2 days ago. Then, Fitz picked up another briefcase from the ground and put it on the desk. Patting the suitcase with his hand, Fitz showed a somewhat shy smile, I think you should be able to use it on this mission. Taking the 2 suitcases from Fitz, Leon patted the other's shoulder and smiled, Fitz, thank you. With these tools you provided, I think my mission this time should be completed quickly. Scratching the back of his head, Leo Fitz looked a little embarrassed, it is our duty to provide equipment for you field agents, no need to thank me. Besides, we are friends. Yet. Leon nodded heavily, when I come back, call Simmons, and we will go to the bar last time and have a drink together. Okay, I'll tell Simmons. After saying goodbye to Leo Fitz, Leon returned to the headquarters again and received his new ID and a ticket from Washington Dulles International Airport to Paris, France from Hill, who was still aloof. Then, under Hill's gaze, he boarded a Quinjet ready to depart. Through the window of the fighter, Leon saw the Trident headquarters gradually going away, and the corners of his mouth could not help but slightly rise, and he murmured in his heart. Russia, here I come. Chapter 25 Organizational Infighting Caused by One Person. Please pay attention, passengers, we are about to arrive at Moscow's Domodedovo International Airport. Please fasten your seat belts. The plane will land in 3 minutes. The sweet voice of the stewardess sounded in the cabin. And Leon, who had been sitting in his seat with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Finally arrived. From Washington to Paris, and then from Paris to Moscow, Leon's long-distance flight took about 13 hours. When Leon stood on Russian soil, he had already changed from a Native American, Leon Carlson, to a Russian who returned from studying abroad, Adrian Berezutsky. Adrian Berezutsky, a piano student who graduated from Berklee College of Music and returned to China, this is the fake identity arranged for him by S.H.I.E.L.D. Generally speaking, when agents perform long-term undercover missions, they will hide their identities and create a fake identity in order to gain the trust of others and get close to the target or enter the organization. In order to be authentic and not easily exposed, the identities of various professions will be assigned according to the various skills that the agents have. For example, Leon, who learned piano in college, was given the identity of a graduate of such a famous music school. After all, if you want to act, you should act like it. After getting off the plane, Leon walked out of the airport hall with a suitcase in each hand and a backpack on his back. As soon as he came out, he was hit by the gusts of cool wind brought by the rain and shuddered violently. Hey! Looking at the heavy rain in front of him, Leon was a little helpless. What a lucky guy! He shrank his neck, put down his suitcase, zipped up his coat, and walked towards a black taxi near the door with a curse. After bargaining with a Russian bearded driver in pure Russian for a few minutes, Leon got on this somewhat inconspicuous taxi and sped away to the hotel he had booked long ago. Da-da-da. The raindrops were like fearless warriors, constantly hitting the car windows, and Leon, who had just arrived in Moscow, had no chance to see the night view of Moscow. Soon, while chatting with the talkative driver, the car arrived at the destination. Wash it, thank you. After saying goodbye to the driver, Leon carried his 2 suitcases and walked into the hotel, which was translated as Aurora Star in Russian, under the umbrella of the doorman. Welcome home, here is your room key. Taking the key from the lobby manager, Leon thanked him and refused the waiter's help with the luggage. 20 minutes later. After putting the simple luggage in the room, he used the detector to search the entire room. After not finding any surveillance equipment, Leon left the room with peace of mind. The rain outside seemed to be against him. It kept falling and even got heavier. Coming to the hotel lobby again, Leon took an umbrella from the umbrella stand next to him. He put down his black umbrella and looked down at the time on his watch. It's almost time. It's time to come. As soon as he finished speaking, a black Mercedes car suddenly stopped at the door of the hotel with a very obvious brake sound. Looking at the car of unknown origin, the corners of Leon's mouth slowly rose. It's quite punctual. Holding an umbrella, he came to the car door and knocked on the window rhythmically. Leon found that the door of the back seat of the car was opened with a click. Without hesitation, Leon got into the car directly. As soon as he got in the car started the engine and set off again. In addition to Leon, there were 3 men in suits in the car. Agent Leon. The first person to speak was a younger middle-aged man sitting in the back seat. From the other party's slightly surprised eyes, it can be seen that he was surprised and suspicious that the person sent by his superiors to perform a confidential mission was such a very young youth. It's me. As he spoke, Leon took out his S.H.I.E.L.D. agent ID from his coat pocket, opened it for the other party to verify, and asked, "Who are you?" Seeing Leon's ID, the other party seemed relieved. "I'm Agent E.L. I'm Agent Meyer. I'm..." The identities of the 3 people are undercover agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Russian branch. From the accents of the 3 people, it can be heard that the 3 people should have stayed in the Russian branch for a long time. Leon felt that he couldn't fly around aimlessly like a headless fly. In order to grasp the intelligence of the Red House as soon as possible and complete the task assigned to him by One-Eyed Peel Egg, he must start with the local snake first. This is why Leon, who had just settled down, immediately met with the intelligence personnel of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Russian branch. As one of the largest intelligence agencies in the world, S.H.I.E.L.D. must put intelligence first in everything. Intelligence means knowing yourself and your enemy, representing a higher success rate of the mission, and also representing everything. After driving for about 20 minutes in a car, Leon followed the three people to the outskirts of Moscow, one of the safe houses set up by S.H.I.E.L.D. in Russia. Okay, next, let's start the intelligence report. Although Leon is only a level 4 agent, which is lower than many agents present. However, due to the confidentiality level of the mission, it reached level 7. Therefore, the agents present all cooperated to report to him very well. Before coming to Russia, Leon had already obtained a lot of intelligence about the Red House from Hill. The Red House is not only a spy education institution that specializes in adopting little girls and then using brainwashing and other inhumane methods to cultivate them into spies and killers, but also a notorious intelligence agency. Behind these people, there is more or less support from Russian officials. Therefore, many times, different factions have disagreements and struggles for power and profit based on the different supporters behind them. Which often happens in the Red House. Especially in recent months, this internal struggle has intensified, and even several assassinations have occurred. According to our investigations over the past 2 months and the news from informants, the reason why this internal struggle has evolved from internal strife to a more intense and public confrontation is because of one person. One person? What do you mean? Leon asked curiously. Agent Meyer continued to explain, there are 2 major factions inside the Red House. One is the Doves led by General Androvuk, and the other is the Hawks funded by Cabinet Security Minister Lunyov. The subordinates of the 2 sides have always had minor frictions. However, just a month ago, the most capable agent of Minister Lunyov's faction, the famous Black Widow, sneaked into the official residence of a senior official under General Androvuk and killed him. This incident made General Androvuk furious, and he directly issued a kill order to the Hawk officials, which also led to the 2 factions directly entering a state of high alert confrontation. Well, Leon touched his chin and continued to ask, so, is there any news about the Black Widow? And according to the latest updated intelligence, the last place where the Black Widow appeared was in Novosibirsk. Chapter 26 Victims of Internal Strife. Novosibirsk. After hearing the news about Black Widow, Leon did not foolishly go to Novosibirsk immediately to look for the legendary Black Widow. Instead, he stayed in Moscow and continued to collect information about the Red House. After all, the task he received from Fury was to investigate the internal strife in the Red House. Have an intimate contact with Black Widow? It's not the time yet. Maybe it's just the right time. Moscow in summer is not cold. Instead of snow, it is rainy in summer. After staying in Moscow for a month, Lion learned the latest situation of the internal struggle in the Red House through continuous intelligence collection and investigation. In the final analysis, the reason for the internal struggle is very simple: they don't like you and send someone to assassinate you. 2 months ago, at an internal meeting, a senior official of the Dove faction confronted the Hawk leader Minister Lunyov head-on, which directly led to his rage. A few days later, Lunyov, who was getting angrier and angrier, directly sent his most outstanding assassin Black Widow to kill the other party. And the Dove leader General Androvuk, whose subordinates were killed, would naturally not give up. Such assassination is simply a provocation. If the tiger doesn't show its power, do you think I'm Hello Kitty? So, General Androvuk, who was so angry that he lost his mind, began to fight back and sent assassins to assassinate the Hawk faction. This is the beginning of the internal struggle. The internal struggle between the 2 sides has become more and more intense after fermenting for the past 2 months. More and more officials and agents have been killed, and the situation has gradually gone out of control of both sides. In this way, the top leaders of the organization could not stand the two factions continuing to mess around, so they ordered the two bosses to solve this farce as soon as possible. With the intervention of the top leaders, the two major factions sat at the negotiation table. However, in this internal struggle, the doves who had the upper hand put forward a somewhat unacceptable request. Hand over the murderer, Black Widow. Only in this way are they willing to accept peace. In the final analysis, this somewhat childish internal struggle needs a scapegoat to take responsibility. Even though they were somewhat unwilling, the Hawks decided to hand over Black Widow in exchange for peace under the strong pressure from the top. However, what both sides did not expect was that Black Widow, who had become a victim of the internal struggle, actually got this amazing news through some channels. Black Widow, who knew she was betrayed by the organization, did not surrender obediently. Instead, she lost her identity, residence, and communication and sneaked into the darkness. She disappeared from everyone's sight. This made the Hawks anxious. If they couldn't find Black Widow, then the peace talks would be in vain. Worse, if the doves caught Black Widow first, then the entire Hawks might be swallowed up by the doves who took the opportunity to play. So, Black Widow, who was already on the doves' hunting order, was also very honored to be issued a hunting order by the Hawks themselves. In other words, Black Widow is now like a rat crossing the street, everyone shouts and beats her. However, in Leon's view, Black Widow is the key to his mission. As a person who experienced the Red House first, if he can find Black Widow before the two major factions, SHIELD can get a lot of important information from Black Widow. He felt that the Black Widow, who was betrayed by the organization and was filled with grief, would not mind revealing confidential information about the Red House to S.H.I.E.L.D. In this way, he could not only complete the task assigned to him by Fury, but also get to know the beautiful Black Widow. It is even possible to take the opportunity to recruit the homeless Black Widow into S.H.I.E.L.D. That being said, however, it is not so easy to find the elusive and deeply hidden Black Widow. Leon felt that he still had to rely on the long-term work results of local agents. S.H.I.E.L.D's Russian branch, in a safe house in Moscow. What intelligence do you have about this Black Widow? Height, hair color, eye color, measurements, no matter how subtle the clues are, it's fine as long as they can help me find this assassin hiding in the dark. Hearing Leon's question, Agent Meyer, deputy director of the Russian branch of SHIELD, also took out a top-secret document and handed it to Leon. Most of the intelligence we have collected is useless. After all, this is an elusive assassin. Those who have seen her have fallen in a pool of blood, and no one survived. We only know that the Black Widow is a white woman of unknown age, about 5 feet 3 inches to 6 inches tall, and has blood-red hair. However, we believe that the Black Widow has not left Russia yet. After all, the entire Red House has set up a large number of personnel at customs and airport entry and exit checkpoints. It is very difficult to leave the country through conventional means and flee abroad. Hearing Agent Meyer's confident speech, Leon had a different opinion. I think it's not that she can't leave, but that she doesn't want to. Hey? What do you mean? Leon put the documents in his hand on the table and asked, imagine if it was you who was betrayed by the organization you trusted, and was ready to hand yourself over as a substitute. Guilty sheep. Would you be willing to run away like this, and be hunted down by others, and not dare to live in peace? Agent Meyer frowned, then looked at Leon in surprise, hesitantly, you mean? She might still be lurking in Russia, looking for an opportunity to fight back against those who are hunting her. Maybe. Leon rubbed his temples and said in a deep voice, or maybe, she is just confused and doesn't know what to do. I am not her, I don't know what she is thinking. Maybe, when we find her, we will find out. Hearing Leon's words, Agent L standing aside was also a little surprised. Hey? Agent Leon, you are not going to find this Black Widow, right? Well, I have this idea. Leon nodded and explained, as an insider of the organization, the information that Black Widow knows is definitely more valuable than the information we get from constantly testing the corners. If we can get the source of intelligence from her, it will be very helpful for our future operations in Russia. Agent L was a little excited about Leon's calmness. That's what I said, but you have to know that you are facing a female assassin who never leaves anyone alive. If we go to find her, let's not talk about whether we can find her or not. If we find her, we may not be able to catch her. After all, the other party is the Black Widow. Feeling the concern in Agent L's words, Leon just smiled and said, I don't plan to let you go with me. I am enough alone. Chapter 27 Opera House. Based on the comparison of various data from S.H.I.E.L.D. and the inference of clues, Leon got 3 potential hiding places where Black Widow might be found. They are Samara, Omsk, and Novosibirsk. Samara is one of the most important transportation hubs in Russia. The journey from Central and Eastern Europe to Siberia, Central Asia, and Kazakhstan through Samara is the shortest and the easiest city to escape pursuit. Omsk is a border city of Russia and the second largest city in the Siberian Federal District. If you want to leave Russia as soon as possible, this is a good choice. The last Novosibirsk is the third most populous city in Russia, second only to Moscow and St. Petersburg. If you want to hide yourself, the busy city with people coming and going is an excellent place. Moreover, this is the place where Black Widow appeared for the last time. However, Leon, who originally wanted to go to the 3 hiding places alone to search for Black Widow, failed in the end. As a fellow S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, even though they knew that Leon was very skilled and was the famous strongest newcomer of S.H.I.E.L.D., the people in the Russian branch were still worried about letting him track down Black Widow alone. Besides, searching alone would be too inefficient. So, after sending 2 groups of agents to Samara and Omsk, Leon could only choose to go to the last location to find the notorious woman. Taking the latest flight, Leon soon arrived in Novosibirsk, the third most populous city in Russia. Siberia means a place of tranquility. As the largest city in the entire Siberian region, Novosibirsk is not quiet, but very lively. The sky was grey, perhaps because of the many factories here. However, it still did not affect Novosibirsk, becoming one of the most popular tourist cities in Russia. Before arriving in Novosibirsk, Leon was mentally prepared to get nothing. Although this is the place where Black Widow appeared last time. However, a month has passed since this intelligence was obtained. Not to mention a month, a week, a few days, or even just a few hours is enough to change a lot of things. Perhaps Black Widow has already left the city. In any case, this is the best solution that Leon can think of. If there is no clue in these 3 places, then he can only return to New York with imperfect intelligence and report to Fury. Such an ending is what Leon least wants and cannot accept. So, next, he can only pray that Black Widow has not left Russia and is still here. Using fluent Russian, Leon quickly settled down in a local hotel. When he landed in Novosibirsk, the sun was setting. When night fell, he had left the hotel room, wearing a thin windbreaker, and went to the first place where Black Widow might appear, Yelena Ballet Studio. According to intelligence, female agents trained in the Red House will learn ballet. On the one hand, it is to exercise the body and shape a beautiful body, on the other hand, it is to use this skill to become a ballet dancer in the future to cover up his identity as an agent. Therefore, Leon felt, well, it is necessary for me to search all the ballet studios and ballet companies in Novosibirsk. If I can find the trace of Black Widow, it will be worth the trip. However, after several hours of visiting, he did not gain anything. Standing in front of the traffic light at the corner of the street, watching the traffic, Leon sighed involuntarily. Hey, the last one. Then, he lowered his head and crossed out the name of the last ballet studio in his notes with a pen, muttering, next is the Opera House. Leon looked at the time on his watch, it's almost 10 o'clock, and the rehearsal of the ballet company is almost over. At this time, he suddenly stretched out his hands and slapped his cheeks, trying to cheer up. "Come on, man, don't give up." After encouraging himself in his heart, Leon moved towards the next target again. This time, it was the famous Novosibirsk State Opera and Ballet Theatre. In Russia, ballet is a very popular dance. It can be said that Russian girls all like this noble dance. Ballet operas that specialize in performing various classic repertoires are also very popular in Russia. Naturally, public entertainment places such as theaters are also spread all over Russia. There are many theaters in Russia, but the most famous one is the National Opera and Ballet Theatre in Novosibirsk. As one of the three most famous song and dance theaters in Russia, the National Opera and Ballet Theatre is not only one of the most beautiful landmarks in Novosibirsk, but also a gorgeous stage that many ballet dancers dream of stepping on. Many well-known ballet companies rehearse and perform here. Therefore, Leon felt that he might be able to get a glimpse of the Black Widow from these people. Thinking of this, Leon's pace also quickened a little. Crossing the last sidewalk of Krasny Street, he could vaguely see the outline of the Opera House. When he stood in the square in front of the Opera House, looking at the round building in front of him, which was as gorgeous as the stars, all the praises in his heart turned into one sigh. "It's so beautiful." Under the light, the whole Opera House looked like a sacred place, which made people feel awed. Lion stood in front of the gate of the Opera House. And after deeply imprinting the appearance of the whole Opera House in his heart, he stepped into the Opera House with his long legs. Maybe because there was no performance today, or because there were many audiences coming to watch the ballet rehearsal, the security personnel did not embarrass Lion too much, but simply asked him a few questions and let him enter the small theatre. Lion's time was very accurate. When he came to the small theatre, the ballet on the stage had not finished rehearsing yet, and was still dancing to the beautiful piano accompaniment. And there were still scattered audiences sitting under the stage, and many of them came to watch the rehearsal. Lion, looking down from above, quickly took in the entire small theatre environment. He slowed down his pace and walked along the aisle, approaching the stage step by step. Just as Lion was about to reach the first few rows of the audience seats, something strange happened. A female audience member sitting in a seat next to the aisle suddenly stood up and prepared to turn around and leave. Coincidentally, Lion stood in front of her, blocking her way. Bang! The two had no time to dodge and collided head-on. Chapter 28 Natasha Romanoff. Ouch! With a cry of surprise, the woman who was hit took a slight step back. The backward steps were accidentally missed. Seeing the other person fall backwards, Lion's muscles tightened, and he quickly stretched out his right hand and hugged the other person's slender waist. Although the embarrassment of the woman falling backwards was avoided, the coat in the woman's hand fell to the ground. However, at this moment, neither of them had time to pay attention to the coat that fell to the ground. When their eyes met, Leon's blue eyes met a pair of green eyes that concealed a strong mystery. From those eyes, Leon seemed to see inquiry, surprise, and a trace of confusion. Just when Leon was taken away by those eyes that seemed to be able to absorb the soul, the woman's words brought back his reason. You can let me go." Oh. At the other party's reminder, Leon hurriedly let go of the hand that was tightly holding the other party's waist. "I'm very sorry, As he explained, he moved his eyes from the green eyes to the face. It was not until now that Leon saw the other party's appearance clearly. This sight made him feel shocked, and his pupils suddenly dilated several times. Her smooth black curly hair added a touch of quietness to her charming face. Breath. The bright red lips, set off by the high nose bridge, are even more charming. Everything in front of him shocked Leon, and he couldn't help but shout, "I have been looking for it for a long time, but I have found it without any effort." The charming woman standing in front of Leon actually looks exactly like the Black Widow in his mind. From the Natasha Romanoff, favorability, cold on her head, we can know that this black-haired beauty is exactly what he wants to see and has been pursuing for some time, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. The excited person did not realize that his blank staring at the other person was so rude in the other person's eyes. The woman frowned slightly, opened her red lips slightly, and said again, "It's okay." After saying that, the woman slightly turned sideways, trying to bend down and pick up the coat on the ground. At this time, Leon, who had already determined the other party's identity in his heart, raised his eyebrows, bent down faster than the other party, and picked up the coat. Handing the coat to the other party, Leon then showed a charming smile. "Your coat." "Thank you." The woman took the coat, thanked her, and turned away. Looking at the woman's back gradually going away, Leon stood there, but the corner of his mouth slowly drew an arc upward. "Fitz, your little toy, don't let me down." Just after walking out of the opera house, Natasha Romanoff suddenly turned around for some reason and looked at the opera house behind her. That person. She had a feeling that something seemed wrong, but she couldn't tell. Natasha stood there, thinking for a moment, and finally shook her head, putting her messy thoughts behind her, and murmured, "Maybe I'm too worried." Then, she put on her coat and walked to her residence a few blocks away in the hazy moonlight. Just as Natasha left the opera house, a tall figure slowly walked out of the shadow of the opera house gate. "Hey! I was almost discovered. I'm really alert. It's better not to follow too closely." Leon lowered his head and murmured a few words, then took out his BlackBerry from his trouser pocket and turned on the satellite positioning system. After a while of operation, a two-dimensional map appeared on the phone screen, as well as a flashing red dot and a green dot. Seeing this scene, Leon also showed a relaxed smile. "So now, let's see where you go next." 5 minutes ago. In the opera house, although the two people talked for a short time. However, when helping Natasha pick up her coat, Leon also put the micro-tracker he got from Leo Fitz on her clothes. This is why he did not make any move when he saw Natasha leaving the opera house. Because he did not need to expose his intentions so quickly. With the tracker, he could find out where Natasha lived first, and it would not be too late to contact her after observing her for a while. With this idea in mind, Leon followed Natasha from a distance with his mobile phone. Perhaps he did not expect that the man he met for the first time would put the tracker on his coat, or perhaps his thoughts drifted far away along the way. In short, until she returned to her residence, the Black Widow Natasha, who was being tracked, did not find that there was a pair of familiar eyes staring at her closely 700 meters away. Watching Natasha walk into a single-family apartment, Leon, who was hiding in the dark, took off the miniature telescope on his nose and muttered to himself, "So you live here? But why?" After finding the target's residence, it will be much more convenient next time. Leon did not notify S.H.I.E.L.D. and call for backup immediately, but rented an apartment a few blocks away from Natasha's residence. He was very curious, why did Natasha stay in Russia after being betrayed by the organization and did not flee immediately? He felt that secretly observing was always closer to the truth than asking people in person. For this reason, in the next 2 weeks, he did not deliberately approach Natasha, but used the high-tech gadgets he got from Fitz to monitor her movements and try to find out her life patterns, so as to piece together the fragmented clues. The gains from a short period of observation were not much. As an extremely outstanding spy, Black Widow Natasha is not a vegetarian. Although she did not know that her house had been exposed and even monitored. However, she followed the caution deep in her blood and did not let Leon get too much valuable information. She had basically no contact with outsiders. No one came to her house. Even the phone in the house did not ring. What Leon recorded in his notebook were only some sporadic habits in life and it's just a regular resting pattern. For example, I like to drink a cup of hot milk before going to bed. Get up on time at 6 o'clock in the morning, go out for a morning run. Go to the opera house 3 times a week to watch rehearsals. Even Leon smiled bitterly when he saw the contents of his notes, and couldn't help but complain, "What am I doing? How come I'm like a voyeur?" Just as Leon was hesitating whether he should visit Natasha in person, something unexpected happened to him. Chapter 29 Sudden Pursuit. It was Wednesday morning. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the sun shone in through the window and reflected on Leon's face. It was a little warm, so he squinted his eyes when he just got up, and couldn't help stretching. It's a new day. He first went to the kitchen and poured himself a glass of milk, and then he took the cup and came to the window of the living room. After observing the movement of Natasha's house with the telescope placed in front of the window, Leon looked up at the clock on the wall and said to himself, "Well, it's almost time to get up for a morning run." However, before Natasha, who was wearing sportswear and going out for a morning run, Leon waited for a wave of unexpected guests. In the early morning, there was a sudden burst of rumbling sounds on the street. 5 black SUVs drove from a distance and entered the sight of Leon's telescope. What is that? Leon subconsciously felt that something was wrong. People often say that there must be something wrong when things are abnormal, not to mention that from the posture of these SUVs, it is obvious that they are not good. Leon was not wrong. However, the target of several SUVs was not him, but someone else. Under Leon's gaze, several black SUVs with a fierce momentum stopped in front of Natasha's house. A group of bald men with grim expressions got off the car, holding Uzi submachine guns, which were used to kill people. Oh no! Seeing this scene, Leon instantly understood the identity of these bald men, Red House. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned around, ran to the bedroom, picked up a silver suitcase, and rushed out of the apartment. When he came downstairs, bursts of continuous gunfire, like the sound of dense rain, reached his ears. Leon raised his head suddenly and looked in the direction of a few blocks away, his eyes full of anxiety. These people have a very clear purpose: they don't want a living Black Widow, but a dead Black Widow. Thinking of this, Leon was anxious, and he jumped directly onto the means of transportation that had been prepared long ago, a black Ducati Sport 1000 Biposto. Put the suitcase away, twist the throttle, and the front of the whole motorcycle suddenly lifted up. Bang! The moment he landed again, Leon and the motorcycle turned into a black flash and sped away. Fortunately, the house he rented was only a few blocks away from Natasha's house, less than a kilometer away. Under the explosion of this monster with a displacement of nearly 10 seconds later, Leon saw the bald strong men holding Uzi in the distance, thump thump pouring 9mm bullets into the house. Seeing the house destroyed by bullets and crumbling, the bald strong men stopped shooting. Judging from the tragic appearance of the house, no matter who it was, the people inside might have been in danger. However, while Leon was thinking this, something unexpected happened again. With a bang, a motorcycle broke out of the house. On the motorcycle, there was a vigorous figure. Seeing that familiar face, Leon, who was not far away, couldn't help but exclaimed, "Natasha!" Natasha rushed out of the house on a motorcycle, braked suddenly, and the tires scratched a black mark on the ground. In front of the bald strong men, she swung her tail openly, and then she took out a pistol from her waist and shot 2 people who blocked her escape route directly. Then, she immediately twisted the throttle, and the whole motorcycle rushed out of the encirclement from the gap like an arrow from a string. This series of actions only took a few seconds, so that the killers in the Red House didn't have time to react, and Natasha killed 2 people in a row and broke out. "What are you still looking at? Get in the car and chase!" The roar of the suspected little leader made the remaining killers wake up from their dreams, and they opened the doors of the SUV and got in the car to chase. After leaving behind 2 bodies, several SUVs started their engines again and chased after Natasha. Seeing this, Leon didn't think too much and drove his motorcycle again to follow. Although he felt that even if he didn't help, Natasha might still be able to escape from these killers. But, Leon is more willing to do things to maximize the foolproofness. What's more, he can't just watch the Black Widow, who he finally found, escape like this. Or be killed. Natasha drove the motorcycle at a high speed, dodging left and right on the road, avoiding bullets shot from behind. From time to time, she turned back and fired a few shots, trying to slow down the speed of the pursuers. And several black SUVs followed closely behind Natasha, chasing her relentlessly. Several bald strong men leaned out of the car window, holding guns, and kept shooting at Natasha. Da-da-da. Wherever they went, gunshots rang out. Fortunately, it was not working hours yet, and there were relatively few vehicles and pedestrians on the main road. Otherwise, the number of unlucky people hit by stray bullets along the way would be enough to fill a bus. Natasha and her pursuers drove away from the city and headed towards the suburbs. At this time, the killers in the red house also noticed Leon, who was chasing them through the rear-view mirror. With the idea of "don't let go if you kill someone by mistake," the gunmen on the two SUVs immediately turned their guns and fired angry bullets at Leon behind them. Shit! Leon saw the black gun muzzle pointed at him, and he cursed in a low voice, and quickly activated the secret skill dodge left and right. Bang bang bang! The bullet hit the ground, making a terrifying sound. It's not a good idea to passively take a beating like this. We have to find a way to fight back. Thinking this way, Leon was annoyed in his heart. Why did he bring a suitcase instead of a gun in a hurry? If he had a gun, he would have killed these guys in a few seconds. However, at this moment, he suddenly remembered that a small toy he carried with him could also make this embarrassing situation collapse. By the way, I still have that thing. He held the handle with his right hand, while continuing to control the motorcycle to fly forward, while stretching out his left hand and taking out a black round device from his trouser pocket. Ha! It's time to fight back. With a light press, the round device made a beep sound. After the device was activated, Leon threw his left hand and stuck the round cake on the back of one of the SUVs. Then, Leon accelerated and drove the motorcycle directly to overtake the SUV on the left side. What puzzled the other driver was that at the moment of overtaking, Leon smiled and said a word to him. However, before he could react to Leon's words, something strange happened. Bang! With a huge explosion, the whole SUV seemed to be flipped over from the rear by a big hand, rolled on the road for several rounds, and finally hit the guardrail on the side. It was not until the whole person and the car flipped in midair that the driver realized what the word Leon had just said meant. Farewell. Goodbye. Chapter 30 Death is coming. The chase is still going on. However, because Leon killed an SUV, the pursuers shot fewer bullets at Natasha in front. However, while easing the offensive against Black Widow Natasha, it brought greater trouble to Leon himself. The remaining 4 SUVs were divided again. Except for the 2 SUVs in the front, the enemies in the other 2 SUVs turned their targets to Leon, who was driving behind them. Da-da-da. The storm of bullets was more violent than before. This also made it more and more difficult for Leon to dodge. With a muffled groan, Leon's left arm was lightly rubbed by the bullet that passed by quickly, leaving a blood mark. The battlefield moved from the city to the suburbs, which not only prevented innocent people from being shot, but also reduced the number of mobile shelters, vehicles, for Leon to avoid bullet attacks. The wound on his arm reminded Leon that if he didn't solve the opponent as soon as possible, the next place he would be hit would not only be his limbs. If the enemy stopped, he could use his secret weapon to solve the problem very quickly. But, unfortunately, they were driving at high speed. Moreover, it was on a bridge with only one exit and entrance, and underneath was the Obi River that ran through the entire Novosibirsk. Just as Leon was thinking about how to stop the enemy in front, Natasha had another accident. Accompanied by a loud shout of "I hit her," Leon saw a heart-wrenching scene. The rear tire of the motorcycle driven by Natasha was hit. The motorcycle, which was running at high speed, suddenly stopped and lost control in an instant. The sudden inertia took Natasha flying. Black Widow fell hard after landing on the ground. It rolled a few times and then lay motionless on the ground. At this time, seeing that the target was finally hit, several SUVs slammed on the brakes. Seeing that the enemy was about to stop and shoot Black Widow, Leon's eyes lit up and he secretly said in his heart, "The opportunity has come." With a squeeze of the handbrake, the black Ducati swung a beautiful tail, leaving an obvious mark on the ground and stopped running. He picked up the suitcase from the rear of the car, put it on the ground, and opened it with a click. In the suitcase was a foldable black recurve bow handle and a tube of arrows with a sharp light. This is his secret weapon. "Hey! Baby, are you ready for a big fight?" Put the quiver on his back, pick up the bow handle, and shake his right hand. The whole bow handle seemed to be stretched up and down, and quickly unfolded to form a complete recurve bow. In just 10 seconds, Leon cosplayed as Hawkeye. However, with the skills he possessed, he could be called the second Hawkeye. Seeing the enemy park the SUV in the middle of the road as a cover, Leon felt that he didn't have much time left. If he didn't take action, Natasha would be dead. Thinking of this, he stomped his right foot on the ground, and rushed to the scene of the incident like a jaguar. Seeing Leon rushing towards him at a very fast speed, several bald strong men holding Uzis couldn't help but show fierce looks and shouted, "Fire! Da-da-da!" For a moment, a dense barrage swept towards Leon who was running fast. However, before the other party pulled the trigger, Leon's sensitive nerve center ordered the developed muscle group to take countermeasures, a gorgeous sliding kneel. While dodging many bullets, Leon's left hand pulled out an arrow from the quiver behind him and pulled the bowstring to a perfect full moon. Whoosh! As soon as his hand loosened, the arrow flew out of the string, like a black lightning that flew at high speed, and instantly hit the enemy standing on the left side of the SUV. Ah! Then, Leon quickly turned around, knelt on one knee, pulled out another sharp arrow from the quiver, pulled the bow, strung it, and shot. A set of actions, as if practiced for thousands of days and nights, flowing like clouds and water. And with a scream, another enemy hiding behind the door of the SUV was shot in the eye and lost his life instantly. In just a few seconds, Leon killed 2 enemies who blocked his way. 2, and there are 7 more. Silently counting the number of enemies in his heart, Leon's footsteps did not pause for a moment, accelerated, stepped on the hood of the SUV with his right foot, and climbed onto the roof of the SUV. Standing on a high place, Leon stood with a bow, swept around, and quickly locked the enemy's position. Draw the arrow, string the bow, and let go. Before the enemy's bullets came, Leon once again solved an enemy closest to Natasha. With a sideways turn, Leon jumped off the roof and hid behind the SUV. There are 6 more. Originally, these assassins sent by the Red House specially blocked the SUV in the middle of the road as a cover and to block his way. Who knew that these covers were used by Leon before they could play their role? Cover is still a cover, but it has become Leon's cover. Using several SUVs parked on the road, Leon and the remaining enemies fought a guerrilla war. The 2 extraordinary skills learned from Eagle Eye, shooting and sensitive senses, finally fully exerted their effects in this battle. With enhanced senses, listening to the opponent's footsteps and understanding the enemy's actions, Leon is always one step ahead of the enemy. His archery skills that never miss a single shot make him like a god of death. With a slight looseness of his hand, he takes away a fresh life. At this moment, these killers finally understand that they are not facing an opponent who is holding a bow and arrow to show off, but a sharpshooter who lets go of his hands and feet for the first time and uses his skills to his heart's content. One by one, the enemies fell under Leon's terrible archery. During the battle, Leon did not forget to take a glance at the Black Widow lying on the ground. Judging from the blood flowing from her forehead and her closed eyes and no reaction at all, the situation is not optimistic. If the battle cannot be resolved as soon as possible and Natasha cannot be taken to a safe place for treatment, Perhaps the famous Black Widow will disappear in history like this. Of course, Leon can't let this happen. Risking being targeted, Leon suddenly jumped out of the bunker, using his terrifying shooting speed to continuously shoot arrows from behind, suppressing the opponent. Finally, when the distance was shortened, a sudden surprise attack, close to the enemy, broke the necks of the last two enemies. After the battle, Leon came to the side of the Black Widow, picked up the unconscious Natasha with both hands, and left calmly. The messy scene left only bullet shells and 9 bodies on the ground. Chapter 31 The Only Option. Pains came from her head, making Natasha feel as if there was a big hand stirring in her head. However, the pain could not cover up the alertness brought to her by the unfamiliar environment. Soft bed, white ceiling, and a fragrance coming from somewhere. She sat up suddenly from the bed, looking at the empty bedroom, and frowned. I remember, wasn't I thrown out by the motorcycle on the bridge? How come I'm here? Where is this place? All kinds of doubts came to her mind. Maybe it was because of the big movement, causing the injuries on her body to immediately convey the signal of pain to her. At this time, she quickly checked her body up and down, only to find that all the wounds caused by her fall to the ground had been treated. Head, legs, arms. Moreover, judging from the way the wounds were bandaged, it was no different from that of professional medical staff. As a very outstanding agent, Natasha quickly grasped her situation based on various details and information. However, countless questions made it even more difficult for her to understand. I was saved? Who? Why? At this moment, a clear sound of footsteps came from outside the bedroom door. Someone. Natasha quickly lay back on the bed, pretending that nothing had happened, and continued to pretend to sleep. Just as she closed her eyes and slowed down her heartbeat, the bedroom door was opened. Leon walked in with a bowl of mushroom porridge. He first glanced at the Black Widow who was still lying on the bed, and then brought the porridge to the desk in the bedroom. Get up and eat some porridge when you wake up. Natasha, who was still thinking about taking advantage of the other party to get closer, was shocked when she heard this. At this time, she knew very well that the other party knew that she was awake for some reason. In this case, she didn't have many choices, so she could only open her eyes, slowly sit up from the bed, and secretly touch the pistol at her waist with her hand. However, to her surprise, she touched nothing. Before she could react, she heard Leon's teasing voice. Are you looking for this? Leon, who was standing not far away, took out a pistol from his waist and looked at her with a smile. Natasha immediately recognized that it was the pistol that should have stayed at her waist. Not only that, she also recognized at a glance that the man standing in front of her was the one who collided with her in the opera house 2 weeks ago. All of this made Natasha's heart surge again. Her green eyes stared at Leon, and she asked word by word, "Who are you?" Leon didn't care about the alienation in the other party's tone, but covered his left chest with his hand and pretended to be sad. Oh, you make me so sad. Is this how you treat your savior? Not even a thank you. However, Leon's performance did not change Natasha's expression, who was also familiar with this. She still looked cold and distant. Leon shrugged and spread his hands, saying you should cooperate with me, but you turned a blind eye. Then, the gentle smile gradually disappeared from his face, and his tone became serious. Who am I? I am your savior. After saying that, Leon pulled out the chair next to the desk and sat down. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Adrian, and I'm a secret agent. As for which organization I belong to, you don't need to know now. As for why you are here and where this is, I think this can answer your questions. Lion opened his arms and introduced, as you can see, this is the bedroom of my house. I brought you home from that bridge, and I also treated your wounds. After a brief explanation, Lion looked at Natasha who was still sitting on the bed and asked, now, Do you have any questions? As if waiting for Lion's words, Natasha immediately asked. Why save me? That's a good question. Lion smiled, stood up from the chair, and stared at Natasha with his very affectionate eyes. Since I met you at the opera house last time, I have been attracted by your mysterious eyes. I think about you all the time. So, when I knew that you were being chased, I couldn't hold back my anxiety and followed you. When I came to the bridge, I found that the scene was in a mess. The people chasing you had fallen to the ground and were all killed. And you were lying on the ground not far away, unconscious. You know what happened next? After saying that, Leon used a look full of affection to put a perfect end to this performance that could be called an actor. However, it was useless. In front of Natasha, who used acting skills to deceive others' trust and get intelligence, Leon's poor acting skills were simply showing off in front of Guangong, overestimating his own abilities. Natasha had a blank expression on her face and even wanted to laugh. Seeing this, Leon also looked embarrassed. Ahem, okay, I'll tell the truth. Actually, you have something I want. What is it? Information. After saying that, Leon thought for a moment and added, all the information about the Red House. What can I get in exchange? As expected of the Black Widow, Russia's most outstanding elite agent. In this predicament, she is still so rational, not desperate, and knows how to choose the option that is most beneficial to herself. While praising the other party in his heart, Leon began to bargain. We can take you out of Russia and provide you with a new identity and a new life. Before Leon finished speaking, Natasha interrupted him, it's useless. No matter where I escape to, whether it's the end of the world or the corner of the sea, they will not let me go. Hearing the despair in Natasha's words, Leon felt that it was time to make a proposal that she could not refuse. So, I think you should join my organization. Natasha was a little confused. Didn't you just say that you wanted intelligence? Why do you want my whole body now? I can propose to my organization to accept you, provide you with shelter, and let you become a member of the organization. In this way, even if the other party wants to continue to hunt you down, it won't be a problem. What's more, with the situation you are facing now, I believe that not many people are willing to lend you a hand. Perhaps, I am your only option. Chapter 32 Asylum Plan. Think about it carefully. After stating his conditions, Leon left Natasha in silence and walked out of the bedroom. Watching Leon leave, Natasha cast her eyes on the table, where the mushroom porridge was still steaming, and fell into deep thought. Leon left the bedroom, came to the living room, sat on the soft sofa, and began to think quickly. After rescuing Black Widow, Leon did not call for backup from S.H.I.E.L.D. at the first time, nor did he notify Fury immediately. Because he knew that Black Widow was on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s blacklist. Once Fury or others knew that Black Widow was in his hands, they would most likely order Leon to kill Black Widow. From Fury's previous reminder, it can be seen that the one-eyed egg with many secrets would not be merciful to the enemy. Therefore, before determining whether Black Widow could be recruited, Leon felt that it was necessary to hide it from other people in S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, from the beginning, Leon had never thought about killing Black Widow Natasha. Yes. From the moment Leon took over the task assigned to him by Fury, he knew why no one in S.H.I.E.L.D. had ever talked about the whole name of Black Widow for so long. That's because the famous Russian female spy Black Widow Natasha Romanoff had not yet betrayed the Red House and joined S.H.I.E.L.D. at this time. This shocked him extremely, and he also had a bold idea: recruit Black Widow. As far as he knew, in the Marvel world, Black Widow was persuaded by Hawkeye, who was sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. to kill her, and then betrayed the Red House and joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Now that Hawkeye is gone, it has become Leon who came to Russia to perform a confidential mission. This makes things interesting and unpredictable. Leon once thought, if Hawkeye was not sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. to kill Black Widow, then how could Black Widow join S.H.I.E.L.D. and finally become the red dot in the Avengers? In this way, how much will the future he knows change? Leon dare not imagine. You know, in addition to the favorability system that comes from traveling through time, the ability to predict what will happen in the future is also a valuable bargaining chip for Leon to survive various major events. Once this bargaining chip is lost, the possibility of him continuing to survive in the extremely dangerous Marvel world will be greatly reduced. The butterfly effect, no one can say accurate. Therefore, in order to correct the future that was about to go astray as much as possible, Leon decided that he would pull Black Widow into S.H.I.E.L.D. no matter what. No matter what means. This is why, even though the order he received was directly kill, Leon did not immediately take action in the Opera House, but instead rescued Black Widow Natasha from the Red House. In order to get Black Widow Natasha to join S.H.I.E.L.D., he did not hesitate to disobey Fury's orders. However, what Leon could not say for sure was that the key to this plan was precisely Fury's attitude. In the bad situation of being betrayed by the organization and sent people to hunt her down, Leon believed that as long as Natasha was not seeking death, there should be a high probability that she would agree to his proposal. As for Nick Fury, the one-eyed director of S.H.I.E.L.D., would he agree to Black Widow, who should have been on the blacklist, to join S.H.I.E.L.D. and become one of them? That depends on whether Leon can convince him. Thinking of this, Leon felt that it was time to use his network of connections. He came to the study and took out a brand new BlackBerry phone that he bought on the way back from the drawer of the bookcase. Remove the battery and insert a SIM card that was not satellite located and monitored. Turn on the phone, press a series of numbers, and soon the phone is connected. Hello? Who is this? Uncle Phil, it's me. At the same time, Washington, about 1,000 kilometers away from Novosibirsk. Phil Coulson, who was chatting with his old friend Melinda May, was also very surprised when he received a call from his nephew. After saying sorry to Melinda May, he walked out of the office and came to an empty corner. Leon. Why did you call suddenly? Shouldn't you be on a mission at this time? Coulson asked in a low voice, covering his mouth. It's like this, I'm fine here, the mission is good, but there's a little problem. Hearing the hesitation in Leon's words, Coulson immediately asked, what do you mean? Are you injured? Or? No, I'm fine, I just want you to help me with something. Coulson, who has long regarded Leon as his own son, naturally would not refuse. Tell me. How can I help you? I want to talk to Director Fury to discuss something. Coulson was a little surprised by this inexplicable request. However, he did not ask too many questions. He just pondered for a moment before answering, okay, wait for me. Then, a few minutes later, Leon heard Nick Fury's very personal voice from the other end of the phone. Agent Leon. It's me, sir. Hearing Leon's voice, Fury suppressed his doubts and asked, I heard from Coulson that you have something to discuss with me. Yes, it's about Black Widow. The code name Black Widow immediately made Nick Fury frown. Did you meet her? Yes, sir. Not only did I meet her, I also saved her. Then, Leon reported to Nick Fury on the phone how he met Black Widow Natasha, and why he saved her from the killer of the Red House. Finally, he also proposed his entire asylum plan to Fury. So, I think that if we can recruit Black Widow, we will not only get information about the Red Room, but also a very outstanding agent. After listening to Leon's overall plan, Nick Fury had to admit that sending this young man to Russia to carry out this mission was a wise choice. Leon did not disappoint him. In this mission, the ability shown by Leon was worthy of Fury's inclusion in the list of key training targets. The most commendable thing is that he can not only complete the task alone, but also make the most favorable decision for S.H.I.E.L.D. according to the situation at the time. Just like this asylum plan. Leon waited for a long time on the other end of the phone before hearing the answer he wanted to hear most. Do it. Chapter 33 The Power of Choice. Nick Fury's answer made Leon feel relieved. In his impression, Nick Fury is a person who will do anything to achieve his goal. Whether it is to protect the Earth, forming a superhero team that is almost out of his control, or to prevent crime, creating the Insight Project, a murder weapon that will cause huge controversy once it is exposed. He does these things to achieve a certain goal. Whether the goal is to protect humans from alien invasion or to protect SHIELD. In the matter of Black Widow, so did he. Since letting Black Widow join S.H.I.E.L.D. can get confidential information from the Russian intelligence agency Red House, and can also inject new blood into the team of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s elite agents. Why not agree to such a proposal that kills two birds with one stone? Not to mention that it was within Leon's expectations, but he more or less guessed that Nick Fury would agree to his proposal. With the promise of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Leon naturally has more confidence to face the confused Black Widow. After hanging up the phone, Leon broke the phone in half and threw it into the trash can. In this case, the next thing is to escape the pursuit. Leon thought so in his heart, but his footsteps did not stop, and he walked towards the bedroom again. This time, Leon knocked on the door, and waited until a sound of come in came from inside before pushing the door again. As soon as he came in, Leon noticed that the mushroom porridge on the table had been eaten up. This undoubtedly made the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he thought to himself, this is a good sign. He looked towards the bed, but he saw nothing. Natasha, who still had bandages on her head and arms, did not sit on the bed to rest, but stood in front of the open wardrobe, facing the mirror, changing clothes. A simple white vest showed Natasha's beautiful body. A quick glance still showed the sexy charm of this Russian woman. Seeing this, he turned around quickly, with his back to Natasha. Oh! Sorry, I thought you let me in. Leon didn't mind continuing to watch the beauty change clothes. However, Natasha was not one of those women who had a fleeting affair with him, and at least respect should be given. After all, he was romantic, not vulgar. However, before he could finish his apology, Natasha's voice interrupted him. Do you have any women's clothes here? No, if you need, I can buy it for you. Leon answered with his back to her. Forget it, just wear these. Accompanied by a rustling sound behind her, Natasha quickly changed into a set of clothes. It's okay. Hearing this, Leon also turned around slowly. The extremely seductive figure was covered by a large baseball jacket, which made Leon sigh in his heart. What a pity. In order to cover the bandage on her head, she also wore a black peaked cap. Of course, these were all picked out from Leon's clothes. Looking at Natasha's green eyes with a hint of vigilance under her black hair, Leon smiled harmlessly and asked, "How is your injury?" Fortunately, apart from a headache, the dizziness has improved a lot. Having said this, Natasha thought for a moment and added, "Anyway, thank you for saving me." "You're welcome. I saved you just to complete the mission." As Leon spoke, he pulled out a chair and sat down. "The people in the Red House didn't find your body at the scene, so they should have known that you were not dead. Even if I didn't leave any survivors at the scene, it wouldn't stop them from continuing to hunt us down. This is their home ground, and they should find us soon. So, for safety's sake, we have to leave here as soon as possible and go to the next safe place." Hearing Leon's analysis, Natasha nodded silently, "Yet. Pack up as soon as possible, we're ready to leave." After saying that, Leon, who was about to turn around and leave, suddenly stopped and stood still. He seemed to have remembered something, and suddenly turned around and asked, "By the way, I'm very curious about something and I really want to ask you." "What is it?" Leon stared at Natasha's eyes and said in a vague tone, "Logically speaking, you knew that you were betrayed by the organization, and you should have found a way to leave Russia as soon as possible to prevent these people from finding you. But you did the opposite and stayed in Russia, and in Novosibirsk, a big city that is very easy to be exposed. Why?" This was the doubt that Leon couldn't figure out and couldn't dissipate after seeing Natasha in the opera house. With the ability of the Black Widow, it is not a big problem to leave Russia. However, she didn't do that. Instead, she stayed in Russia, in a big city like Novosibirsk where there are many people and eyes, as if she was afraid that others would not be able to find her. What is the reason? He wanted to hear her answer. Lyon's question made Natasha stunned. She seemed to have not expected that Leon would ask this question. She lowered her head slightly, and gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear with her slender fingertips. After a long while, she answered, I don't know. I don't know why I didn't escape, but stayed here. I clearly don't have any sense of belonging or attachment to this place. Besides, here in this country, I don't know where to go. The tone was filled with confusion about the future and sadness in the heart after being betrayed. Looking at the charming little face, which showed a trace of confusion, Leon also struck while the iron was hot and persuaded, in this case, I think you might as well join us. Under our protection, you can have plenty of time to consider. Should I continue to move forward and start a new life, or continue to stay where I am and cherish the past? The choice is in your hands. Natasha cheered up and met Leon's sincere eyes, and her heart was filled with waves. She continued to hide those emotions that should not appear deep in her heart, and then said her decision. From the conditions you proposed, you should be very clear about my identity. Although, I don't know who you are, and I don't know which country the organization behind you belongs to. I don't care about these. Natasha's tone was full of determination. I can give you all the intelligence you want, I can also join you. However, I have one condition. That is, if I join your organization, I just hope that I can have more or less the power of choice. Chapter 34 Evacuation Point and Pursuers. People cannot choose their birth. However, people can choose their lives. It is every choice that makes you who you are now. Just like Black Widow, an orphan raised by a spy agency, who was instilled with brainwashing education such as obey orders and complete the mission at all costs since childhood, and became a tool for killing. Then, suddenly, she was betrayed by the organization that trained her to be what she is now. The huge confusion and helplessness made Natasha lose her faith and motivation to move forward. She didn't know how to choose the future path. Originally, if Leon hadn't appeared, she might have sunk down like this, or maybe she would have been caught by the people in the Red House and finally became a victim of the internal struggle of the organization. However, the appearance of Leon was like a lighthouse shining directly into the darkness, which gave Natasha, who was at the bottom of her life, a direction to move forward. A new road, a new life, was laid out in front of her. Natasha was like a drowning person. Without thinking too much, she reached out and grabbed this life-saving straw. This also shows that Natasha, the Black Widow, was not willing to die here, to die in the hands of the organization that raised her, made her, and even tried to bury her. Leon naturally understood the conditions proposed by Natasha. After all, it is normal to be wary of the new organization that suddenly appeared after being betrayed by the organization that he had obeyed for many years. Leon thought that as long as she joined S.H.I.E.L.D. and stayed for a while, she would understand that S.H.I.E.L.D. was not the Red House. However, in order to reassure Natasha, Leon responded immediately, "Of course, everyone should have the power to choose, right?" Time, Thursday, September 20, 2007, 1 p.m. Location, a fast food restaurant in Novosibirsk, Russia. It was lunchtime, and office workers and shop assistants from nearby companies and shops all flocked to this restaurant, trying to enjoy a pleasant lunchtime. At a table at the back of the store, there were two young men and women who looked like tourists from other places. The peaked caps on their heads covered their faces a lot. The two were talking in a low voice, and seemed to be talking about the next attractions to visit. However, once someone gets close to them, they can hear the content of their conversation, which is as follows. "I have just contacted the people in the branch, and they said that the air defense radars in Novosibirsk are too dense, and their fighters cannot avoid the radar and land smoothly. Then how do we leave? The plan remains unchanged. As long as we rush to the agreed evacuation coordinates within the specified time, we can take the fighter plane that comes to pick us up and leave Russia directly. Where are the evacuation coordinates? Novi Port in the Kara Sea in northern Russia. That's right, the two young men and women who are discussing how to escape from Russia are Leon and Natasha. After leaving the safe house, Leon and Natasha came to this fast food restaurant. On the one hand, in order to replenish energy and prepare for the upcoming evacuation, on the other hand, Leon it takes some time to contact the backup of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Russian branch. After all, he is not fighting alone. However, after the contact, the news from the backup was not very good. Originally thought, as long as the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Russian branch sent a Quinjet, they could take them away from this damn place. However, unexpectedly, due to the obstruction of air defense forces, their evacuation point could only be moved from Novosibirsk to a more remote area, Novi Port. Novi Port is a port not far from the intersection of the Obi River and the Kara Sea. Due to the influence of the perennial ice of the Kara Sea, Novi Port is also a small port with a temperature below zero all year round. Like other remote towns in Russia, the residents of Novi Port are pitifully few. It is precisely because of this that Russia will not set up too many air defense forces in such a place. This is also why S.H.I.E.L.D. set the evacuation point here. It just so happens that Novosibirsk, where Leon and Natasha are located, is in the lower reaches of the Obi River. As long as they follow the Obi River and go north, they can come to the port of Novi located in the upper reaches of the Obi River, and then take the Quinjet to escape the pursuit of the Red House and leave Russia. The entire evacuation plan is not complicated, but very simple. After resting for a while in the fast food restaurant, the two disguised people also rented a Land Rover locally and embarked on the evacuation journey along the country road. However, it was not easy along the way. After learning that the assassins sent out were wiped out, the two factions of the Red House directly exploded. Especially the unexpected person Leon made the whole situation more complicated. Unexpectedly, there was a third-party force. The Red House, which intervened in this matter, also realized the seriousness of the matter. Once the Black Widow escapes from Russia, then the various confidential information about the Red House in her mind will become favorable information for the third-party forces. The leak of intelligence is undoubtedly a major blow to the Red House intelligence agency. Therefore, in order to prevent the Black Widow from leaving, the two major factions of the Red House quickly reached a reconciliation agreement and sent out elite killers and agents in the organization to keep Leon and the Black Widow in Russia. Due to the home advantage and the guess of the two's route of action, the Red House quickly grasped the specific location of the two. Even though Leon and Natasha hid all the way, they did not dare to take the highway or stop to rest. However, 2 days later, they were still caught up by the relentless pursuers in Nizhnevartovsk, located in the middle reaches of the Obi River. Nizhnevartovsk, a city in northern Russia, is also the second largest city in the Khanty-Mansi autonomous region of Russia. Although it is a big city, the population of the entire city is only over 200,000. The entire city seemed particularly deserted in the early morning. On the street, even the shadow of a homeless person could not be seen. The temperature here is around -1 or 2 degrees all year round, and even in the middle of the night and early morning, it will plummet to a terrifying -10 or 20 degrees. Even the homeless people of the fighting nation dare not stay on the open street in such a temperature. At this moment, there was a burst of engine roaring noise from the distance of the road. And the sound of tires rubbing wildly on the ground. Chapter 35 Counterattack. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets hit the car body, and the sound effects that make people want to cover their ears kept ringing. A speeding Land Rover, chased by 5 or 6 black SUVs, kept drifting left and right on the street. This scene looks like a movie. However, it is a pity that this is the real world where no one shouts cut. While lowering his head slightly to avoid the bullets shot from behind, Leon stepped on the accelerator hard, trying to use speed to get rid of the opponent's pursuit. Natasha, who was sitting in the co-pilot, was holding an M4A1 carbine, leaning out of the window, constantly blocking the pursuers behind her. Accompanied by a series of da-da-da gunshots, Natasha blew up the tire of an SUV of the opponent, and then the whole SUV suddenly crashed into the friendly forces not far away as if it was drunk. The two SUVs collided fiercely. The car parts were splashed everywhere, and the driver was also unconscious in this collision. Through the rear-view mirror, Leon saw all this and immediately praised loudly, "Nice." Natasha just sat back in her seat with a calm face and replaced her gun with a new magazine. Taking advantage of the momentary delay caused by the collision, Leon accelerated again, trying to distance himself from the pursuers. However, even though they had expected that the other party would not give up, they were still tireless. Amazing. Should you be so dedicated? You have chased them for dozens of streets, but you still won't let them go. In the car, Leon also felt that if he didn't do something, maybe he and Natasha would die here. Therefore, while driving the Land Rover and speeding on the road, Leon shouted to Natasha beside him. "This won't work. This car won't last long. If the fuel tank is hit, we can't escape even if we want to. We have to find a way to do something to get out of the current situation." Hearing Leon's words, Natasha, who was sitting next to him, nodded slightly, and seemed to agree with Leon's statement. Then, she quickly searched in her mind, as if she remembered something, and suddenly said, "Go to the port." There was no time to think too much. The constant gunshots behind him and the noise of bullets hitting the car made Leon have to follow Natasha's instructions and drive towards the port in the north of the city. Chased by the Red House killer, the two headed north and finally arrived at the city port of Nizhnevartovsk. Perhaps it was not time for work yet. The huge port with containers piled up everywhere was deserted, and no one could be seen anywhere, which was not as busy as usual. "Quick! Get out of the car!" Leon and Natasha parked the car aside, and then carried their luggage and equipment and got into this place with twists and turns. The terrain of the port is very suitable for hiding. If you are not an employee who works here frequently, it is difficult to figure out the twists and turns here. It is especially suitable for a situation where the few fight the many. And here, this is exactly the place where Natasha and Leon chose to counterattack. Instead of being chased by the other party, it is better to find a place to get rid of this group of pursuers and then continue to escape. Leon had no objection to Natasha's plan. Moreover, according to Natasha, she had been to this place before, and left some tools here to help them escape. Just when the two of them disappeared in the countless containers, the pursuers arrived. 7 black SUVs, like the servants of the god of death, lined up and stopped at the port gate. Click! The door of an SUV in the middle was opened. A pair of slender legs, wearing a pair of high heels of 7 or 8 centimeters, stepped on the wet ground. A tall woman in black leather clothes and leather pants came out of the car. She shook her head slightly, and gently shook her smooth blonde hair, revealing an extremely attractive and beautiful face. When she saw the broken Land Rover parked at the door, she smiled. "Scatter! Find them!" With an order, many assassins standing behind her rushed into the port with various guns. And she took out 2 pistols from her waist, walked slowly with cat steps, and led several female assassins in the same car to walk in. The Red House has long been very familiar with the outstanding combat ability of the Black Widow. Not to mention, there is a sharpshooter who can kill many enemies in a short time. Such a combination, no matter how many people there are, dare not take it lightly. Therefore, as the commander of the first batch of pursuers, Yelena Belova carefully divided her assassins into groups of 5 through the communication device. 25 people were divided into 5 groups. In a fan-shaped, carpet search of the port. And this scene was seen by Leon in the distance. Lying on a container, Leon took off his binoculars and said to Natasha, "It seems that the other commander is not a fool. We are in trouble." The news of the other party's group search was not good for the two. As long as they can't quickly eliminate all the enemies in a group in a short time, then, the enemy's reinforcements will arrive immediately. In that case, they will face very powerful firepower. Therefore, if they want to catch this wave of pursuers here, they must use the terrain to create a time difference. In other words, they have to fight quickly. Fortunately, 5 people are not enough for a combination like Leon and Black Widow. This can be seen from Natasha's slightly disdainful tone. Just 5 people. Yes, just 5 people. Leon also smiled and echoed. Looking at Natasha with favorability, cold on her head, Leon couldn't help but mutter in his heart, this young lady is really confident. The two of them lay on one of the containers and observed for a while before they saw a group of enemies, which were a little far away from the encirclement. Leon and Natasha looked at each other, and their eyes conveyed the same signal, it was him, they are here. Then, the two of them jumped down from the container, crouched down, and moved towards the group of lone enemies. Natasha, who had just installed silencers on her 2 pistols, glanced at Leon, who was still holding a briefcase and had no intention of taking out his weapons to fight. This made her frown and whispered, "Hey! What are you doing? Hey! What's wrong? The war is about to start, where are your weapons?" Weapons? Leon was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Oh! Weapons! He patted the silver briefcase gently and showed Natasha a devilish smile. You will see it soon. Chapter 36 Fierce Battle at the Port. Ah! Accompanied by the enemy's groaning when he fell to the ground, Leon and Natasha, after being chased by the Red House for several days, finally blew the horn of counterattack. Although it was in broad daylight, it was not as easy to assassinate as after nightfall. However, the assassins of the Red House were not facing ordinary people, but Leon, who never missed his target, and Black Widow, who had outstanding assassination skills. Under the coordinated raid of the two, the 5 enemies in the first group were quickly killed by the 2 before they had time to notify others. At this time, Natasha finally saw the treasure in Leon's suitcase, a foldable recurve bow. This was not what surprised her, but what shocked her more was Leon's archery. With one pull, and one release, an enemy was shot to the ground. Although it was not as perverted as every arrow hitting the target, every arrow shot would make an enemy lose its combat effectiveness. Looking at the back of Leon quickly recovering arrows from the enemy, Natasha's curiosity about this man was much stronger. What kind of person is he? Not long after the 2 left, another group of enemies arrived at the scene very in time. Looking at the 5 bodies lying on the ground, the leading leader's pupils dilated slightly, and immediately used the communicator to convey the alarm to other companions. Attention, all units, C-Team was knocked down, the enemy has weapons similar to bows and arrows in addition to guns. On the other side, Yelena Belova, who heard the bad news, also involuntarily clenched the gun in her hand, frowned, and muttered to herself, "You are worthy of being the only woman who has been awarded the title of Black Widow. I want to meet you more and more, Senior." Especially in the word senior, she stretched out the tail tone. This time, the Red House sent many elite agents and killers. Among them, in order to motivate and train these female spies who have been training in the Red House. The Red House even sent female trainees who have not experienced the graduation ceremony to come and kill Natasha. Yelena Belova is one of them. Not only that, the Red House also set up an attractive reward, that is, whoever can kill the Black Widow can become the new Black Widow. And becoming a Black Widow means that they can go out and leave the big house that is always cold, fearful, and dark, go to the outside world, and experience the warmth of the sun shining on their skin. This may be what they want deep in their hearts. For this reason, many female spies in the Red House regard this pursuit as an extremely precious opportunity. Putting aside the distracting thoughts in her mind, Yelena Belova gave an order to the communicator, change the plan. The 2 adjacent groups of people, gather together immediately. This order was like a heavy punch, hitting the opponent's face hard, making Leon and Natasha fall into a passive situation. Yelena Belova thought, since you two can kill one group so quickly, I will merge the two groups, from 5 to 10, and see if you can kill them before the reinforcements arrive. Anyway, they have a lot of people, as long as one group holds Leon and the other two, they can surround the two hiding everywhere. In that case, the two trapped beasts will definitely be unable to escape. This is Yelena Belova's open conspiracy, and it is also the situation that Leon and Natasha have to face. The two people who were lying on one of the containers again and using telescopes to observe the enemy's movements frowned at the same time when they saw the enemy's merging actions. Leon smiled bitterly and whispered, "It seems that not all the other parties are idiots. What should we do now? We can quickly deal with 5 people. If there are 10 people, even if we are faster, it is impossible for the other party not to sound any alarms, right?" Natasha, who was lying on the side, also asked for a solution. Leon lowered his head and thought for a moment, then raised his head again and looked at Natasha with a serious face. "I think, we only have one solution left." "What do you mean?" "Strong attack." Hearing the solution in Leon's decisive tone, Natasha was stunned, and then rolled her eyes. "Do you know how strong the opponent's firepower is? With these 2 small pistols in our hands and a bow and arrow from the Paleolithic age, do you think we can beat the opponent with Uzi and MP5? It's good enough if we don't get beaten into a sieve." Hearing Natasha's words, Leon was immediately confused. Paleolithic age. He didn't expect that Natasha would complain about his bow and arrow before he had time to explain his method in detail. This made Leon laugh and cry. He was fine, but he felt that he had to take this highly concealed weapon with him to hide his identity when he went deep into Russia. However, if Black Widow joins SHIELD at that time, and sees Hawkeye, who never uses a gun and carries a bow all day, wandering around, she might be severely complained about like today. By then, how wonderful would the expression on Hawkeye's face be? Shaking his head, getting rid of these thoughts that shouldn't appear at this time, Leon pretended not to hear the other party's complaints and explained directly. "I know the other party has strong firepower, but what if I say that I have a way to make them invisible to us?" "Hey! How to do it?" Lion took out 2 silver metal spheres from his trouser pocket and handed them to Natasha confidently. "Then we have to rely on these 2 little gadgets." Then, Lion explained to Natasha the function of the metal sphere in his hand. Hearing the function of the sphere and Lion's plan of attack, Natasha's eyes were also shining, and she complained, "If you have such a good thing, you should have taken it out earlier." Do you think I have a lot? This thing is extremely expensive. I only brought 2 of them to Russia and I was reluctant to use them." "Then why are you willing to take it out now?" Seeing Lion's reluctance, Natasha teased. "In order to save your life and mine, there is no other way." After saying that, Leon spread his hands, expressing his helplessness. Just as the 2 were discussing which team to target for the assault, Leon's ears moved slightly. He heard dense but not chaotic footsteps approaching them slowly. "They are coming." Leon's reminder made Natasha clench the pistols in both hands and began to concentrate. The 2 of them lay motionless on the container, waiting for the arrival of the enemy. Chapter 37 Hidden Retreat. When the 10 enemies in a group, lined up in uneven formations, came to the bottom of the container where the 2 were, Leon took action. He threw down, and 2 metal spheres fell to the ground, making a sound that attracted people's attention. The enemy who first discovered the unknown sphere shouted loudly and alertly, "Something is happening!" However, before the group could react, the metal sphere exploded instantly. Boom! 2 strong white lights, like the holy light of an angel descending to earth, instantly deprived the enemies in the entire area of their vision. At that moment, all these enemies saw was endless darkness. And this moment was exactly what Leon and Natasha were waiting for. "Ah! My eyes! I can't see anything." Just as the enemy covered his eyes and screamed in pain, Leon and Natasha stood up and launched a swift and fierce attack on the enemy below. Draw the bow and shoot the arrow. Pull the trigger. Every shot and every arrow hit the enemy accurately and took his life. Facing these human-shaped targets, the two people, like the ruthless god of death, used their sharpest attacks to instantly eliminate the enemies who were unable to resist. During this period, several blind enemies tried to hold their submachine guns and shoot around randomly, almost shooting the two. Fortunately, Leon, who had a very fast shooting speed, did not give them the opportunity to conduct the next sweep, and directly swooshed an arrow to kill these enemies who dared to fight back. In just 10 seconds, this group of 10 people was instantly destroyed by the two. Leon and Natasha were unscathed. The price paid was just 2 powerful flash bombs named "Please Close Your Eyes" by Fitz. When Yelena Belova rushed over after hearing the explosion and shouting, she saw that only the body was lying in a pool of blood. She knew that her conspiracy was easily cracked by the other party. This immediately ignited a rage in her heart. Bang! She kicked the container next to her, making a dent in the iron door. Then, she cursed loudly, "You useless idiots!" At this moment, Yelena Belova, who was furious, suddenly found a detail that made her very happy: the arrows still stuck in the body and the guns that had not been taken away. She thought about it. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she suddenly said, "They should be running out of ammunition. As long as we continue to exchange fire with them, we will definitely use up their few remaining arrows and bullets. In this way, they can only let us slaughter them obediently. Let's go. Next, let's act together." While Yelena Belova led the last 10 people and began to search for the 2 people frantically, on the other side, Leon and Natasha, who had already fled to the banks of the Obi River, began to check the ammunition on their bodies. Just as Leon reached for the quiver behind him, he discovered a very serious problem. "Oh no, I only have 5 arrows left." It turned out that because the enemy came too fast just now, Leon was forced to flee the scene before he had time to retrieve the arrows. Therefore, Leon will face a rather embarrassing situation on the spot: lack of ammunition. At this time, Natasha on the side also revealed a bad news that made things worse with a serious face. "I am running out of bullets too." The flash bombs used as a surprise attack tool were used up, and there were only a few bullets and arrows left. In this way, the supplies they had in their hands could not support them to launch another surprise attack just now. Even a brief exchange of fire with the enemy may consume their remaining ammunition. Without ammunition, the weapons in their hands will become useless burdens. Desperate situation, it seems, is just around the corner. It's time to consider a retreat. Thinking so, Leon looked at Natasha on the side. Coincidentally, Natasha seemed to have thought of the same thing as him, and looked at him with her green eyes. "I think it's time for us to leave here." "How to leave?" Leaning against the container beside him, Lion looked at Natasha and continued to ask, "Their support should be here soon. They will definitely come in from the main gate and control the main gate. And this place has only one entrance and exit. In other words, apart from ships, I can't think of any other way to escape from this port. And at this time, there are no ships entering the port." As he was talking, Lion suddenly remembered something, looked at Natasha suddenly, and asked hesitantly, "Unless, the escape tool you mentioned is a ship?" Looking at Lion with admiration, Natasha no longer kept it a secret at this time. "That's right. But to be precise, it's not a ship, but a motorboat. Follow me." Under the leadership of Natasha, Lion and the others came to a ship berth in the port. The two walked down the stairs and along the embankment to a more secluded corner. "Originally, this city was the location of one of my safe houses. You know, in our line of work, you never know when you will be hunted down. So, just in case, I left a motorboat in this port, just." While explaining to Leon, Natasha pulled off a piece of fireproof cloth covering the things below. "Here." After lifting the covering cloth, Leon finally saw a well-preserved black motorboat, quietly waiting for its owner. In Leon's eyes, this motorboat is not only a means of transportation, but also a hope. A hope that can take them away from here. Just when the two of them pushed the motorboat down the river together, a sudden shout shocked the two of them. Found it! They are here! The two of them looked at the source of the sound at the same time. I saw an enemy standing on the stairs not far away, holding an MP5 and pointing the gun at the two people. The black gun muzzle seemed to have countless bullets pouring towards them immediately. Before Leon could draw the arrow, Natasha on the side pulled the trigger first. Bang! 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 All the bullets in the pistol were poured out at once. Several blood holes appeared on the enemy's body in an instant, and he fell to the ground. At this time, Leon, who reacted, pulled out an arrow from the quiver behind him, and told Natasha, who had run out of ammunition, "Go and start the motorboat, I'll cover you." Natasha didn't hesitate, just nodded fiercely, turned around and jumped on the motorboat. At this time, the enemy's support also arrived at the scene very promptly. Leon, with a sharp gaze, stood there, holding a bow in his right hand and an arrow in his left hand, aiming forward, and shouted in a low voice. "Come on!" Chapter 38, Escape After Being Shot. Whoosh! The enemy who was about to rush down the stairs was shot directly in the eye socket by Leon's arrow. Without a sound, he fell straight forward. The body with an arrow stuck in the head rolled down the stairs. The courage of the enemies was also suppressed by this powerful arrow. These killers became timid and dared not to move forward. They only dared to hide behind the bunker and shoot indiscriminately in the direction of Leon. Da-da-da. Even though the crosshairs were off the target, 6 or 7 MP5s that kept pouring bullets made Leon dare not stand there and pose. He could only hide behind a yacht to avoid the merciless barrage. At this time, Yelena Belova, who arrived late, was furious when she saw her subordinate's cowardly behavior, and immediately ordered loudly. "What are you afraid of? He is just one person. Come on!" With Yelena Belova's reminder, everyone woke up as if from a dream, rushed down the stairs, came to the embankment, and rushed towards Lion. There is strength in numbers. Even if Lion's archery skills were accurate and he could kill an enemy with one arrow, he could not resist the enemy's group of people rushing forward. What's more, he only had the last few arrows left. After several rounds, when Lion shot the last arrow in the quiver, he could only become a turtle. Bang! 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 Bullets kept hitting the yacht, making a toothache sound. Lion, who was hiding behind the yacht, was even more tormented at this time. Just as Leon kept shouting in his heart, "I must bring a gun next time," Natasha's voice, accompanied by a rumbling engine sound, finally rang out. "All right. Get on!" This shout fell into Leon's ears, like the sound of nature. He turned around in a hurry, took a step forward, and after a run-up, he jumped onto the motorboat with a standard triple jump. Without thinking too much, Leon, who was sitting in the back seat, directly hugged Natasha's small waist and shouted desperately in her ear, "Go, go, go!" With a frown, Natasha twisted the throttle with her right hand, and the motorboat parked on the river surface rushed out like an arrow from a string. The water splashed, and a white mark appeared on the river surface. This motorboat broke through all obstacles, carrying Leon and Natasha, and rushed out of the encirclement. Seeing the cooked duck fly away, Yelena Belova fired several shots at Leon's back in great anger. Under her leadership, the other killers in the Red House also fired the last wave of bullets called "Do Your Best and Leave It to Fate." The sensitive hearing came into play at this time. Hearing a shuttle of high-speed rotating bullets passing around his body, with a slight sound of breaking wind. Before Leon had time to sigh, he felt a sudden pain in his back, which made him groan, I was shot." Such a thought instantly occupied his entire mind at that moment. A sense of weakness suddenly surged in his body, causing Leon's hands, which were originally tightly holding Natasha, to begin to loosen a little. Hearing the groan behind him, the sensitive Natasha also instantly realized the seriousness of the matter. She held the handle tightly, controlling the speeding motorboat to get away from the enemy's shooting range as soon as possible, and asked Leon, who was sitting behind her, "You were shot. Are you okay?" "It's okay, it's just a minor injury." Although he said so, the dizziness and weakness caused by the bleeding in his body hit him like a storm. Gradually, his hands that were originally holding Natasha loosened a lot. Natasha, who sensed this subtle change, also shouted loudly, trying to retain Leon's gradually losing consciousness. "Hey! Hang on! We'll be in a safe place soon." Natasha's slightly anxious voice kept ringing in Leon's ears, so that Leon, who wanted to fall asleep, frowned and whispered back, "Shut up! I'm not dead yet." Hearing Leon's voice, Natasha felt relieved. "You can still joke, which proves that you can still hold on." However, she knew very well that if she couldn't find a safe place as soon as possible to treat Leon, he would die without a doubt due to heavy bleeding. Thinking of this, Natasha made up her mind, "You saved me last time, this time, it's my turn to save you." With a twist of the throttle, the motorboat on the Obi River suddenly accelerated and sped away. 6 hours later. In a small town in northern Russia. In a house that has been uninhabited for years, a man lying motionless on the bed suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes. Suddenly together, as soon as he turned around, he felt a huge tearing sensation on his back, which made him gasp, hiss. After he looked around and confirmed the surrounding environment, he asked, "Where is this?" At this time, a red-haired beauty walked out of the bathroom leisurely and smiled at the man. "You finally woke up." Seeing the other person's face, Leon, who was sitting on the bed, revealed a hint of surprise in his tone, "Natasha. Haha, while you were asleep, I dyed my hair back." Natasha, who had restored her original hair color, walked to the bed, pulled out a chair, and sat down. "How long have I slept?" "Well, not long, just 6 hours and 37 minutes. Hearing Natasha's answer, Leon couldn't help but frowned. "So, we still have about 6 hours left." "Yes." Natasha nodded and joked, "To be precise, there are still 6 hours and 23 minutes before the agreed evacuation time." Leon looked at Natasha's smile and suddenly didn't know what to do. After holding it in for a long time, he finally said, "Thank you." Compared to Leon's shyness, Natasha's reaction was very cool. "You're welcome, you saved me once, and I saved you once, so it's even." Leon was about to say a few more words, but his attention was attracted by the favorability on Natasha's head. At some point, Natasha's favorability towards him had changed from cold to harmonious. He vaguely felt that there was a bond called partnership slowly forming between him and Natasha. This surprised Leon, but he also felt a little happy. It seems that there is only one step left for Black Widow to become a member of SHIELD. Leon thought about it and suddenly asked, "By the way, where are we now?" "Kutsk, a small town in northern Russia." Natasha seemed to know Leon's next question and gave the answer in advance. "Novi Port, just 30 kilometers away." Chapter 39 Live for Yourself. September 23, 2007, 12 noon. Novi Port, Kara Sea, northern Russia. This is the main port of the Kara Sea, and the entire port is very large. Residents mainly make a living from fish farming. Not only that, this is also a fishing spot that many fishing enthusiasts from all over the world love very much. But today, the port of Novi welcomed 2 uninvited guests. The Kara Sea, which has condensed into an endless sea of ice, makes people feel like they have come to the kingdom of ice under the sunlight. Sitting on a bench at a viewing point on the port embankment, Leon looked forward, feeling the cold wind and looking at the frozen Kara Sea in front of him, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's so beautiful." He was wearing a heavy down jacket and a pair of snow boots on his feet. He pulled down the woolen hat on his head and suddenly asked Natasha, who was sitting next to him, "How long will it take?" "About 15 minutes. Natasha, who also wrapped herself up like a dumpling and admired the scenery in the distance, looked down at her watch and answered calmly. After escaping the port pursuit in Nizhnevartovsk, Leon, who was shot, was taken by Natasha to a small town called Kutsk. After simply treating his gunshot wound, in order not to miss the agreed evacuation time, Leon, whose wound had not yet fully recovered, and Natasha set off again. This time, without the pursuers constantly harassing and chasing behind them, the two drove leisurely towards their destination like a young couple on an outing. And just half an hour ago, Leon and the other finally arrived at the agreed evacuation point, Port Novi. And there were only the last 15 minutes left before S.H.I.E.L.D. came to pick them up. Therefore, in order to leave a last commemoration and to kill the remaining time, at Leon's suggestion, the two came to the beach. The two chatted aimlessly while waiting for the arrival of the pickup. Sitting on the bench, Natasha looked up at the sun hanging high in the sky, with a tone of surprise and emotion. "It's really strange. I heard them say that there are rarely such sunny days in the Kara Sea." "Oh? Is that so?" Hearing Natasha's words, Leon took a deep breath and then smiled. "Then we rarely come here, and we encounter such a good day. Aren't we lucky?" "Lucky? Maybe." Looking at Natasha, who suddenly lowered her head and fell silent, Leon was a little curious and asked aloud, "Are you still thinking about what I said just now?" On the way to Novi Port, Leon roughly introduced his identity and the organization behind him to Natasha. When she knew that she was about to join an intelligence agency supervised by the World Security Council, she was somewhat surprised and became much more relaxed. National Strategic Defense Offensive. She also knew a little about the name of the Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. She didn't care much whether the organization she joined was a notorious killer organization or a mysterious organization that interfered with the security issues of countries around the world under the slogan of maintaining world peace. She only cared about her affiliation and the next path she would take. After joining S.H.I.E.L.D., as a renegade agent, she decided whether to completely abandon her identity as an agent and transfer to the logistics department, or to change to another place and continue to use her best skills to serve the organization. She even changed her name and changed her identity to start a new life. She was a little hesitant among these three choices. Especially on the way here, when Leon introduced her to the operation and internal structure of S.H.I.E.L.D., between the lines, he seemed to hope that she could continue to be an agent. In her heart, Natasha didn't know what kind of existence Leon was to her. Friend? Not really. Partner? A bit like. Couple? Not. However, one thing is certain, Leon, who saved her from the Red House and protected her all the way, is very important to her. It can be said that if it weren't for Leon, she might have died on that bridge. Therefore, Leon's opinion is also very important to Natasha. Natasha nodded, and then shook her head. Seeing Natasha's hesitation, Leon thought for a while and said, "In fact, what I said in the car was selfish. I wanted to persuade you to continue to be an agent. Even if that is your choice, I have no right to interfere." He looked ahead quietly, and his tone sounded a little ethereal. "I just simply think that if you continue to be an agent, it will be very helpful to me, the organization, and the whole world. Because you can do things that many people can't do." As he spoke, Leon slowly turned his head and looked at Natasha expectantly with his bright yet deep eyes. "In your previous life, you can say that you have always lived for the Red House. And now, you have escaped from their control and gained hard-won freedom. Don't you plan to see this world with your own eyes and experience what it feels like to live for yourself? What's more, I think if you and I form a partner, we should be very powerful, don't you think?" Hearing this, Natasha was stunned, staring at Leon's face, and slowly, a charming smile bloomed on her face. "I think so too." The two smiled at each other, and the air was filled with a pleasant atmosphere. As the two chatted, they almost forgot the passage of time. At this time, a space distortion suddenly appeared on the sea. What is that? Under Natasha's surprised gaze, a SHIELD iconic fighter, the Quinjet, lifted its stealth status and suddenly appeared in front of the two. Whoosh! The strong wind brought by the engine made the hair under the hats of the two people flutter in the wind. Under the gaze of the two people, the grey fighter landed on the open space beside. The cabin door at the tail of the fighter was slowly opened. Leon took a step forward and came to the boarding gate of the plane. He made a European knight's etiquette and smiled, "Welcome aboard, Natasha." 7 hours later. In the night sky of Manhattan, New York. A Quinjet in stealth mode, accompanied by the loud sound of the turbine engine, slowly landed on the apron of a certain building. When the door of the cabin was slowly opened, a tall figure walked down slowly with steady steps. And following closely behind, was a red-haired woman. Chapter 40 Black Widow's Kiss. Leon had just arrived in New York, and before he had time to enjoy the night view of New York with Natasha, he was called over by Nick Fury. The meeting place was still the building where he took over the Red House mission from Fury last time. However, this time, there was something different. The one who accompanied him was not his uncle Coulson, but Natasha, who had become the Black Widow. Sitting in the Chevrolet Suburban that had been prepared long ago, Leon and Natasha soon arrived at their destination. "Come to see me, bring the Black Widow with you." These are Nick Fury's original words. In the car, Leon did not talk to Natasha, but kept thinking about all the possibilities that were about to happen. Although Nick Fury agreed to his asylum plan during the call. However, he was still a little worried before everything was finalized. What if Fury went back on his word and directly ordered his men to kill him on the spot? Kill Natasha, what should I do? This absurd idea, like a haze, has always shrouded his heart. Nick Fury, this man with many secrets, like the stars in the sky. Rather than saying that he didn't spend much time with him, Leon said that it was very little. The only time he met Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., was during the last mission. Moreover, the time they talked and met was less than 10 minutes. He couldn't guess what Fury thought of Natasha, the rebellious agent. He could only hold an optimistic idea and go to meet Fury with Natasha, who was also full of doubts. After entering the building, before Leon showed his agent ID, the front desk lady he met last time interrupted him. "Agent Leon, Miss Natasha, the director is waiting for you on the 4th floor." "Okay." The two people, each with their own thoughts, took the elevator and soon arrived on the 4th floor. Ding! As soon as the elevator door opened, Leon saw a tall beauty standing straight in front of him. Leon raised his eyebrows, then smiled kindly, "Maria, long time no see." In the entire S.H.I.E.L.D., who else was the woman that Leon called so intimately, except Fury's adjutant Maria Hill? Maria. Hearing Leon's intimate name, Natasha beside her also looked at the woman standing in front of the elevator door with great curiosity. However, the owner of the name didn't seem to like Leon calling herself Maria in front of outsiders. Hill frowned, glared at Leon with her light blue eyes, and then said, "The director is waiting for you in the conference room." After that, she turned around and walked towards the conference room with her long legs. Leon and Natasha looked at each other and immediately followed. Not long after, the two came to the conference room under Hill's leadership. Hill knocked on the door a few times, then reminded the people inside, "Sir, people are here. Let them in." "Yes." Under Hill's gaze, Leon and Natasha walked into the conference room together. Just like last time, Fury was sitting in the main seat of the conference room with his fingers crossed, and with his only remaining eye, he quietly walked into the room with two people. Seeing Fury's charcoal-like face, Leon couldn't tell what he was thinking in his heart. At this time, Fury moved. He slowly stood up from his seat, walked in front of Leon with a steady pace, patted his right shoulder with his hand, and praised, "Well done, Agent Leon." Lion, who was a little confused, also quickly expressed his loyalty. "Thank you, sir. I will continue to work hard." After affirming Leon's performance, Fury turned to Natasha standing beside him and stretched out his right hand. "Hello, I am Nicholas J. Fury, the Director of the Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. It's a pleasure to meet you, Ms. Natasha Romanoff." From Fury's dark face, Leon vaguely saw a trace of satisfaction. This is a good sign. On the other side, facing Fury's kindness, Natasha didn't think too much. She stretched out her little hand, held Fury's big hand, and smiled. "It's my honor to meet you." Not long after the opening remarks, before Leon could report on the mission, he was ordered to leave by Fury. "You've worked hard on the way, Agent Leon. Go out and have a cup of coffee and take a rest. I have something to say to Ms. Natasha." There was no way, Leon could only reply yes. "Sir," and then turned and left the room. At the moment the door was closed, he suddenly saw Natasha, who blinked at him, as if conveying a message to him. "Don't worry. I'll be fine." This made Leon, who was facing the one-eyed devil Fury alone, calm down a little. After all, Black Widow is not a vegetarian. If they really fight, Fury, the one-eyed dragon, may not be able to defeat Natasha, the beautiful but thorny Black Widow. After Leon left the room, he ran to Hill and began to ask about the various things that happened in S.H.I.E.L.D. when he was away. However, what Leon didn't expect was that the conversation between Fury and Black Widow didn't last too long. Only 20 minutes later, Leon saw Natasha walking out of the conference room. Why so fast? Thinking so in his heart, Leon and Hill went to meet her. "What's going on?" Leon asked hurriedly. Natasha replied very calmly, "Oh, I joined." Leon was a little surprised. "Hey? That's it? That's it? Oh, right. The director asked me to follow you. Go to register your identity first, go through the formalities, and then go through a series of evaluation tests. I should only be considered to have truly joined after passing these tests." Judging from Natasha's tone and expression, Fury did not make things too difficult for her. This made Leon feel relieved and dispelled all the absurd thoughts in his mind. Just as Leon was crying and shouting in his heart, "Finally done," suddenly, a familiar voice came to my mind. Ding! The mission convincing Black Widow has been completed, and the reward has been issued. Please check it. The mission is also completed. Just as Leon was attracted by the prompt of the completion of the mission, Natasha, who was standing in front of Leon, suddenly made a move that surprised Hill and Leon. She stood on tiptoe slightly, and in front of Hill, she kissed Leon gently on the face. Before Leon, who was confused, could react, Natasha's teasing explanation came to his ears lightly. "This is a thank you gift, don't think about it wrongly." Chapter 41. A slap. A grateful kiss will not change anything. At least that's what Leon thought. In the next few days, Leon took Natasha, a new agent who had just joined S.H.I.E.L.D., to handle the procedures for joining the company, applying for accommodation, etc. After finishing all the complicated formalities, Natasha said goodbye to Leon and officially went to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s assessment training base, Cocoon. Since she was an agent who defected from the Russian intelligence agency Red House, in order to confirm that she was not sent here as an undercover, S.H.I.E.L.D. needed to conduct a series of assessments on her in a month-long background investigation. This is a very normal internal operation of the organization, and Natasha also expressed her understanding of this. After bidding farewell to Natasha, Leon returned to New York and returned to his residence again after many days. He had just finished his mission in Russia and was on standby before receiving a new mission. Standby means doing nothing. However, having just finished a long trip to Russia, Leon also felt that he needed some time to adjust his physical condition. After all, the gunshot wound on his back reminded him from time to time that he needed time to recover. I don't know if it's because of the special medicine of S.H.I.E.L.D. or because Leon's body recovers quickly. In just 3 days, when Leon looked in the mirror, he found that his wound had begun to scab over. During this period, Coulson also came to visit him once when he was busy. When he found that Leon was fine and was lying at home like a fat otaku with a look of enjoyment, he didn't come again. After all, as one of Fury's confidants, he was also very busy. In addition to his uncle, 2 friends, Gemma Simmons and Leo Fitz, also visited him. Especially as a biochemist with 2 doctoral degrees, Gemma Simmons also brought Leon a kind of fast recovery agent she developed, which made Leon want to hug her and shout, "Simmons is awesome." Thanks to this recovery agent, Leon's gunshot wound recovered quickly. Once he recovered, someone's restless heart could no longer calm down. That night, the night was hazy, and New York was still prosperous. After staying at home for a few days, Leon, who was bored, missed the beauties in New York and was ready to go out for some fun. Who knew that just as he changed his clothes and was ready to leave, the door of the apartment rang at a very timely moment. Bang bang bang! The very rhythmic knocking sound made Leon pause slightly, and he was puzzled. As he walked, he muttered in a low voice, "Who is it at this time?" However, when Leon opened the door, he was surprised to find that the person standing at the door was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury. The completely unexpected visitor made Leon stunned instantly. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" Fury's slightly teasing words awakened Leon, who was stunned. "Oh, come in." After saying that, he stepped back and made way for the house. Fury, who always wore a black windbreaker, walked into the apartment with steady steps. Looking at Fury's back, Leon's heart, for some reason, began to get nervous. What is he doing here? What is his purpose? It's not that Leon is suspicious, it's just that Fury's sudden visit is a bit abnormal. By the way, Fury is not the kind of enthusiastic person who cares about his subordinates and visits them in person. Come to think of it, this is my first time to come to your house. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Fury looked around and asked, "How is it? Are you used to living here?" Standing in the kitchen, Leon was about to pour a glass of water for Fury. Hearing such a question, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Well, it's okay. I'm still getting used to it. After all, I've only lived here for 2 months." After saying that, he brought a cup of warm water to the living room and handed it to Fury. "Thank you." Fury took it and took a sip, then casually put it on the coffee table. Judging from the other party's behavior since he entered the door, Leon felt that Fury should have something to say to him. Before he could ask, Fury spoke first. "Your mission this time was very good. From Romanov, we learned a lot of highly confidential information about the Red House. This information is very helpful for our future actions in Russia and for maintaining peace. It can be said that this is all your credit." As soon as he came up, Fury praised Leon. This was a bit unexpected for Leon. However, what he didn't expect was Fury's sudden change of attitude. "But..." Fury frowned and stared at him with his only remaining eye. "I'm still not satisfied with your performance in this mission. Here it comes." Leon suddenly perked up, and even his body, which was originally sitting very straight, tightened every muscle. He vaguely felt that the next words were the reason why Fury came to his house in person tonight. Fury's lecture continued. "You did a great job in this mission, both in collecting intelligence and lurking. However, you forgot something very important. Do you remember what I said when I asked you to pay attention to the Black Widow?" From Fury's eyes full of dissatisfaction, Leon finally realized Fury's intention. What is coming will come. From the moment he disobeyed the order, Leon was ready for Fury to punish him. However, everything went so smoothly according to his plan that he thought Fury should, or perhaps would not delve into his little matter. Who knows? With 1,000 thoughts in his mind, Leon could only open his bitter mouth and answer Fury's question in a low voice, you told me not to hesitate, not to show mercy, just kill her directly. That's right. Although Fury still sat motionless on the sofa, the coldness emanating from him made Leon clearly feel the majestic aura of this observer hiding in the shadows. If I understand correctly, this is a clear order. And obeying orders is the duty of subordinates. Hearing Fury's words, Leon was speechless. He could only purse his lips and bear the accountability he should have borne. Being able to change strategy according to the situation is a very good trait. I also appreciate it. But that is the commander's job. And your job is to do your best to complete every task and order given to you by your superiors. Fury leaned forward slightly, like a lion about to sprint and catch the prey in front of him, looking into Leon's eyes, and said word by word. This time, considering your original intention to complete the task better, I will not pursue your disobedience. But, it will not happen again next time. Chapter 42. Give me another sweet date. After saying what he wanted to say, Fury left. As for Leon, who had been taught a lesson, he was not in the mood to go out and have fun. Looking at the clock on the wall slowly approaching midnight, Leon dragged his tired body and mind and threw himself on the soft big bed. Go to sleep, wake up, it's a new day. With this thought in mind, he slowly fell asleep. The next morning, in the quiet room, an annoying phone ring suddenly sounded. Ring, ring, ring. Someone who was sleeping soundly frowned very irritably, and pulled the quilt to cover his entire face. However, trying to block the sound harassment in this way is just deceiving oneself. The persistent ringing sound, like a death warrant, constantly attacked Leon's ears. From covering his face with the quilt to covering his head with the pillow, Leon still lost to the ringing sound of the phone that didn't know how to give up. He reached out from the warm quilt, touched the bedside table, and put the phone to his ear. With a beep sound, the phone was connected. Hello, who is this? On the other end of the phone, Hill heard someone's slightly lazy voice, and couldn't help frowning. Aren't you up yet? Oh, it's Maria. Lion recognized Hill's voice, yawned first, and then answered, I don't have any tasks, why do I get up so early? Lion's lazy tone made Hill, who was always strict with himself, a little dissatisfied. Can I sleep in if I don't have any tasks? She rolled her eyes and said in a commanding tone. In a tone, she said to Leon on the other end of the phone, I don't care what you are doing now, I'll give you 30 minutes, come to the New York branch immediately. After that, she hung up the phone directly. Before he could react, Leon could only look at the phone and muttered, this sister, why is she so bad-tempered? Although he said so, he didn't dare to ignore Hill's order. After all, she is the adjutant of the director and an agent with level 9 authority. He is a level 4 rookie and can't afford to offend. Hurry up and get up from the bed, wash, change clothes, and go out at a very fast speed. 2 minutes later, there was a roar of the engine downstairs. Fortunately, it was past the rush hour, otherwise, even if Leon's driving skills were good, it would be impossible to get from Queens to Brooklyn in 30 minutes. S.H.I.E.L.D. has branches all over the world. Especially in the United States, in addition to the largest headquarters Trident and the hub of the transit station, the New York branch is the most important. Because of this, Fury put his other trusted subordinate, Victoria Hand, in such a critical position. Of course, with Leon's current status and level, even if he visits the New York branch from time to time, he still has no chance to contact this capable female minister. Arriving at the New York branch in the southern part of Brooklyn, Leon, through the security system, soon saw Maria Hill, who had been waiting for a long time in the lobby. Hey! Leon was about to say hello to her, but was hit in the face by the other party's words, follow me. Looking at Hill, who turned around and walked forward with long legs, Leon shrugged indifferently and followed. Under Hill's leadership, the two came to an empty office. As soon as he entered the room, before Leon sat down, Hill took out a black-covered ID from his trouser pocket and handed it to Leon. What is this? The director asked me to give this to you. Fury gave it to me? Leon took it with a puzzled look on his face, opened it and felt a little puzzled. The familiar eagle logo and his ID photo. He looked up, looked at Hill, and asked, "Isn't this the agent's ID? I already have it." Look carefully at the words on it. Hearing Hill's reminder, Leon focused his eyes on the words on the ID again. This time, he saw it clearly and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Hey! Why is it level 6? He rubbed his eyes with the back of his hand, as if he couldn't believe his eyes and what he saw. The SHIELD agent ID in his hand had level 6 printed on the level column. At this time, Hill, who was standing aside, looked at Leon's unbelievable expression, and his mouth corners slightly raised, and he whispered, "Congratulations, you're promoted." Looking at the new agent certificate in his hand, Leon's mind suddenly recalled what happened last night. He instantly understood why Fury suddenly came to knock on his door. This is clearly the standard routine of the boss to motivate his subordinates, first slapping them in the face and then giving them a sweet date. However, it must be said that this sweet date is still quite delicious. After all, for Leon, a higher level of authority means that the intelligence he can access is more confidential. It also means that he can have more opportunities to contact superheroes such as Iron Man and Captain America. Learning the abilities of these people and enhancing his combat effectiveness is the most important thing for him to survive in this Marvel world. Fury may not know that Leon can learn the abilities of others by making friends with them. However, by accident, he helped Leon a lot. Besides, considering that you have been in the bureau for a long time and have not had a vacation. In addition, you are injured now. Therefore, the director specially approved a week of vacation for you. Hill continued. Let's not talk about how dark Fury's heart is and how many secrets he has. Just in terms of treating his subordinates, he is indeed a leader who rewards and punishes clearly. Although level 4 and level 6 are only in the same confidentiality level. However, compared to level 4, which can only obtain ordinary intelligence, level 6 can already obtain confidential intelligence related to national security. It is only one step away from being able to obtain highly confidential level 7 authority. Therefore, Leon is still very grateful for Fury's generosity. Putting the new agent's card inside the coat, Leon looked at Hill with an extremely serious expression and said, "Maria, tell the director for me that I will repay his trust with even better performance." Hill nodded slightly, "I will." After finishing the business, Hill and Leon, who had not seen each other for a long time, also took this opportunity to meet and reminisce about the past. Although they didn't know each other for long, they could still be called friends. Even though Hill was a little annoyed by this guy who liked to talk nonsense. Arriving at the coffee shop in the branch, the two chatted while drinking coffee. "Where are you going to go on this rare holiday? Don't tell me you're going to stay at home for a whole week." Happiness came too suddenly, and my mind went blank. "Do you have any good places to recommend?" "That depends on whether you want to go domestically or abroad. For domestic purposes, Los Angeles is pretty good. In addition to Hollywood, the Venice Beach there, once it reaches the evening, the beautiful scenery of the sunset is simply impossible to take your eyes off." Abroad. Chapter 43 City of Angels. It's worthy of being Los Angeles. Standing at the door of the Kodak Theater, looking at the busy streets and the tourists from all over the world posing in various ways and taking photos with the stars on the ground, Leon couldn't help but smile. If we select the most worthwhile tourist cities from all the cities in the United States, there is one city that will always be at the top. That is the City of Angels, Los Angeles. Compared with the fast-paced New York, Los Angeles has a more leisurely atmosphere of its own. Hollywood, the synonymous with American movies, Venice Beach, the Bikini Paradise, Beverly Hills, the gathering place for celebrities. One famous attraction after another makes this city like a bright star in the night sky, guiding countless people to come. Lion is also one of the huge tourist group. He was stunned by Fury's promotion and vacation two-piece surprise, and decided to go to Los Angeles for a leisurely vacation under Hill's recommendation. The world of Marvel is very different from the world he originally lived in, but also has many similarities. The stars in Hollywood are still the same people. Old brother Tom Cruise, little Leo, Captain Deb, and others are all in this world, fighting for their acting careers. Not only that, many famous companies still exist. Especially internet giants such as Apple, Microsoft, and Google are wantonly developing and expanding their power. However, the companies with the highest market value in the world are no longer those familiar names, but dramatic names such as Stark Industries, Osborne Group, and Rahcon Oil. When he just crossed over and knew that there were companies like Apple and Facebook in this world, he didn't think too much and directly used all the inheritance left by his parents to buy stocks. And these companies did not exceed his expectations. Within a few years, his assets increased by dozens of times. It was precisely because of these subtle details that Leon was able to make a fortune from it. His current bank deposits are not much, only $4 or $5 million. Compared with Stark and Osborne, these tycoons with hundreds of billions, it is certainly not worth mentioning. However, this is enough for his extra expenses. After all, the treatment of S.H.I.E.L.D. is still good. In addition to the wife, basically everything that can be guaranteed is guaranteed. Since he came to Los Angeles for vacation, the first thing Leon did was to change his clothes into a floral shirt and beach pants. With a pair of flip-flops, Leon completely integrated into the rhythm of life in Los Angeles. After taking a photo with his favorite Hollywood star, Leo, Leon left the Avenue of Stars. Walking on Hollywood Boulevard, passing by the palm trees on both sides of the road, Leon's mood became leisurely and comfortable. New York and Los Angeles are two very different cities. Although they are both the most prosperous cities in the United States, only those who have been to both places can tell the difference between them. As a tourist, Leon is very purposeful. On the first day of arriving in Los Angeles, he went to Beverly Hills, known as the most prestigious residential area in the world, trying to have a wonderful encounter with Hollywood stars. However, unfortunately, he was not as lucky as he was in Russia last time. He walked around Beverly and did not meet any familiar stars. In the end, he could only leave with great pleasure and return with disappointment. The next day, which is today, he planned to go to two places. One was the Avenue of Stars. The other was his next destination, Venice Beach. Just imagine how intoxicating it would be to walk on the soft beach in the warm sunshine, listen to the ebb and flow of the sea, and feel the beautiful scenery of the sunset. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but speed up his pace. At this moment, a convertible sports car that just passed by suddenly braked and stopped in front of Leon. A blonde beauty sitting in the co-pilot turned around and waved to Leon, while greeting him enthusiastically, "Hey! Handsome guy!" Leon was a little without reacting. He looked around and found that there was no one around. Then he pointed at himself and asked in confusion, "Are you calling me?" The car slowly backed up and stopped beside Leon. There were two people in the car. In addition to the blonde beauty in the co-pilot, the brown-haired girl driving the sports car was also a standard beauty. Especially her broad mind, which made people unable to look away. Judging from the bikinis they were wearing, their destination was the same as theirs, the beach. The two girls looked at Leon taking off his sunglasses, revealing his fascinating blue eyes, and their eyes lit up. At this time, the hearts of the two girls were screaming in their hearts, "It's really a handsome guy." "Yes. Handsome guy, where are you going? Do you want us to give you a ride?" The blonde sitting in the co-pilot asked with a smile, holding back her inner joy. Leon has long been accustomed to the enthusiasm and directness of European and American girls. He did not refuse the two girls' kindness, smiled and said, "I'm going to Venice Beach, what about you?" "We are too." The brown-haired beauty sitting in the driver's seat also answered first. Facing the enthusiastic eyes of the two girls, Leon was also respectful and obeyed. Then, "Thank you." He opened the car door and sat in the back seat. With the boom of the engine, the car started again. As soon as he sat down, the blonde girl who didn't need to drive immediately said to Leon, "By the way, we haven't introduced ourselves yet. My name is Nicole, and this is my friend, Daisy. We are all traveling from the UK. What about you?" While feeling the breeze, Leon squinted his eyes and answered, "Oh, hello. My name is Leon, I'm also here to travel." "What a coincidence. How long are you going to stay here?" At this time, the brown-haired busta girl who was driving the car was also unwilling to be left behind and asked, "Oh, I should stay here for a few days." "That's great, we can go out and play together." On the way to Venice Beach, Leon had a good chat with the two girls. From the communication between the two British beauties, he got a lot of information. Both of them are college students. Blonde girl Nicole just broke up with her boyfriend. And the brown-haired girl Daisy, who is a good girlfriend, brought her to Los Angeles to relax. Both of them are single. When they arrived at the destination, Venice Beach, Leon was about to part ways with the two girls, but was pulled by the blonde girl and a note was stuffed into his hand. After stuffing it, the blonde girl also gave him a wink, "Call us." Leon opened the note and saw 2 phone numbers written on it. Seeing this, the corners of Leon's mouth rose slightly, and he put the note into his trouser pocket. "It seems that I won't be alone in the next vacation." Chapter 44 Diamond Incognito. Bang! Along with the sound of the body falling hard on the ring, the whole Diamond Heart Club was like a pot being blown up, and suddenly a huge and noisy shouting sounded. "Good job, Diamond! Kill him! Oh no! Get up!" The whole space, which was neither too big nor too small, was filled with crazy roars, the smell of sweat everywhere, and the faint smell of blood in the air. From the boxing ring surrounded by many spectators, and the 2 men on the stage with naked upper bodies and gloves on their hands, it can be inferred that this is a club that holds underground boxing matches. At this time, the duel on the ring seemed to have been decided. On the boxing ring illuminated by the spotlight, a white man lay there with blood all over his face. If it weren't for his still slightly trembling body reminding everyone that he was still alive, perhaps at this time, the medical staff who had been preparing for a long time would have rushed to the ring. However, this is also a matter of time. 10, 9, 8. As the black-clad referee counted down, the mood of the crowd gradually rose to the highest peak. The last number 1. After counting, the black-clad referee crossed his hands and waved, announcing directly, "The game is over." At the same time, the entire club was once again filled with deafening shouts and cheers. "Oh oh oh!" Unlike the madness in the audience, the winner, who was still standing on the ring, a tall, muscular black boxer, was unusually calm. He did not wait for the referee to pull up his hand and announce that the victory belonged to him, but turned around, pulled the rope, and walked off the ring. The quiet back formed a sharp contrast with the noise of the audience. At this moment, a man in bright clothes, a middle-aged fat man in a suit, who was very coquettish, took the microphone and stepped onto the boxing ring. His face was flushed, and the fat on his face shook up and down with the excitement of his tone. "Dear audience, what a wonderful night! As you can see, the boxing match tonight has been decided. The winner is still our invincible Diamond." With a big wave of his hand, the lighting engineer on the scene was very sensible and cast a spotlight on the black boxer who was walking towards the lounge. Under the illumination of the light, the explosive muscles on the black boxer's body made the cheers on the scene even louder. Even many audiences shouted his name in unison. "Diamond! Diamond! Diamond!" However, the enthusiasm of the fans did not stop the black boxer's steps for a moment. Just like that, he walked into the lounge amid waves of cheers. The fat man on the stage also came to the rescue of the black boxer at the right time. "Okay, our fighter still doesn't like to talk. However, you should have seen how he speaks with his fists. Following the fat man's provocation, the audience responded enthusiastically again. Oh. Then, let's continue with the next exciting match. Ignoring how lively the boxing ring was, the black boxer who returned to the lounge took off his gloves, threw them away, and sat down on a chair. Then, he began to slowly untie the bandage on his fist. After removing all the restraints on his hands, he stood up and walked to the bathroom on the side. When he passed the mirror in the bathroom, his steps could not help but pause. He looked at himself in the mirror quietly, his eyes dull. In the mirror, there was a man who hid great pain and passed deep in his heart. However, it is very interesting that this man who just won a fierce underground boxing match, can't see any scars on his face and body. Generally, there are only two possibilities in such a situation. One is that his evasion skills are very good, and he knocked down his opponent without getting hurt. The other is that his strength is too strong, and he defeated his opponent in just a few moves before the opponent attacked. Either of these two possibilities makes people stand in awe. This may be why the audience at the scene shouted his name so loudly and crazily. Looking at himself in the mirror, the memories in the black boxer's mind flashed back like a projector. His name is Luke Cage, a boxer who specializes in underground black boxing for a living. 3 months ago, he fought his first underground boxing match at the Diamond Heart Club and started his black boxing career. In just 3 months, he played a total of 15 games, with a record of 15 wins and 0 losses. Moreover, in every match, he knocked his opponent to the ground without any injury. Because no matter how many times his opponent hit him, he did not leave a single scar, so he gradually got the name Diamond. As his fame gradually grew, the club owner, the fat guy on the stage just now, Adam, saw the huge business opportunities contained in it. Adam signed a contract with him. He arranged accommodation for him, gave him 30% of the ticket revenue, and made him the treasurer of the Diamond Heart Boxing Club. In return, Luke Cage had to fight a boxing match in Diamond Heart every week. Luke Cage, who had just experienced the pain of losing his wife and was still immersed in grief, did not refuse this condition, but signed his name on the contract. Some people use alcohol to numb themselves. But he chose to let himself forget all the unpleasantness temporarily in the fierce fight of fists and flesh. Maybe, deep in his heart, he is not a person who is as strong in mind as in body. Sometimes, he needs something to make him forget that the person he loves the most has long gone away from him. Bang! At this moment, a few knocks on the door brought Luke Cage, who was still standing in front of the mirror, back to his senses instantly. He shook his head, threw the messy thoughts in his mind aside, and looked at the door. He saw a black guy standing at the door and said to him, "Hey! Man, Adam asked me to call you over." Hearing this, Luke Cage frowned slightly, holding a low voice, and asked, "What happened?" The black guy explained incessantly, "Nothing. It's just that a rich guy came to the club with 2 girls and opened a few bottles of wine. Seeing your prestige on the stage, he wanted to have a drink with you. Adam couldn't refuse him, so let me ask you." After listening, Luke Cage without any change in expression, he refused directly. "Tell Adam I'm not interested." Chapter 45 Unexpected Acquaintance. On the ring, some staff members were wiping the blood on the ground with towels. The screaming audiences below the stage also returned to their seats, waiting for the start of the next boxing match. During this short break, many of the audiences who had just followed the fierce clash on the stage and kept yelling came to the bar in the club to relieve the dryness of their throats and ordered various drinks. At the same time, in a booth in the corner of the Diamond Heart Club, the owner of the Diamond Heart Club, Fatty Adam, was apologizing to the guests at this table. "Oh, I'm really sorry, Diamond has something to do and may not be able to come. Please bear with me. To apologize to you, I will drink a few glasses with you." After saying that, Fatty Adam took out an empty glass and poured a full glass of Scotch whiskey into it. At this time, the young man sitting in the middle of the booth, surrounded by two beauties on the left and right, stretched out his right hand and stopped Fatty Adam from pouring the wine. The handsome young man in a black leather jacket smiled in a calm tone and said, "It's okay. I know that this request is a bit excessive. I can understand it. Oh, guest, if you say that, I will toast you even more." As soon as the voice fell, Fatty Adam picked up the glass, raised his head suddenly, and gulped the whole glass of whiskey into his throat. After drinking a few glasses with the male guest, Fatty Adam said goodbye, "Then I won't disturb you to continue watching the game next time." The man nodded, "Okay, take care." As soon as the fat man left, the beauties sitting on both sides of the man immediately started to chatter. The blonde beauty sitting on the right side of the man rubbed the man's arm with her full breasts, and whispered in the man's ear, "Leon, the game just now was so exciting. My heartbeat has not calmed down yet." The brown-haired beauty sitting on the left also nodded and echoed, "Yet. Especially that big black guy, isn't he too powerful? It seems that no matter how you hit him, he has no reaction. Doesn't he feel pain?" Facing the jealous eyes of the male compatriots around him, the man sitting in the middle raised his mouth slightly, revealing his blue eyes like the stars in the night sky under the dim light. "Maybe, it's not that he doesn't feel pain, but that the opponent's attack is too weak." Holding up the wine glass in his hand, looking at the whiskey in the glass, under the light, it looks like a psychedelic color like gold, and the man gradually lost himself. Lion didn't expect that a piece of news he accidentally heard on the beach would make him meet a very interesting person in this club. That's right. This rich guest who was surrounded by people and ordered several expensive drinks in order to have a drink with the winner on the stage was Lion, who came to Los Angeles for a tour. Everything can be traced back to 2 days ago. 2 days ago, Lion had just arrived in Los Angeles, the city of angels, and met 2 British college girls who were also traveling. One is a blonde girl with a wheat-colored skin, named Nicole, the other is a brown-haired girl with fair skin and a dizzy chest, named Daisy. From the first moment he met the two, Leon saw the look in their eyes that many women had in the past, love for handsome guys. Especially the blonde girl who had just ended her single life. Her eyes were full of strong teasing, as if she couldn't help but want to eat him into her stomach. Faced with the strong desire of these girls, the philanthropic Leon, of course, accepted all of them. When they parted on the beach, the girl stuffed a note with a number on it into his hand. In the next 2 days, Leon, who was alone in the empty room, felt that it would be better to go out with 3 people instead of playing alone. So he called the 2 girls to make an appointment and played together several times. And tonight, the reason why he came to this boxing club called Diamond Heart to watch the underground black boxing match was entirely because Leon went to Venice Beach that day and heard a conversation between a pair of buddies while strolling on the beach. "Hey! Diamond Heart has a match the day after tomorrow. Do you want to go watch it together?" "Really? Will Diamond also play?" "Of course." When Adam was promoting it everywhere, he also said very specifically that Diamond's opponent in the match was Head Blaster Arthur. Wow! This match must be very exciting. Thinking about it makes my blood boil. From the words Diamond Heart, Diamond, Head Blaster Arthur, and playing match in the conversation between the two, Leon quickly deduced that the match the other party was talking about was an underground boxing match that only existed among a few people. Leon was aroused. So tonight, he made an appointment with 2 girls to watch this underground boxing match called the Battle of the Century by the 2 brothers on the beach. As a result, rather than disappointing him, it was unexpected. He actually found a familiar person on the ring, the big black man called Diamond. The black boxer who was beaten up and looked like nothing happened, without any scars, overlapped with the image of a superhero in his memory. In order to verify his guess, Leon also tried to ask the boss to ask the black guy with a very rustic nickname to come over for a drink. But he didn't expect that the other party rejected his invitation directly. However, Leon was not discouraged. Since the other party was unwilling to come, he would go over. At this moment, he saw a burly figure walking out of the back door from the corner of his eye. Without thinking too much, Leon put the wine glass in his hand on the table and stood up suddenly. Seeing Leon suddenly stand up, the two girls were a little puzzled. "Hey? Leon, where are you going?" Leon looked apologetic. "Sorry, I suddenly remembered that I have something to deal with. I've already paid the bill, you guys continue playing, no need to wait for me." As soon as the voice fell, Leon took long steps and hurriedly chased after him at the back door. In the booth, only two beauties were left looking at each other. Escaping from the bustling boxing club, through the back door, and coming to the alley behind the club, Leon saw his target not far ahead, a burly man wearing a hoodie and a hood. Seeing that the other party was about to cross the zebra crossing and go across the street, Leon quickly quickened his pace. In this way, Leon made full use of his tracking skills and kept hanging behind the other party. The two walked into a dark alley with no one and no surveillance cameras, one in front and one behind. Chapter 46. No one can do anything about the fight. Some corners of the city are always places where crime is rampant. Especially the dark alleys far from the main roads are crime-prone areas. However, Leon followed Luke Cage not to rob him of the money. Although he had confirmed from the Carl Lucas favorability cold on the other party's head that the other party was the person he remembered. However, Leon felt that he still had to feel more intuitively how capable this meat shield character in the Defenders was. Therefore, he deliberately revealed his footsteps without being discovered, so that Luke Cage, who was walking in front, could hear the movement from behind him. Sure enough, the other party turned around immediately when he heard the subtle footsteps from behind. In the dim alley, Luke Cage saw the costume of the visitor and the lower half of his face hidden in the darkness with a slightly raised corner of his mouth. Judging from the other party's clothes, this does not look like a criminal who needs to rob to obtain resources. However, Luke Cage still stared at him with a warning look and whispered, "What do you want?" Leon took a step forward, walked out of the shadows, showed his whole face to Luke Cage, and then waved his hand and explained, "Don't get me wrong, big guy, I just want to have a drink with you." "Have a drink? But I've changed my mind now." Before Luke Cage could react to Leon's strange words, Leon moved. He stepped on his foot suddenly, and his muscles suddenly burst out with a huge force. Leon, who stepped on the pace and sprinted, rushed towards Luke Cage like a swift black shadow. The water marks on the ground where his shoes stepped on, splashed everywhere. The short distance of 5 or 6 meters, at Leon's wind-like sprinting speed, seemed to be non-existent and passed in a flash. So fast! In just a blink of an eye, Leon attacked Luke Cage, who was still sighing, with a side kick. Without time to think too much, Luke Cage could only barely dodge Leon's powerful attack with a side dodge. However, the wind brought by the side kick blew away the hood on his head. However, at this time, Luke Cage did not have time to care about other things. Because the situation in front of him forced him to be extremely alert. He frowned, put on a boxing posture, and stared at Leon, who had his back to him, with his eyes as if he was looking at prey, and asked word by word. "Who are you?" "Me." Leon slowly turned around, looked at Luke Cage who was facing a formidable enemy, and smiled, "I'm just a tourist with a very strong curiosity." Looking at Leon's hateful smile, Luke Cage couldn't help but yell in his heart, "I believe your lies." Looking at the unbelieving face Luke Cage, Leon had no choice but to shrug and spread his hands, "I told you, but you just don't believe it." Luke Cage still maintained his fighting posture and asked, "Why did you attack me right away?" "Oh, it was just a small test," Leon said as he moved his feet slightly. "Test?" "Yes, the first step of the test." As soon as the voice fell, Leon, who had inadvertently closed the distance, attacked Luke Cage again. He stepped hard with his right foot on the wooden box next to him, and the whole person flew into the air. Then, he turned halfway in the air and kicked a roundhouse. This time, because the distance was too close, Luke Cage, who was half a beat slower in reaction, had no time to dodge, and was kicked hard in the face by Leon. Bang! The huge impact caused Luke Cage's entire head to be terribly twisted to the left. This powerful kick would make even an elite Special Forces soldier faint. But Luke Cage just staggered to the left, and then turned his head again as if nothing had happened, staring at Leon with his dangerous eyes. But Leon paid the price for his reckless kick. His right leg trembled slightly, and a trace of pain came to his brain center. Hiss! It's really too hard. In the previous collision, although it seemed that he hit Luke Cage. However, only Leon himself knew that he was the one who suffered a loss. At this time, Luke Cage, who was kicked for no reason, was gradually aroused by anger in his heart. He looked at Leon, the enemy who suddenly appeared, with an unconcealable anger in his tone. "You are looking for death." After saying that, Luke Cage gave up his original defensive posture, like an angry black bear, and launched a storm-like attack on Leon. Using the fighting skills he had honed for many years, each of his attacks was full of angles and power, and even brought gusts of breeze around. However, what shocked Luke Cage was that Leon seemed to know in advance which direction his attack would hit, and he perfectly avoided all his attacks. Swish! Just by slightly turning his body sideways, he dodged a fist that was enough to seriously injure himself. Under the opponent's attack like a stormy wave, Leon was like a small boat floating alone on the vast ocean, but always surviving tenaciously. No matter how sharp the opponent's attack was, it could not hit any part of his body. At the same time, every time Leon counterattacked, his punches hit the flesh. Bang! A punch hit Luke Cage's abdomen. The huge sound did not make the opponent's movements shake at all. Bang! Another punch hit Luke Cage's chest directly. Still, he could not make the opponent feel any pain. Although the fight between the two seemed to be back and forth, the scene was very hot. However, because Luke Cage could not hit the agile Leon, and Leon's attack had no effect on Luke Cage. As a result, this sudden fight has become an embarrassing situation where no one can do anything to anyone. After dozens of rounds of fighting, Leon gradually realized that even if he continued to fight like this, he could not do anything to the opponent. After all, in his opinion, his attack couldn't even break Luke Cage's defense. So, in order to avoid being knocked down by the opponent after his endurance decreased, he decided to stop. After dodging Luke Cage's uppercut again, Leon jumped back 2 steps, and after pulling away, he said, "Let's stop here." Chapter 47 Carl Lucas's Past. The two people who had just experienced a fierce fight stood at one end of the alley and looked at each other. However, from Leon's right hand hiding behind him, which was trembling slightly, it can be seen that he intuitively felt how strong the opponent's superpowers were. Looking at Luke Cage, who was unscathed and at most had a little messy clothes, Leon couldn't help thinking in his heart, "It's really as hard as steel." After getting the information he wanted, Leon, who originally intended to just test the opponent, naturally wanted to get out of this battle where no one had an advantage. However, he has not asked Luke Cage if he is willing. Is this the end? Leon's words were like adding fuel to the fire, and Luke Cage's anger was inevitably even greater. Staring at the other party with fierce eyes, Luke Cage's tone was indescribably gloomy. "You are the one who provoked this, and now you tell me, is this the end? Stop. Dream on." That's right, it was Leon who didn't say anything and didn't give him any time to prepare, and he started fighting right away. Now that the situation is deadlocked, he wants to run away. There is no such good thing in the world. Regardless of Luke Cage's temper, anyone would be angry when encountering such a shitty thing. Seeing that Luke Cage was about to rush over to beat him up again, Leon raised his eyebrows, accelerated suddenly, and rushed towards Luke Cage. Ah! Accompanied by a roar, Luke Cage's speed also increased. However, no matter how fast he moved, he could not be faster than Leon, who had been enhanced by various judo skills. With the blessing of high-speed running, his feet suddenly exerted force, and his body straightened up. His whole body flew up like a light swallow. Under Luke Cage's surprised eyes, Leon used his terrifying jumping ability to dodge the opponent's punch while pressing his hands on Luke Cage's shoulders. With the force, Leon then made a very difficult 360-degree front flip in mid-air. The whole person jumped over Luke Cage's head and landed steadily behind him. Seeing that Luke Cage still wanted to turn around and continue to anal himself, Leon quickly raised his hands and surrendered. "Don't fight. I give up." Luke Cage was stunned by Leon's unscrupulous behavior, and immediately showed a speechless expression. Luke Cage was not a wicked person. He was just so persistent because he was provoked by Leon's behavior of fighting right at the beginning. Since the other party admitted defeat and he was not injured, it is better to have less trouble than more. Although seeing Luke Cage slowly loosen his tightly clenched fist, Leon couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, from the change of the favor ability above the other party's head, it can still be seen that Luke Cage was unhappy at the moment. Favor ability, stranger. At this moment, Leon finally realized that he should not be so reckless, and he also stepped forward and apologized very straightforwardly. "I'm really sorry, man. I saw your performance on the stage, and I couldn't help my curiosity, so I did such a stupid thing. I apologize for my stupidity." After that, Leon took out a certificate from his pocket and introduced himself to Luke Cage. "I am an agent of the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. My name is Leon." "Agent?" Leon's special identity made Luke Cage, who had a past and secrets that he didn't want to recall, alert. But he knew what his identity was. He slowly put on his hood again, hiding his face in the darkness again, then turned his back and said in a cold tone, "I don't care if you are a Homeland Strategy or Logistics Support Agent, or the FBI, I don't care about these, and I'm not interested in them. I just want to know, why did you come to me?" Facing Luke Cage's attitude, Leon didn't care, but waved his hand and explained quickly. "I think you misunderstood. I came to Los Angeles this time for a personal purpose, not for you. As for what happened just now, I can only say that I'm very sorry. I have no ill intentions. It's just that I'm too curious, and when I see something that makes me curious, I can't help but experience it myself. For example, no matter how you hit me, you won't get hurt." Before Leon finished speaking, Luke Cage turned around suddenly and glared at him. "This is none of your business." Leon spread his hands and expressed his attitude. "Hey, relax a little. I'm just curious, I don't mean anything else." Leon's apology and explanation did not soften Luke Cage's attitude. Luke Cage, who had already sounded the alarm in his heart, was unwilling to get too entangled with him, and his attitude was very clear and tough. "I warn you, stay away from me. If you get close to me again, I won't show mercy." After the warning, Luke Cage turned around and left without looking back. Leon watched him leave the dark alley and gradually disappeared from his sight, muttering to himself, "I think we should meet again soon." Luke. Back at the hotel, Leon took out the brand new BlackBerry phone he had just bought from his pocket and quickly pressed a series of numbers. Soon, the phone was connected. "Hello." A slightly surprised female voice came from the other end of the phone. Leon went straight to the point. "Maria, I want you to help me check someone." "Hey." Although he was a little confused about Leon's intention to contact him suddenly, Hill still suppressed his doubts and replied calmly, "Name? Luke K." "No. It should be Carl Lucas." "Carl Lucas? What else?" While trying to recall the information of the big black man, Leon said to Hill on the other end of the phone, "Black, male, should have experience as a policeman." "Black male, policeman." Hill came to the computer in the office, whispering the information provided by Leon. while using his slender fingers to quickly enter keywords on the keyboard. Under the global intelligence network of S.H.I.E.L.D., it only took 30 seconds for the computer screen to display the relevant files about Carl Lucas. At this time, Hill's high and cold voice sounded in his ears again. Found it. Carl Lucas, a patrolman of the Atlanta Police Department, was sent to the private Hyman prison for serving time due to crimes such as murder and drug possession. 2 years ago, he escaped from Hyman prison in a medical accident and has been missing ever since. Lion listened quietly and stored the information in his brain's memory bank. What's wrong? What happened? Hearing Hill's question, Lion, who was sitting on the bed, raised his mouth slightly, with a determined expression on his face. Oh, nothing, I just met a very interesting person. Chapter 48. People are afraid of being famous, pigs are afraid of being fat, seeking recommendation votes. No. Reva. Accompanied by a cry in his sleep, Luke Cage suddenly woke up from the nightmare. Who? Sitting on the bed, he breathed heavily, and wiped it casually, and found that his forehead was covered with sweat. Looking at the sunlight projected on the floor through the curtains, he realized that it was the next morning. However, his mind was still full of clear pictures of nightmares. In the dream, he saw his deceased wife, Reva Connors. She was lying on the street with blood on her face, stretching her right hand to the sky, as if she wanted to grab something, with sadness and despair written on her face. At the same time, she kept repeating the same sentence. Carl, save me, I don't want to die yet. No matter how he shouted or how he tried to get closer, he couldn't grab his wife's hand. He could only watch her spend the last minute of her life in front of him. Even after waking up, the strong feeling of powerlessness still invaded his body, making him unable to think. Shaking his head to temporarily dispel the nightmare from his mind, Luke Cage, Carl Lucas, lifted the quilt, walked into the bathroom with his upper body naked. A new day has come. An hour later, Luke Cage, who had just returned from a morning run, met several uninvited guests at the door of his apartment. I saw 5 or 6 burly men standing in front of the usually quiet apartment early in the morning, and they didn't look like guys to mess with. Among them, a bearded man in a suit surrounded by several tattooed men. His eyes lit up when he saw Luke Cage, and he extinguished the cigar in his hand, and asked in a smoky voice with a thick Italian accent, Luke Cage. Hearing the other party calling his name, Luke Cage frowned and looked at the other party, trying to recognize him. However, from the face he had never seen before, it was obvious that the other party was not on his friends list. Not a friend, but knowing his name, there is only one possibility: he is not a good person. Who are you? Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Marino, and Delato asked me to come. Delato. Even Luke Cage, who had just moved here half a year ago, had heard of this name. As far as he knew, there were several large underground gangs in Los Angeles. Among them, the Italian mafia headed by Delato was so notorious that even its peers disdained to associate with it. Washing powder, marijuana, arms, human trafficking, underground black boxing. They wanted to get involved in all kinds of business that could make money. They liked to threaten the victim's family and force the victim to submit, so as to help them do all kinds of bad things that violated the law. Knowing who he was going to face, Luke Cage was also very alert. What do you want to talk to me about? Oh, this is not a good place to talk about things. Won't you invite us in to sit down? The bearded man in a suit spread his hands, with a hint of threat in his tone. Glancing at the pistol inadvertently exposed on the other's waist, Luke Cage waited in his mind and said, "Come in." After that, he took out the key, opened the door of the apartment, and walked in on his own. And these tattooed men also followed behind, together entered the apartment. A few minutes later, sitting on the sofa in the living room, the bearded man finally lost his patience and continued to play along. Instead, he directly stated the purpose of his visit today. Delato asked me to tell you that he wants you to fight with Rhino. Rhino is another famous black boxer in Los Angeles. Although his record is not as abnormal as Luke Cage, he is the only boxer who is considered by the black boxing world to be able to defeat Luke Cage. Sitting on the sofa opposite, Luke Cage looked up at the other party, and then said in a low voice, "Who to fight with is not something I can decide. You should go find Adam." The bearded man seemed to have expected this answer. He leaned forward slightly, trying to use his fat body to create a sense of oppression. However, in Luke Cage's opinion, he is just an ordinary fat man with a serious bad breath problem. "Of course, we will go. Believe me, he will definitely agree." The other party's confident tone made Luke Cage frown. And he seemed to realize something and asked, "Then why do you come to me? What do you want from me?" "You see, this is the problem." The bearded man spread his hands and said with a nonchalant look, "I need you to lose this game." Until this moment, Luke Cage finally understood the other party's intention of suddenly coming to his door, to make him fight a fake fight in the next game. Speaking of which, the other party came to him for a reason. Since he came to Los Angeles and became famous in the Diamond Heart Club, the entire underground black boxing world has known that there is an invincible black man in the East District of Los Angeles, named Diamond. People are afraid of fame, and pigs are afraid of being fat. Many desperate people who want to become famous by defeating him have challenged him. However, Luke Cage used a wave of 5 consecutive wins without injury to KO, which shocked these guys who were desperate for fame. It is precisely because of this that the name Diamond has become more famous. Delato, who saw the opportunity to make a fortune, thought that if this invincible guy lost in the duel with Rhino, he could make a fortune from it. As for why Luke Cage lost but not Rhino? The reason is simple, because Rhino is his man. How about it? In return, you can get 10% of the profit, and you can also become a contracted boxer under Delato, go to other places to participate in boxing matches, enjoy endless wealth and countless women, all waving to you. With such conditions, I believe no one will refuse. Before the chattering bearded man finished boasting, Luke Cage interrupted him directly, "I refuse." The scene suddenly fell into an inexplicable silence. The bearded man, who did not expect Luke Cage to refuse, was slapped in the face in an instant. The whole face, first from white, slowly turned black, and finally, like a drunkard, it was red. Bang! He slammed the table and yelled. "Are you kidding me?" Chapter 49, Invulnerability. "Thank you." Outside the Diamond Heart Club, Leon waved goodbye to a black guy, then picked up the note in his hand and read it. 420 South Figueroa Street. The address on the note was Luke Cage's residence. This was the information Leon got from the black waiter at the Diamond Heart Club with a sincere word and $200. In his words, he was a loyal fan of Diamond and just wanted to meet him. However, only Leon himself knew that this was not the case. He went to the door to persuade Luke Cage to join SHIELD. In his opinion, instead of letting Luke Cage, an unstable factor, make trouble outside, it would be better to let him join SHIELD and do something more meaningful. This is one of the reasons. The main reason is his own selfishness. If he can learn Luke Cage's invulnerability, then he will be basically immune to bullet attacks. In that case, it will be of great benefit to his combat power. After all, being able to ignore hot weapons means that he has entered another extraordinary level. In this way, the situation in Russia where he was shot through the body and almost caused heavy bleeding will not happen again. With such a tempting ability, how can Leon let it escape from him? Besides, for various major events in the future, he who feels that his individual strength is weak needs all the help that can be gathered. Whether it is a superpower who fights black boxing or from elite agents who defected from other intelligence agencies. Therefore, whether for public or private reasons, he hoped to convince Luke Cage through dialogue. After all, fighting is impossible. Taxi. While thinking about how to persuade Luke Cage, he called a taxi on the roadside and headed to his destination. 30 minutes later, he came to Luke Cage's residence according to the address on the note. However, when he arrived at the apartment on the 3rd floor, he found that the door of the apartment was open. Leon couldn't help but feel a little nervous, and quickly opened the door and walked in. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the mess everywhere. Inside the house, there were walls that had been shot through, sofas full of bullet holes, a bearded man in a suit lying on the floor, and a burly man whose head had been smashed into a bookshelf. All of this seemed to be telling Leon that there had just been a very exciting fight or a one-sided abuse here. Because, in a house that seemed to have been smashed by a giant monster, Leon couldn't find the person he was looking for. In other words, this scene was most likely caused by Luke Cage. No matter what happened here, Leon didn't have time to sort it out, but touched his smooth chin and began to think about a question, that is, after making the whole house look like this, what would Luke Cage do next? The first word that came to his mind was, escape. Thinking of this, Leon hurried into the bedroom, opened the wardrobe and drawers, and tried to verify his idea. Sure enough, as he expected, the things in the wardrobe and drawers had traces of being searched. In other words, his idea was right. Luke Cage has packed up his things and is ready to run away. Leon returned to the living room again, picked up a bullet shell from the ground, put it in front of his nose and smelled it, and then said to himself, well, the smoke reaction is less than 10 minutes, which means I still have time. Putting the bullet back on the ground, Leon immediately looked around, as if looking for something. When his sight touched the Dell laptop lying quietly on the coffee table, his eyes lit up. Got it. He quickly picked up the laptop and ran out of the house. He still remembered that there was a surveillance camera at the door of the apartment. Arriving at the door of the apartment, Leon turned on the laptop and used the hacking method of wireless intrusion to enter the storage area of the surveillance camera. And the video footage from 10 minutes ago was transferred to the screen of the laptop. Through the surveillance video, Leon saw the scene of Luke Cage and these guys who were suspected to be gang members walking into the apartment together. And the last scene of Luke Cage, wearing a hood, carrying a bag and hurriedly walking out of the apartment. Found you. Looking at Luke Cage on the computer screen, Leon couldn't help but smile. Fortunately, the security of this neighborhood is pretty good. There is a surveillance camera every few blocks. Otherwise, even if he knew which direction Luke Cage fled, Leon didn't know which road he took. You won't know if a skill is useful until you use it. Looking at the blue light of hacking skills mastery, excellence, in his skill list, Leon's mouth corners slightly raised, thinking in his heart, who doesn't have some hacking knowledge these days? Sitting in a passing taxi, Leon directed the driver to the route where Luke Cage escaped, while anxiously shouting in his heart. Brother Luke, wait for me. On the other side, Luke Cage, who had a fight with the Italian mafia, also took a taxi to a dock in the suburbs. He knew that he had offended someone he shouldn't have offended. If he didn't leave the city immediately, there would be endless troubles. Therefore, he made a prompt decision, packed his luggage, contacted a local snakehead, booked the fastest boat, and prepared to escape Los Angeles by water tools. Carrying a luggage bag, Luke Cage sat on a bench at the dock, took out his mobile phone and looked at it. The agreed time was 10:30. The time displayed on the mobile phone screen at this time was 10:12. In other words, he had 18 minutes left before he had to leave the place where he had lived for more than half a year. Thinking of this, he was suddenly confused. Atlanta, Seattle, San Francisco, now Los Angeles. Having been to so many places, Luke Cage didn't know where the place that could accommodate him was. Is it really necessary to go back to where it all began, New York? Just as he was thinking about his next destination, a man in a black windbreaker came to the bench next to him. He sat down next to him. When Luke Cage turned his head subconsciously, he was surprised to find that the man in the windbreaker was the agent who had fought with him for no reason last night. "You? Why are you here?" Looking at the rather surprised Luke Cage, Leon's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile. "We meet again. Carl Lucas." Chapter 50. Another General. Hearing the other party call out his real name directly, Luke Cage's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He knew that he was still exposed. The young man in front of him was not like those Italian mafia members of Big Lito. Their territories and main activity areas were mainly concentrated in local cities. He was an agent. An agent who could fly all over the world and do everything to investigate a case. This means that he and the organization behind him know his identity and the past he tried hard to hide. In this way, even if he boarded the ship leaving Los Angeles, he could not escape from this man who already knew his identity and existence. Thinking of this, Luke Cage's expression gradually became serious. He stared at Leon and asked, "Since you know my identity, what are you going to do?" With this question, he secretly tightened his muscles to deal with the upcoming battle. However, Leon's answer was beyond his expectations. "I just want to talk to you." "Talk? Talk about what? I don't know you at all, and I don't even know if the organization you are talking about, the Strategic Homeland Security Bureau, is a real department." There was a little resentment in Luke Cage's tone. Sometimes, it feels terrible when the other person knows everything about you, but you know nothing about him/her. Hearing Luke Cage's words, Leon, who was leaning on the bench, shifted his gaze from the sparkling Los Angeles River to Luke Cage's face and said, "Yes, trust is mutual." As he spoke, Leon took out his shield agent ID from the inner layer of his windbreaker and handed it to Luke Cage. "This is my ID." Luke Cage took it and looked at it. In addition to the unusually eye-catching eagle on the black ID, there was also Leon's ID photo and information such as name and number. "Let's meet formally again." Leon extended his right hand to him and smiled. "Leon Carlson, an agent of the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency." Looking at Leon's hand and the warm smile on his face, Luke Cage hesitated for a moment, but still reached out and shook his hand, and introduced himself, "Carl Lucas." Through this handshake, the two of them got a little closer to each other while exchanging their names. Feeling the other's tense body, Leon, who relaxed a little, also said in his heart, "This is a good sign." The two sat on the bench, feeling the breeze blowing from the Los Angeles River while talking. "Carl. Can I call you Carl?" Luke Cage just glanced at Leon and remained silent. Leon took him as his acquiescence and said in a shocking tone, "I say, Carl, are you going to run away like this for the rest of your life?" Without waiting for Luke Cage to answer, Leon continued to talk to himself, "I just came from your apartment. Those guys lying on the ground should be local gang members. Although I am curious about why you beat them like that, I think that is not important. You have your own reasons, and I have no right to interfere. But, is this kind of life really what you want?" Luke Cage remained silent. However, from his gradually thoughtful expression, Leon knew that his mouth cannon worked. Seeing the effect, Leon quickly struck while the iron was hot and said, "Although we have not been in contact for a long time. However, I think you are not a person who likes to use fists to solve problems. Maybe you will only use your special ability when you have no choice." Perhaps it was Leon's frankness and the friendly atmosphere he exuded that made Luke Cage feel his sincerity. Luke Cage, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke, "They want me to fight a fake fight. If you don't agree, let me taste their power." Leon suddenly realized, "Oh. So that's the case, then they should have learned how powerful you are now." At this time, Luke Cage said again, "Since you know my name, you must know why I am serving in Hyman, right?" Leon nodded, "Hiding drugs, manslaughter," and then immediately added, "But I don't think you are a person who kills for drugs." Luke Cage looked at Leon deeply and said, "How do you know intuition?" Leon tapped his head with his finger and smiled. Intuition. Luke Cage muttered in a low voice, and asked Leon again, let's not talk about me, let's talk about you. You appeared in front of me, it must not be to catch me, a fugitive, back to prison to continue serving. If that was the case, you would not come here alone this time. So, what do you want from me? After saying that, Luke Cage stared at Leon with his inquiring eyes, trying to get all the answers from him. Leon, who had already prepared a plan, also faced the other party's gaze and slowly put forward his proposal. I still have my organization, and I can give you a chance. A chance to start over. Your ability can provide us with great help. As long as you join us, no one will ask about your criminal record and everything that happened in the past. You can restore your original identity, or stand in front of the world openly. Even if you want to find out the truth about why you were imprisoned, we can also provide you with all the resources you need. Leon's proposal is very tempting. Especially for Luke Cage, a fugitive who hides his true identity and hides everywhere, this is a great opportunity. A good opportunity to get his life back on track. After his wife died in a car accident, he thought that there was nothing else in the world worth doing. However, Leon's words rekindled his hope for the future. Moreover, he had not yet found out the truth of being framed, so how could he just let it go? After thinking for a long time, Luke Cage finally accepted Leon's proposal. After persuading Luke Cage to prevent the night from being long and dreamy, Leon immediately took out his mobile phone and dialed a series of familiar numbers. After the phone rang a few times, it was connected. Hello, Leon, what's wrong? On the other side of the phone, there was a gentle and magnetic male voice. Uncle Phil? I have someone here who I think is very suitable to join our bureau and make a contribution to world peace. What do you think? What? Carlson, who was far away in Washington, was stunned when he heard this.